Statement. I call the Secretary of State, John Healey.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. With permission, I'd like to make a statement on Ukraine, but first, may I reflect on the dreadful news last week of the death of Royal Naval pilot Lieutenant Rodri Lation. And on behalf of this House, I want to pay tribute to him. He was a consummate professional to his colleagues. He was dearly loved by his family. He'll be sorely missed by so many, and the thoughts of this House are with them today. Mr. Speaker, it's now been 930 days since Putin launched his full-scale illegal invasion of Ukraine. 930 days in which Ukrainian forces have fought heroically, while also communities have endured relentless attacks, children have been stolen to Russia, and families have seen their homes destroyed. Yet throughout everything, Ukraine has stood strong in the face of Russian aggression. And since day one, when I sat in the Honourable Gentleman's place opposite as Shadow Defence Secretary, this House and our country has been united for Ukraine. Yeah. In opposition, Labour backed every package of military aid, every sanction on Russia, every scheme to support civilians like the Homes for Ukraine. And I know the opposition will continue to work with the government in the same way, because this House stands united for Ukraine. And Mr. Speaker, I've been proud of UK leadership on Ukraine, and I am determined that UK leadership will continue. I'm also determined to work across this House. So I will offer opposition leaders regular intelligence assessments on the conflict. I will offer MPs of all parties regular MOD and FCDO briefings, the second one in which took place this morning within MOD, and now more than 100 colleagues from all sides of the House have attended. And Mr. Speaker, the House will receive regular updates on the conflict from me. Mr. Speaker, Ukraine is a first-order priority for me as Defence Secretary and for this new government. That's why on the second day in the job, I flew to Odessa and I joined President Zelensky and his team for the afternoon. I told him, the Ukrainians' courage inspires the world. I also told him that at this critical moment, this new government would step up our support for Ukraine. So in our first week, we announced a new package of UK military support, including ammunition, missiles, artillery guns, a new commitment to speed up the deliveries pledged by the previous government, and a promise to spend £3 billion a year on military support for Ukraine this year, next year, and in every year for as long as it takes. And in the weeks since, Mr. Speaker, we've stepped up support still further. Signed a new £3.5 billion Defence Industrial Support Treaty, hit the £1 billion milestone for the International Fund for Ukraine, advanced the UK-led maritime and drone capability coalitions, and agreed a new £300 million contract for artillery shells. And then on Friday, last week, at the Ukraine Defence Contact Group in Ramstein, I announced a new £160 million production contract for air defence missiles, and I also announced the UK's Operation Interflex, which has trained 45,000 Ukrainian troops since 2022, will extend beyond this year and throughout 2025. This support is both short-term and long-term, immediate provision and long-term production, training troops today and developing Ukrainian forces for the future. This approach gives the Ukrainians confidence to plan, and it sends a signal to Putin that we, the UK and our allies, will stand with Ukraine for as long as it takes. Mr. Speaker, there have been important battlefield developments during the past month. In the first week of August, Ukrainian forces launched a remarkable offensive across Russia's border into the Kursk region. This exposed the vulnerabilities of Putin's frontline forces, and it demonstrates Ukraine's ability to achieve surprise strategic attacks. It also helps better defend Ukraine and its northern centres by pushing back the sites from which Russia can launch deadly attacks. So around 900 square kilometres of territory is now held by Ukrainian forces in the Kursk region. This has put Putin under pressure. And after initial disarray, Russian forces are now deploying to the area in greater numbers. But eastern Ukraine continues to be Russia's main focus, with tactical advances being Petrovsk within approximately 8 kilometres now of the front line. And with Russia continuing to rely on infantry-led assaults, its casualties remain high and rising. So daily casualties have doubled from this time last year, with Russia averaging more than 1,100 a day killed or wounded in July and August alone. Meanwhile, recent Russian air bombardments have been some of the most intense since the start of the war. President Zelensky stated on Friday in Ramstein that 4,000 missiles and drones were fired at Ukraine in the last month, targeting critical national infrastructure, attacking civilian centres, including Poltava and Lviv, in the last week. Since 2022, the impact of this has been that Russia has destroyed, or it has captured, more than 50% of Ukraine's power generation capacity, forcing Ukraine to implement power outages with winter approaching. Meanwhile, at sea, Ukraine has scored some significant successes, driving Russia's fleet out of the Western Black Sea to reopen export trading routes, destroying or damaging 26 Russian naval vessels operating in the Black Sea, including a Russian Kilo-class submarine just last month. Despite these notable achievements, Russian pressure across the whole of the front line will continue in the months ahead. Russian industry remains on a war footing. Russian artillery is outfiring Ukraine by at least 3-1. And Russia is also conscripting or recruiting 400,000 additional soldiers this year. So for the coming weeks, two things are clear. Ukrainians need to strengthen their front line in the east, and they will look to hold the territory in Kursk. The longer they hold Kursk, the weaker Putin becomes. The longer they hold Kursk, the better defended Ukraine will be. This was discussed at the US-led Ukraine Defence Contact Group last Friday that I attended with other defence ministers and President Zelensky. It was where military support and unity for Ukraine was strengthened among 50 allied nations, and where the US Defence Secretary Lloyd Austin served an important reminder to everyone. If Ukraine is not free, he said, the world is not safe. And that's why the defence of the UK starts in Ukraine. And if President Putin prevails in Ukraine, he will not stop at Ukraine. If big nations redraw international boundaries by force, the sovereignty and security of all nations is undermined. That's why UK support, alongside allies, is so important. Military, economic, industrial, diplomatic support. And Mr. Speaker, I also want this House to know we are seeing clear, growing signs of Russian aggression beyond Ukraine. NATO allies are reporting Russian drones violating their airspace. The heads of the UK and US security services confirmed that Russian intelligence is, as they said, conducting a reckless campaign of sabotage across Europe. And last week, the National Cyber Security Centre revealed that Russia's specialist GRU unit is conducting offensive cyber operations directed at governments and at civilian infrastructure. Putin is targeting our security. He is targeting our way of life. We face a decade of growing Russian aggression, but this is a government that will protect our people and our country. We will actively deter and defend against Russian threats, working in partnership with allies. And that's why, as a new government, our defence policy will now be NATO first. Mr. Speaker, as we approach 1,000 days of war, this conflict is at a critical moment. That's why the UK is stepping up support, because this isn't just Ukraine's struggle, it's our struggle too. Ukraine is fighting to regain its sovereign territory, but it's also fighting to reinforce peace, democracy and security in the rest of Europe.
To the Secretary of State, James Cartledge.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'm grateful to the Secretary of State for early sight of his statement, and if I may say, for the briefings he has provided to myself and to all parliamentary colleagues. We're very grateful. And in particular, I would like to associate myself and our party with the condolences expressed regarding the tragic death of Lieutenant Lation. As we have confirmed previously, I reiterate without reservation that as the government did when they were in opposition, we will continue to do everything possible to support them in supporting Ukraine. We remain steadfast in both our total condemnation of Putin's illegal invasion of Ukraine and his conduct of the war since, with no regard to human life, even, it would appear, that of his own service personnel, with losses now at terrible levels on all sides. Indeed, in one of the most striking points made by the Secretary of State on the operational situation, Mr. Speaker, it is an extraordinary testament to the brutal disposition of the Putin regime that their strategy continues to rely on mass sacrifice of infantry personnel. That said, he is surely right to remind us that despite the extraordinary naval success Ukraine has enjoyed in the Black Sea, and the surprise incursion into Kursk that they implemented, throwing Putin's regime into confusion, nevertheless, Russia remains a formidable foe, and nothing at all can be taken for granted. On the contrary, it is clear that the UK must continue to do all it can to support Ukraine's government, people and armed forces. On this side, we are proud of the role that our government played in showing real leadership in respect of Ukraine. If Ukraine had fallen early, the world would have been in a precipice situation akin to the late 1930s. But we made a huge difference to avoiding that outcome by being the first nation to train Ukrainian troops, the first to provide main battle tanks, and in particular, the first to provide long-range weapons. Now, Mr. Speaker, in August, President Zelensky commented that Britain's support for Ukraine had slowed down recently. I wonder what assessment the Secretary of State has made of those comments. On these benches, we recognise that a key part of our leadership has been bringing other allies on board, and that must continue in key operational and logistical decision-making. Nevertheless, we have also shown leadership as a sovereign nation that believes wholeheartedly in Ukraine's fight for freedom. As such, to confirm, Mr. Speaker, we would have no hesitation in supporting the government in continuing that leadership were they to confirm to the Ukrainian government that they have maximum freedom of operation with regard to all the munitions we have supplied, including long-range missiles. On provision of additional munitions and the latest news the Secretary of State shared, I welcome the announcement in respect of £160 million for air defence missiles produced, of course, in Belfast. This underlies the intention we had in government when the latest round of support was commencing to ensure a maximum degree of benefit for the UK defence sector in our support for Ukraine. Can the Secretary of State confirm that remains a top priority, and specifically on drones, that as we supply Ukraine with more and more drones across defence, that he will ensure we learn the lessons of their deployment rapidly so that we can build the ecosystem for our own sovereign uncrewed sector? And turning to the replenishment of our own armed forces, we agree that supplying Ukraine with arms has been absolutely the right thing to do. But, and the public feel this very strongly, this must be accompanied by the replenishment of our own stockpiles and platform inventory. A top priority of our funded timetable commitment to 2.5% was an additional £10 billion to replenish our munitions. Is he still committed to that extra £10 billion for munitions? And can he confirm that the delay in setting out a clear timetable to 2.5% will not lead to the deferment of any major munitions orders, either this financial year or the next one? After all, Mr. Speaker, he spoke of Russian artillery outfiring Ukraine by 3-1, and he knows the crucial importance of industrial output. That being so, Does he recognise that we must urgently fire up the production across our own defence sector by committing to 2.5% as soon as possible? Finally, Mr. Speaker, one lesson from Ukraine is the vital importance of maintaining air superiority in battle. In relation to our future air combat air capability, 6th generation GCAP, I asked Secretary of State a set of written questions on the 29th of July on GCAP spending, and he has to date only answered those on historic spend, not on the current financial year. So can he therefore confirm if his department will be deferring any spending on GCAP planned for the current financial year? Thank you.
I thank the honourable member for his support, for his tone, and for his commitment to continue to back further military aid to Ukraine, including the £160 million contract for LMM missiles I've announced last week. He talks about the mass sacrifice of Russian personnel, and he's right. President Putin is a leader that shows contempt for the lives of his own soldiers. On UK leadership, I've set out to the House not just my determination to maintain the UK's leadership in support for Ukraine, but demonstrated how we have stepped that up in the first week, in the weeks that followed, and last week at Ramstein. And in terms of the lessons for drones and the deployment and our work with Ukraine, yes, we are learning those lessons. We need to speed that up. He, in his previous job, will be well aware of the implications for the way that we, in particular, consider the way we procure and contract for capabilities, both for export and for our own stockpiles. And on stockpiles, we have, as he will also know, so far spent £1 billion in the UK on replenishment. We have plans, therefore, to build on that, because we need to not just boost production, but we need to boost the productive capacity of our UK industry, so that we are capable of demonstrating, if that must be scaled up in the face of threats in the future, we can do that in a way that is not apparent at present. He asks about the question of long-range fires and long-range missiles. I have to say to him, only Putin benefits from an open debate about these sensitive issues, and I will not comment on operational discussions, but there has been no change in the UK's position. We continue to provide military aid to Ukraine, as I've set out, to support their clear right to self-defence and in line with the operation of international humanitarian law. And just finally, on this question of 2.5%, we will increase defence spending to 2.5% of GDP. The last time the UK spent 2.5% of GDP on defence was in 2010, when I last stood at this dispatch box as part of the last Labour government. In 2010, the Conservatives cut defence spending. They never matched 2.5% in any of the 14 years that they were in office. And let me finish by this. My priority will always be to ensure that this country is well defended. And to face the growing threats, we will do more to make Britain secure at home and strong abroad.
Derek Twigg.
Mr Speaker, can I thank my right honourable friend for his statement, and of course the cast iron commitments, 100% commitments to supporting Ukraine, as we've seen previously. Can I just inquire into a bit more detail about something he said? And I do welcome his statements about the missile defence and the investments we're going to make in that. Could he say a bit more about that in terms of the scope of that?
Yes, I can, Mr Speaker. I've met, when I say my first order priority is Ukraine, and I was in Odessa on the second day in the job, I've now had the privilege to meet President Zelensky 4 times in this post. I've met with his defence minister 6 times. And consistently, like the last government, we are trying to respond to the needs that Ukraine says it has for the systems and ammunition that it needs. It said above all, at present, they need new supplies of ammunition and they need stronger air defence systems. capable of taking down Russian missiles and drones at different distances. And so while the US at Ramstein last week made a commitment to an extra $250 million in dollars in air defense systems, we made the commitment of an extra $160 million in short-range, modern anti-defense systems, 650 LMM missiles under that new contract, with production underway, the first of which will be delivered into Ukraine before the end of the year, stepping up support that we pledge for Ukraine, speeding up the support that we deliver to Ukraine.
Now come to Liberal Democratic spokesperson, Richard Ford.
Mr. Speaker, I would like to add for the Liberal Democrats to the tributes that others have paid to Lieutenant Rodri Lechon. He served with the Commando Helicopter Force in 846 Naval Air Squadron at Yeovilton. The Royal Navy said that Rodri was one of their most trusted and highly capable aircraft captains and instructors, and our thoughts are with his family. But it reminds us of the saying, train hard, fight easy. It is attributed to the 18th century Russian commander Field Marshal Suvorov, but the Russians are not practicing that today as they send to the front Russians who've had as little as 2 weeks training. By contrast, the training that has been provided under Operation Interflex has enabled Ukrainian troops to hold ground and to exploit Russian weaknesses. We in the Liberal Democrats welcome the announcement last week at the Ukraine Defence Contact Group that Operation Interflex will continue until the end of 2025. Indeed, we've welcomed announcements on Ukraine from both sides of this House, both from the current government but also from the previous government, and we would not want to see any party political capital sought from the solid British support for Ukraine. But we have seen some failures of the British state in recent years to plan for contingencies, whether it was post-invasion planning for Iraq or planning for a non-flu-like pandemic. We've discovered that sometimes in the British state there is a little bit of hope for the best. And I come then finally to thinking about support for Ukraine by the United States. My question for the Secretary of State is, what contingency planning is being undertaken for an uplift in our support for Ukraine and that by other states in the Ukraine Defence Contact Group in the event that a gap opens up if we were to see a US administration under Trump and Vance?
Well, first of all, I'm sure Lieutenant Lechon's family will appreciate the Honourable Gentleman's comments in the House this afternoon. Second, the outcome of the US presidential election will be determined by the American people. And this is a country that has a deep relationship with the US. They are our most important security ally. We are their most important intelligence ally. And that is a relationship that goes back decades and has survived the ups and downs of the political cycles on both sides of the Atlantic, and we're determined that it will do again, whatever the result of the election. On the question of training, I can't match the Honourable Gentleman for his citing of 18th century military figures, but I can say to him the mismatch between the level of training that we are trying to help provide with allies to the Ukrainian troops is part of the way of countering the outmatch in numbers on the Russian side. And I can confirm to the House as well, Mr. Speaker, it isn't just the 45,000 Ukrainian troops trained so far under the Interflex operation since Putin's invasion. It is also the 93 F-16 pilots trained in English, technical matters as well as flying, and it is almost 1,000 Ukrainian Marines also trained by the UK working with allies. That's why the announcement I was able to make last week at Ramstein, that this important UK training effort linked into the new NATO arrangements will be part of the way that we equip Ukraine for the future and try and equip its forces to be better prepared and better trained than the Russian adversaries that they face.
Tanmanjeet Singh Desi.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Let's not be under any illusion. In the face of Russian aggression and invasion, the defence of the UK starts in Ukraine. I think the Defence Secretary was right to focus not only on the immediate challenges facing Ukraine, but on the longer term imperatives. Does the Secretary of State agree with me that the UK-Ukraine friendship is not just for the short term, it's not just for as long as it takes, but must endure in the years and decades to come?
I do indeed, Madam Deputy Speaker. A lot of the attention is given to military aid to support the short-term needs that Ukraine have, the immediate battlefield requirements that they have. But longer term, we need to reinforce their capacity to produce for themselves, which is why an important element of the steps that we've taken to step up support for Ukraine since the election just 2 months ago has been to sign a defence export treaty, which I was privileged to sign with Defence Minister Umarov in number 10 Downing Street. £3.5 billion worth of export credit guarantees that will help us do more to get the equipment Ukraine needs manufactured and exported and into Ukrainian hands for their fight against Putin's invasion.
Gavin Williamson.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I thank the Right Honourable Gentleman for his statement today. We're seeing in Ukraine the great challenges that the people of that country are facing, and we're seeing how much resource Russia is throwing at it. And I think most colleagues on this side of the House feel it is time for Storm Shadow to be allowed to be used with freedom by the Ukrainian people. Can the Right Honourable Gentleman set out what are the legal restrictions that is stopping that from happening? Because there's been very conflicting briefing coming out of government.
This is not a matter that I'm prepared to discuss openly. I believe that such a debate benefits Putin. The principle on which this country has given and will continue to give weapons to Ukraine is that it is to support their defence, their right to self-defence as a sovereign nation, and to do so across the board does not preclude them striking targets in Russia if they're a part of that determination and strategy for self-defence, and provided it's within the bounds of international humanitarian law.
Blair McDougall.
Without wishing to, for 1 second, diminish the threat of Putin's Russia or the sacrifices that Ukrainians continue to make, I note that this morning Moscow's airport was closed by Ukrainian drone attacks, that on Friday they'll be raising interest rates to 18% in the Russian central bank, that 500,000 of their troops have been killed, and all of this has been inflicted by a country that is a third of the size of Russia. And I wonder if he shares my frustration at times that so many in the West seem to accept in this information war Putin's version of events, that this war is going swimmingly for him, when in any rational assessment of this, the last 2.5 years have been an absolute catastrophe for Russia.
Well, my honourable friend is right. Part of the battle that Putin is waging is with his own people to control their freedoms, including taking steps of assassinating political opponents and controlling their right and freedom of information. And one of the things that has put President Putin under pressure as Ukraine have taken the 900 square kilometres of territory in the Kursk region to defend their own cities and centres in the north, is that it is bringing home to President Putin and to the Russian people the consequences of his aggression. So this is not a special operation simply confined to Ukraine. Ukraine has the right to self-defence, and in doing so, it is trying to defend itself better by striking targets in Russia from which they are launching the deadly attacks that Ukrainian civilians and cities and power systems have suffered for too long now.
Andrew Murrison.
What assessment has the Defence Secretary made of Operation Renovator, and how does he plan to change it?
Well, Madam Deputy Speaker, the Honourable Gentleman asks the question with a good deal more information than the rest of the House. I will write to him with the detail that he seeks, rather than try and give a superficial answer at the dispatch box this afternoon.
Dan Carden.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I welcome the Defence Secretary's statement, and especially what he said about a deepening military and industrial strategy between the United Kingdom and Ukraine. There is clearly a growing alliance building between Russia and Iran, one that is united on undermining democracy and certainly risks further proxy wars. Could the Defence Secretary give his assessment and how the UK government seeks to influence Iran?
Well, my honourable friend follows these matters very closely and speaks with authority in the House on these things. We have been warning, and in fact the previous government were warning too, about the deepening security alliance between Iran and Russia. And that's why, alongside the international partners at the NATO summit, part of the declaration from that summit in Washington was to warn Iran that any transfer, not just of drone technology, but particularly of ballistic missile technology to Russia, would be regarded as a significant escalation at the time. And I think this House can take a broader lesson from the Honourable Gentleman's point and what we see, which is that Iran's destabilisation is not a malign influence that is simply felt throughout parts of the Middle East. It has wider repercussions, which is why it is one of our most serious threats to this country in the future.
Dave Dugan.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The Secretary of State can look forward to the same support from the SNP as they helped with Ukraine's defence as the previous government did. To that end, he mentioned increased air defences coming from the UK and the United States that will be there before the end of the year. Russia won't wait till the end of the year before attacking civilian infrastructure, particularly energy infrastructure. Can the Secretary of State advise of any steps that have been taken to accelerate that increased air defence to the benefit of the people of Ukraine?
Yes, indeed. First of all, I'm grateful for the Honourable Gentleman's continuing commitment of support to stand with Ukraine in this House, and on his behalf and on his party's behalf. One of the things that the Ukrainians have been saying for some months is they want to see the pledges of military aid to help with their fight against this illegal full-scale invasion. But they want the delivery of what's promised to be in their hands. And that was why I made a point on day 2 in this job, when I first met President Zelensky as Defence Minister, not just to say to him, right, this is a government that is willing to step up the support we're offering, but it's a government that recognises that imperative, and we will speed up the support that we offer too. Speed up the support that the previous government, a big package of aid announced in April, would be delivered, and also to try and look to say, where we pledge our support, we will give you a guarantee about the delivery times by which it will be in your hands to strengthen your fight for your sovereignty and against this illegal invasion.
Joanna Baxter.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I strongly welcome the confirmation of the extension of Operation Interflex over this year and next. Will the Secretary of State join with me in paying tribute to the hard work and professionalism of the UK troops involved in Operation Interflex and the bravery of all Ukrainian troops who are serving to protect their home?
Madam Deputy Speaker, what, if I may say so, an important point to remind the House. Numbers are one thing, and when we say, as the UK, we've led the Interflex nations to train 45,000 Ukrainian troops, this is the expertise of British and other allied soldiers helping with combat medical skills, battlefield training and survival techniques. And it is dealing with Ukrainians who are stepping forward to help defend their country. I had the privilege not just of joining the then leader of the opposition on Salisbury Plain to witness some of this training, but later to talk with some of the Ukrainian troops who finished a further wave at Brize Norton as they were poised to fly back to Ukraine. These were men very much like anyone in this house. These were lorry drivers, they were accountants, they were PR executives who now are, alongside their civilian colleagues, fighting for the very future of their country, the right to decide as a sovereign nation their future in the world. And I pay tribute to their bravery. I pay tribute also to the skill of our armed forces in helping train them for that task.
Mark Francois.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. We've had Suvorov. Napoleon famously said that the moral is to the physical as 3 is to 1. After 2.5 years of a barbaric Russian invasion, we cannot expect the Ukrainians to keep resisting with one hand tied behind their back. That means, whilst the Russians attack power stations with long-range missiles at will, with winter coming, whilst they use glide bombs, which are brutally effective, as tactical weapons on the front line, we have to allow the Ukrainians full freedom of action to retaliate, not just as military necessity, but to maintain their own morale. They must be bolstered to keep going. We could help them. It's about time we did that one thing.
The honourable gentleman makes his very strong points in his customary way. This is not about retaliation, it's about self-defence. And he's quite right to say that the impact of the moral is often outweighs the impact of the physical. And I talked and updated the House on the physical, the 900 square kilometres of the Kursk region that is now in Ukrainian hands. The moral or the morale impact on Ukrainian troops, on Ukrainian citizens, has been huge. So just as it's putting pressure on Putin, it is also lifting the spirits of Ukraine after nearly 1,000 days of a bloody battle against Putin's invasion.
Alan Gremmel.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The Secretary of State spent the last Sunday of the election campaign in Prestwick, near our town's World War II Polish War Memorial. Within days, he was in Odessa and has stepped up and sped up the support the UK is delivering. Does the Secretary of State agree with me that we have started as we mean to go on, and that this government will stand up with Ukraine for as long as it takes?
Yes, Madam Deputy Speaker, I do indeed. And if I may just say to my honourable friend, it's a real pleasure to see him here. He brings expertise from a very wide field of foreign policy affairs. I know he's going to make a big contribution to this House. And if I made a small contribution to his election campaign, then I'm doubly pleased to see it.
Julian Lewis.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The Secretary of State was a consistent supporter of Ukraine in opposition, so it's no surprise to hear that positive statement from him today. When he goes into battle for a good defence budget with the Chancellor of the Exchequer, will he remind her that in the 1980s and the Cold War we regularly spent 4.5 to 5.1% of GDP on defence? And will he also assure the House that if America elects a president who does not wish to support Ukraine, the support for Ukraine by the remaining European members of NATO will intensify, not diminish?
So when, as a government, we declare that we are ready and we show we are stepping up support for Ukraine, when we say we will stand with Ukraine for as long as it takes for them to prevail, we mean it. Whatever the decisions of other countries may or may not be. I absolutely don't expect, whatever the result of the US elections, for the US to walk away from Ukraine. I said in my statement that if big countries with authoritarian rulers can redraw international boundaries by force, no nation's sovereignty and security is left weakened by that. And on the question of defence spending, we're a government that won't be having battles, as he puts it, but in the discussions that inevitably I will have with the Chancellor, I will go into those discussions with a copy of our Labour manifesto, which at the election said that we are a government that will spend 2.5% of GDP on defence. We will increase spending on defence, which is entirely the opposite when we had the change of government in 2010, when that was a government that cut defence spending over those first 5 years by nearly 20%.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and can I thank the Secretary of State for his statement, but also to ministers for the cross-party briefings that have been provided to colleagues. They really are appreciated. President Zelensky has called on partners to ensure that aid packages which are announced are delivered to Ukrainians as quickly as possible. Can the Secretary of State set out the actions the government is taking to ensure aid to Ukraine is sped up?
Yes, Madam Deputy Speaker. My honourable friend is quite right. Stepping up the pledges of aid is one thing, speeding up the deliveries is another, and that's why on that second day in Odessa, with the Defence Minister and with President Zelensky, I made an undertaking that this was a government that would do both, and I'm able to update the Defence Minister in Ukraine of progress on each of the elements of the package that we have pledged.
Bernard Jenkins.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Can I thank the Right Honourable Gentleman for his statement, and even though he has announced nothing new today, I very much welcome that he's keeping this at the top of his agenda and at the top of the nation's agenda. But while he himself may be able to say little about it, will he forgive us, those of us who can speak, for continuing to press for the West to untie the hands of our Ukrainian allies so that they can strike back at those who are striking at them illegally and without justification? Because we know it's allies, and probably not this government, but will he confirm that there are discussions with our allies about this matter? And can I wish him every success in helping us deliver the freedom and security of the world by breaking this stalemate that in Ukraine will overwhelm the West if we allow it to continue.
I thank the Right Honourable Gentleman for his comments and his welcome to me. I note the points that he makes, and I just say to him, in terms of not announcing anything new, I did so on Friday last week. This is really my first opportunity to be able to update the House, not just on the announcements of extra aid last week, but also in the weeks over the summer recess, and indeed that first week package as well. This is the fourth sitting week since the election, and I hope he'll be reassured by my personal undertaking that I will ensure that this House is updated by me on developments in Ukraine on a regular basis.
Kevin Bonavia.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I'd also welcome the Secretary of State's statement today and his wholehearted commitment of this country to the defence of our ally in its hour of need in the face of Putin's aggression. I'm very pleased that my constituent Stevenage is where many of the Storm Shadow missiles that are being shipped to Ukraine are manufactured. But of course, manufacturing missiles and other armaments takes time. Can the Secretary of State explain what steps he and his department can take to speed up that process?
I will indeed, and I'm delighted to see my honourable friend in his place on this side as part of a Labour government. Speaking up for Stevenage, it's home to some of the most important, not just production of defence equipment, but also the development and the technology that goes into their development. So I say to my honourable friend, we will build actually, Madam Deputy Speaker, if I may, on some of the steps that the honourable gentleman first took as Defence Procurement Minister in the last months of the last government, recognising that with the nature of warfare changing so rapidly, exemplified by what we see in Ukraine, then simply large platforms that may take many years to produce so rapidly risk being outdated in the technology and the systems that they cover. We have to be able to procure, we have to be able to develop as we procure, and once in the field, we have to be able to update on a regular basis. So my honourable friend must take from that, this isn't just a question of better value for money, this is a question of better speed and clearer decision-taking in everything that we do, and that will be a hallmark of the way that we develop our procurement reforms and the way that we develop a new industrial strategy driven to try and reinforce growth in this country as part of the success of this government.
Iqbal Mohammed.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. May I congratulate and welcome the Defence Secretary and his ministers to their place. It is right that the UK stands with Ukraine to protect the lives and freedoms of the innocent people and the sovereignty of a free state. In addition to the military support provided, will the Secretary of State update the House on what diplomatic efforts are being carried out to negotiate an end to the Russian aggression and a full withdrawal from Ukraine and a return to a peaceful coexistence as soon as possible?
So, Madam Deputy Speaker, I just would say to the honourable gentleman, it's the Ukrainians that are fighting, not us. It's the Ukrainians that make the call about when to stop fighting and when to start talking, not us. Our task is to reinforce the Ukrainians now, to put them in the strongest possible position if and when they make that decision, and then to put them in the strongest possible position if they do go into negotiations.
Graham Downey.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and thank you to the Secretary of State for his statement. One of the key features linked throughout the statement, and indeed the discussion today, has been the importance of consensus and cooperation and building a coalition. Can I ask the Secretary of State for an update on what steps he intends to take next to make sure that we are supporting Ukraine with the broadest and best coalition possible?
Indeed, I thank my honourable friend for that. It was my first time at the Ramstein meeting on Friday last week. It was the 24th such meeting that, of that coalition led by the US, but with the participation on Friday of senior representatives from 50 other countries, all pledging both more military support for Ukraine and reinforcing the unity with which we can stand with Ukraine. Not just reassurance, I hope, for Ukrainians, but a signal, I hope, to President Putin that we remain united, we remain resolute, and in the end, he will not prevail.
Alex Shelbrooke.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I very much welcome the Secretary of State's statement, and he's quite right to outline the threats that Russia is now facing onto NATO territory. Last week, the NATO Parliamentary Assembly was in Alaska looking at the missile intercept system, part of which is done through our air filing deals. But the UK and most of Europe is not protected by a missile intercept system. So may I ask the right honourable gentleman, in relation to the comments he's made in the threat that Russia's making, that as we move into the strategic defence review, that a NATO-led missile intercept system is something he is able to discuss, because it is quite a hole in the defence of Europe at this moment in time.
Well, Madam Deputy Speaker, I grew up and went to school near RAF Fylingdales in North Yorkshire. Those big golf balls, when they were up, were a feature of the landscape for many years. I can say to my honourable friend that the Strategic Defence Review, led externally, but with the Department supporting it, has set out a set of propositions that pose some of the sort of questions that he's interested in. And I can confirm also that this is a defence review which will welcome and invite contributions from all parties, including from those who may be on the backbenches but well informed and playing roles in the wider defence and security world, not just on the front bench. So I would invite my honourable friend to consider the propositions the review has published, to consider the sort of submission that he might make as part of their deliberations, and if he can do that, we'd certainly welcome it.
Scott Arthur.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I'd like to thank the Secretary of State for his statement and also say that I'm proud of the role service personnel in my constituencies have played in training our Ukrainian brothers and sisters. And I'd also like to thank the Secretary of State for outlining the death toll in this war, Putin's brutal war. It's absolutely horrendous, and I hope that in time we will see him held to account for this and the wider damage caused by the conflict. Despite the scale of the devastation, for many in the UK, this war seems like quite a distant event. That could change almost overnight if one of the many nuclear reactors in the region are damaged. I'd like to ask the Secretary of State what discussions he's had with partners about that particular issue.
Well, can I, Madam Deputy Speaker, pass on to my honourable friend our thanks and tribute to any of his constituents that were involved in the Interflex training programme to date. Can I also say to him that on the question of pursuing Putin for his war crimes, this is a government, this is a country, and a tribute to the previous government, that has been willing to help fund the Ukrainian effort to gather the evidence required to prepare potentially legal cases that allow us to bring to justice those leaders in Russia responsible for this. The Ukrainian legal authorities are currently documenting 135,000 reported alleged incidents of war crimes in their country. This is a huge job they can't do without our expertise and our support. But fundamentally, we are also now a government that in opposition made the commitment to support the setting up of a special tribunal that potentially could try President Putin for the crime of aggression.
Shalin.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Can I thank very much the Secretary of State for his statement and his very clear commitment to Ukraine and its people. Everyone in this House supports exactly what the Right Honourable Member is saying, and thank him for that. With the breaking news that Ukraine has sent drones to Moscow and central Russia, it is clear that technology is very much at the forefront of this conflict. Can the Secretary of State perhaps underline the technical support that government has made available to our Ukrainian friends, and if we can be of further assistance to bring this war to an end and to allow the children, Ukrainian children, back into education and allow the families to build their lives once again? Thank you.
I'm really grateful to the honourable gentleman, because in a way he sort of prompts me to say something that I really didn't give enough emphasis to, which is this. Never mind the government support, the technology that he talks about in the hands of the Ukrainians that is playing such a decisive role is so often developed and provided by the bright people in our and other countries' industries. And I really want to say to the House, we pay tribute to all those in our British industrial and research companies who are in some cases working with the government, in some cases working under contract to the Ukrainians to provide them with what they need to win this fight, to protect their country's future and regain their territorial integrity.
Final question, Calvin Bailey.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I thank the Secretary of State for his statement and for the early opportunities he has provided for all MPs from all parties to be briefed on the ongoing situation within Ukraine. Can I welcome this and his this government and his personal commitment to keeping members of this House regularly updated on this issue? Can I ask that he ensures that the lessons identified from Ukraine, in particular those of the formations and structures that are allowing the Ukrainian forces to be so effective, are fed into the SDR?
Yes, indeed, Madam Speaker. And can I say to him, someone who served until very close to the last general election in a very distinguished and senior capacity in our forces, can I say to him, like I did to the honourable gentleman for, is it Elmet still? The honourable gentleman for Elmet? Elmet and Rothwell?
Will there be an easement?
The defence reviewers will welcome contributions from this House from all sides, particularly where members of this House who do have such deep expertise are willing to make that available. And finally, appreciate his welcome of this early statement and just say to him, it will not be the last.
Point of order, Gregory Campbell.
Deputy Speaker, thank you. Today the House is due to debate and vote on a vital issue that affects millions of our senior citizens, the winter fuel payment. Absentee Sinn Féin members from Northern Ireland who have received millions of pounds over recent years for having not done their job and not taken their seats, if they were to take those seats today and vote with many of us, along with some members opposite, the result and outcome might be different. Can you inform the House, Madam Deputy Speaker, if the Speaker's office has been informed that Sinn Féin members, 7 of them, do intend to take their seats today and to, as opposed to just talking about opposition to austerity, actually vote for it in the House today?
I am grateful to the honourable member for giving me notice of his point of order, but this is not a matter for the Chair. Before we move on to business of the day, I have to notify the House, in accordance with the Royal Assent Act 1967, that the King has signified his royal assent to the following Act: Budget Responsibility Act 2024. I now will move on to the social security business of the day. Before I start this, I just want to let the House know that I will be bringing in the Secretary of State at the end of the debate. So I will now move on to motion number 1 on social security. Mel Stride, Shadow Secretary of State, to move.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I beg to move the motion on the order paper. Madam Deputy Speaker, the party opposite, the government, in the general election said they were going to bring in a new style of politics. Politics centred on integrity and transparency. And so it was during that election that we held them to account and pressed them on matters of tax amongst other matters. And we will find out with the budget at the end of next month whether they were telling the truth or not. And I have my suspicions. But we've already discovered one thing right now, and that is we also pressed them on the winter fuel payment. Millions of pensioners benefiting up and down the country. And why? Because this party on this side of the House stands full square between our elderly. We believe that they should have security and dignity in their later years. And Madam Deputy Speaker, we actually received those cast iron assurances from the party opposite. In fact, the then Shadow Chief Secretary to the Treasury said when pressed on the winter fuel payment, and where is he is a good question to ask, that the Labour Party had no plans, I quote, no plans to do anything in respect to the winter fuel payment. And indeed, Labour candidates up and down the country gleefully pointed to their manifesto as having no mention of doing anything on this particular matter. But look, Madam Deputy Speaker, within a matter of a few short weeks, what has happened? What happened to integrity? What happened to transparency? It went out of the window. Broken promises already. That special contract that they sought to have with the British people based on integrity and decency smashed into a million pieces. And what is the impact of these measures? Well, to a degree we don't know, and I will come on to that, Madam Deputy Speaker. But what we do know is that 9 out of 10 pensioners will lose the winter fuel payment up to £300, at the most difficult time of year for millions of them, at a time when the energy guarantee, the price cap, is going up by 10%. And the suggestion from the members opposite that somehow this is just the wealthy that are affected, the millionaires. Far from it. 2/3 of those pensioners who are living below the poverty line will have this benefit removed.
Shocking.
And the 880, they don't like it, they don't like it. And the 880,000 pensioners who we know who are eligible for pension credit but are not yet receiving it will also suffer. And the party opposite, and they chunter from a sedentary position, but the party opposite may say they're going to have these wonderful campaigns that's going to get everybody that's entitled onto pension credit. The reality is that even if they did that, that would see a cost to the Exchequer of £3.8 billion, which is over twice the money they say they are going to be saving. This is an absurd policy which their own plans are actually actively working against. And the haste with which this has been carried out, Madam Deputy Speaker, is simply jaw-dropping. We do not have any impact assessments. We do know, I will momentarily, we do not know what the impact will be across the income distribution. We do not know, every member of this House does not know what the impact will be within their own constituency. We do not know what the recommendation of the Social Security Advisory Committee will be. Why? Because they will not be given the information until tomorrow, we are told. And this, of course, has not formed part of what it should have formed part of, which is a major fiscal event with the OBR scoring it and an economic and fiscal outlook accompanying it. In fact, I will come to the honourable gentleman. The only authority to comment thus far on these measures is the House of Lords Secondary Legislation Scrutiny Committee, who said, and I quote, "We are unconvinced by the reasons given for the urgency attached to laying these regulations, and are particularly concerned that this both precludes appropriate scrutiny and creates issues with the practicalities of bringing in the change at short notice." That, Madam Deputy Speaker, I think says it all. And I will give way to the honourable gentleman who's been very patient.
Finally giving way. Could a shadow minister clarify which leadership contender has called for the means testing of the winter fuel allowance? Clarify.
Well, I'm left feeling, Madam Deputy Speaker, that intervention was barely worth the wait, I'm afraid. So, Madam Deputy Speaker, the fact that we even have a debate today is near miraculous, given the resistance from the party opposite. It is, of course, because of the scrutiny that this side of the House, this Conservative Party, is providing to this government. We know also the petitions that have been railing against these measures. Silver Voices, 100,000 people. 38 Degrees, 1/3 of a million. Age UK, over 500,000 people calling on this government to think again. The press, particularly the Express newspaper, doing such a sterling job in bringing these matters to the attention. And even the trade union movement, Unite, pointing a finger at this government and saying it is picking the pockets of pensioners. I give way to my honourable friend.
I'm grateful to my right honourable friend for giving way. I think it's the sense of disappointment. Yesterday we had the Health Secretary dragged in here because we have a multi-million-pound making consultant in the health industry wandering the corridors with access to papers. Today we have pensioners betrayed. And does my honourable friend agree, right honourable friend agree, that when people voted Labour they thought they were getting change, they thought they were going to get transparency, they were promised higher standards, they are getting the opposite.
I thank my honourable friend for his very appropriate intervention. He is, of course, right. The only thing that is surprising is how remarkably quickly this has all fallen apart. Now, Madam Deputy Speaker, the government, of course, will take no responsibility for what has happened. They will blame us with this fictitious black hole. And the leader of the House, and I invite anybody on the opposition side to support her in this assertion, has suggested that this measure was necessary in order to avoid a run on the pound. It's just as well, Madam Deputy Speaker, they're not in charge of the economy, or we might end up in a real mess. I'll give way to the honourable lady.
Thank you for giving way. Thank you very much for giving way. Does he agree that if a local council had run the finances of the council into the ground the way that his party did to the country, with a £22 billion black hole, that you would have called the commissioners in the morning and you would have instigated swinging cuts? And could I ask him, given that this is the case, and he now seems to have just decided that his party no longer cares about balancing the books, will he apologise?
Order. Shadow Minister.
Well, I think, Madam Deputy Speaker, that slightly lengthy question might be better addressed by way of a rather lengthy letter to the leaders of Birmingham City Council. And could I say, Madam Deputy Speaker, that of course all politics is about choices, and what this government has done is it has caved in to its trade union paymasters. It has settled way above inflation. Junior doctors 22%, train drivers 14%. And what it has done is it has stood up for the trade union paymasters on the backs of vulnerable pensioners. And that is not right. And before I take the intervention of the honourable gentleman, if it's not the case that the trade unions are running the Labour Party, hands up everybody opposite who has not received some money from the trade unions. Has not received. Hands up anybody who has not received money from the trade unions for their campaigning or their private office. One person. One person, Madam Deputy Speaker. Therein lies the truth. The truth about who is running the Labour Party. And of course, Madam Deputy Speaker, we have seen all of this. We have seen all of this before. We have seen all of this before. In the last Labour government, we had the 75p pensioner increase. We had Gordon Brown's stealth tax on private pensions, £118 billion in total. And was it any surprise that we ended up with the fourth highest level of pensioner poverty across the whole of Europe? I give way to the honourable gentleman.
Can I thank the Minister for giving way? Can I ask, when he talks about choices and pensioners, when his party chose to suspend the triple lock in 2021 and give a below-inflation increase to pensioners, costing them £500, what was his concern then, and why did he say nothing?
No, the honourable gentleman is entirely wrong. What we went into the election promising was the triple lock plus, which would have made sure that, unlike with his party, where he is going to see thousands of millions of pensioners dragged into income tax, many of them for the first time, we were prepared to stand up and say that we would not do that. But, Madam Deputy Speaker, the party... how could I not give that?
Can I commend the right honourable gentleman for bringing this forward and to be fair to his party as well? This is a massive issue for my constituents across the whole of the United Kingdom. Quite simply, and I say with respect to the Labour Party on the far side, this does not conform with any of the Labour Party policies that I know of the past. I think all my pensioners who have contacted me say they are concerned simply because, first of all, the threshold is too low. The pension credit will take 9 weeks to process, even if they get to all of the 28% eligible people in Northern Ireland. And also the £400 that Labour government has approved, which will not come to spring of next year. 3 reasons why this policy today, this motion today, has to be supported.
The honourable gentleman is, of course, entirely right, as always, and I completely agree with every word that he has just said. So, Madam Deputy Speaker, we are the party of the triple lock. We were the party of the triple lock plus. We were the party that has raised the state pension by £3,700 since 2010, and we are the party that has seen 200,000 fewer pensioners in absolute poverty since we came to office. That is now going to go into reverse. So can I, Madam Deputy Speaker, now rather more gently, rather more quietly, make an impassioned plea to those sitting opposite? Look to your conscience. These measures, you know in your heart, no, I will not give away. You know in your heart that these measures are wrong. You know in your heart that the party opposite has broken their promises and that these measures are going to lead to untold hardship for millions of elderly and vulnerable people right up and down this country. You now have an opportunity to join with us and put a stop to it.
The question is motion number 1 as on the order paper, and I call Dame Meg Hillier.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And before I start, I would like to thank the House for putting its confidence in me to chair the Treasury Select Committee for the term of this Parliament. I am the servant of this House, and I will question without fear or favour those who appear before us, and I look forward to engaging with the new members I have yet to get to know. I should also, before this debate, declare an interest in that my husband has been in receipt of the winter fuel allowance, but of course if the vote changes that today, he will no longer receive that. I should add, for his own vanity, the lower limit. But the decision we are asked to make today, Madam Deputy Speaker, is a difficult one. But sadly, it is not going to be the only difficult decision that faces this new Labour government. Before the last general election, I had the privilege of having chaired the Public Accounts Committee for this House for the last 9 years. And in that role, I saw all of the impacts on the public finances, current, past and future. And when people I hear my colleague, the Right Honourable Member for Leeds, West and Pudsey, talk about the challenges ahead and the dire consequences, I would say, and you think it's that bad, I know it's a lot worse. We've heard of the Chuckle Brothers. I described us as the Misery Sisters, because when she said it was bad, I say it's going to be worse than that. And that is the reality, that the chickens are coming home to roost on the money and the spending of the previous government. So we saw a number of problems, which I laid out in my last annual report as chair of the Public Accounts Committee. Factually accurate, of course, information. The fact that the NHS capital budget was raided to pay for day-to-day expenses, but that the backlog of capital expenditure in the NHS was £10.2 billion in the year ending 2022. On that point, certainly can wait.
As I served with her on the PAC, I warmly congratulate her on her election as chair of the TSC. The House has effectively made a very good choice. The Raleigh and Rochford Association of Voluntary Services, who I met with last Friday, were genuinely worried about this. In a nutshell, their argument was, if people on very modest incomes are now frightened to heat, that could lead to illness by many of those people, who then will present themselves to hospital and increase the winter pressures on A&E. So by that method, it would be a false economy. The game isn't worth the candle. What does the Right Honourable Lady, who I respect, say to that?
Well, I thank the Right Honourable Gentleman, who I had the pleasure of serving with on the Public Accounts Committee, and an example of how this House works closely together, because I don't think most people would think we would agree on many issues. But on the Public Accounts Committee, we produced every report in tandem. But he will know that the pressures on the NHS are legion, that many of the same people who will be suffering this cut to their income, that we'll come on to some of the measures to ameliorate it in a moment, will also be the same people queuing and waiting for a hospital appointment. And I know too many pensioners who, if they can't afford it, don't get that hip replacement, but that many who are cashing in their savings where they have it in order to pay for a hip replacement so they can have a quality of life. That is not the NHS that I don't think he or I want to see in this country. And so we need to make choices. And one of those choices that this government is making is to make sure that we pull those waiting lists back. But I could digress into the NHS for a very long time, and if he will forgive me, I will move on. Because we look at our schools estate, again, capital funding. The Department for Education itself, under the last government, asked the Treasury for capital funding for schools of £5.3 billion in 2020. It was allocated only £3.1 billion. So there's a big backlog there. If you look at the defence sector, again, many examples, but let me just pick a couple. Decommissioning nuclear submarines, not a single one that has come out of service has yet been decommissioned in this country, will cost around £500 million in 2018 prices for a single one, amounting to nearly £750 million in 2018 prices to complete all of those. It's getting to a critical point. These are decisions delayed and deferred. These are decisions delayed and deferred for too long by governments of all colours in this case, not just the last government. And there is an at least £17 billion gap in the defence equipment plan over 10 years. And there's a lack of transparency over the spending in local authorities because of the crisis in local government audit, which was overseen by this government, and not enough was done to deal with it. I could go on. There is a long list of expensive things that this government needs to now put right because of neglect over a period of time. And there are budget challenges. Let me continue for a moment. There are budget challenges this year. Many decisions that were made in recent budgets which have hit the public finances, or would hit the public finances in 25, 26 or beyond that. And that's either because there was huge optimism about the state of economic growth, or a deferral of painful cuts. Different members of the House will have their views.
I thank the right honourable lady and I congratulate her to coming on her position, but she's just outlined a number of projects that need to be found in terms of public spending. But as the Shadow Secretary of State outlined, the government's decision today will save £1.1 billion, and the replacements that they're putting in place will cost £3 billion. How does that make economic sense, and how does that help the case that she's making?
Give credit to the right honourable gentleman for his chutzpah in coming today to say that it is this government that has denuded pensioners of income, when it is member for Stoke highlighted, the previous government has a track record on this. And there are 880,000 pensioners who, under the right honourable gentleman's watch, didn't get pension credit, although they deserve it. So these are pensioners that have lost out on £3,900 a year, some cases for many years, because the last government fell down on its job because it protected some pensioners but not all. Where was the urgency then? And these are crocodile tears when those people were suffering. But it is right that pensioners should get what they are entitled to, and pension credit is not being abolished by this government but being promoted to make sure that the very poorest pensioners get that income into their hands. But there is one of the things that is absolutely apparent is we cannot take this in isolation. And I am not going to change because we have a budget coming on the 30th of October. And knowing what I knew a few months ago as chair of the Public Accounts Committee and what I know today, I'm not going to change my tune about the dire state of public finances. But there is a second challenge that we face. At the same time as our public finances are in a dire state, many of our citizens are facing the same challenges in their personal finances. And the government, this Labour government, is rightly committed to growth, but growth will require an approach to taxation that helps ensure growth. We'll therefore hear many arguments about the need for a taxation system that will underpin growth. And I'll give way to the honourable lady.
I thank my right honourable friend, and I call her a friend because we have worked very closely over the last few years. And I do welcome the fact that she was elected, and I would have supported her for that role. The difficulty is the public are not buying it because we are essentially saying that pensioners who are vulnerable, and over 20,000 in my constituency, will lose the support they are currently getting. You cannot, as a government, claim that you need to take this money from pensioners and then reward trained drivers who work 4 days a week on 70 grand a year. This is the difficulty. So how is she explaining that to her constituents? Because I haven't been able to give an answer.
I could speak forever about the challenges that this government left. But let's be clear, I've spoken about the NHS. Let's take the dire state of what was happening on our train services. It was the former government, that refused to engage and stop the strikes, which meant that anybody travelling had no certainty about whether they could get to everything from work to a family funeral, and lives were put in havoc because of this. So it is absolutely right that we begin to set right the chaos that the last government left. And yes, there is a cost to that. And the challenge for my right honourable friend, the member for Leeds West and Pudsey, and this government, is how we do that and make those decisions that will build up the future of Britain in the way that we all want to see. But we also need to address, as I was saying about taxation, the biggest challenge in our taxation system is that those who are facing the greatest financial challenges often face the biggest challenges of all. Because the reality is that the greatest cliff edges in our taxation and benefits system affect not those who are already started to earn and accumulate wealth, but those who are most financially challenged. For those at the margin, we keep coming across examples. This is not the only one where the marginal costs of a slight improvement in income can drastically outweigh that improvement. Everything from whether we see tax thresholds frozen to many more examples, for example, with child benefit, the issues we've seen there. And the debate we're having today is such an example. The solution isn't to duck or defer the need for tough choices. So for the record, I will be voting with the government this evening. But equally, for the record, I want this government to commit to tackling those cliff edges, because that's what progressive policy and taxation policy will look like. And I know from bitter experience, as many members of this House will, that rushed laws tend to be bad laws. But this is not. So I do not expect some Houdini-like solution to be announced by my right honourable friend for Leicester West from the front bench in the closing speeches. But instead, I expect and trust her that she will consider removing these chains of poverty as a key mission for this government in a thoughtful, carefully planned way, tied up with the next budget, but way beyond that. I also know, as again many members will, that there are technical challenges in making changes. Look at what's happened with child benefit, the limits on income for child benefit, dragging many people into tax returns, where households of the same income did or didn't receive child benefit depending on who was earning the money. And that's an example on why lessons on why changes, when they're made, need to be made in a sustainable way with a plan. And my right honourable friend on the front bench and her colleagues has a plan. But the winter fuel allowance, which we're discussing now, is a prime example of the problems that those cliff edges create. And addressing those in isolation, however, will leave in place all the other cliff edges. And we need to look at this challenging poverty in the round. I was honoured to be chosen to be the chair of the Treasury Select Committee yesterday. I do not yet have committee members to be elected. The chair of the DWP Select Committee is yet to be elected. And so I cannot promise exactly, and I cannot speak for a committee that does not yet exist on a cross-party basis. But I will be urging the committee to consider this wider challenge of cliff edges as a matter of urgency. And I look forward to working with ministers to find some practical steps forward. We have to make tough choices in government in year, because one of the challenges is that the hole in the public finances is not just about the whole today, but that in previous budgets, decisions were made to defer spending to later years. So the real challenge is now, and I have seen too often calls for efficiency savings, for cuts in year, which actually end up being deferred. If you look at what happened to the defence equipment plan under the Conservative government in 2010, there was a desire to balance the books. In doing so, the Ministry of Defence deferred spending. It moved it to the right, which left us with aircraft carriers without aircraft and a raft of other problems. So deferring decisions and spending does not solve things. And this government Parliament and this Cabinet is making the tough decisions to make those difficult decisions in year, because that is financially literate and the right thing to do.
I call the Father of the House, Sir Edward Lee.
If I can reach out to the other party for a moment, there is, I think, a case for having a serious debate about the total package that we give to pensioners. And we could have done this in a sensible way, and I raised it myself and questioned some aspects of the triple lock a couple of years ago. It's a very difficult debate, but I do understand that the total package paid to pensioners as a proportion of gross national product must not keep increasing every year, because that is the way ultimately to bankrupt the country. And we need to have a social contract between older people like myself and younger people, particularly in terms of house building. I understand all that. That is a debate we should have been having today, and we could have combined as a House to have it and to protect the public finances. But this is not the debate that we are having. We are debating the action of a government which has not just gone against a manifesto commitment. There was no manifesto commitment to do this. They actually gave a specific promise that they would not do this. And this surely is a question of public trust, an absolute guarantee. And this is why I think people are so upset. Now, I know that some people will say, and here I declare an interest, why should somebody like me receive the winter fuel allowance? All right, let's have a serious debate about that. But what about the people, and this is the sort of people that I feel so strongly about, who've worked hard all their life,
serve the country.
They've served their country, they receive a very small occupational pension, they don't receive pension credit, they are looking after every penny, and suddenly, because they don't receive pension credit and can't receive pension credit because they have a very small occupational pension, their winter fuel allowance is taken away. And this will make a real difference to them. So I think that we've really got to consider them and have a serious debate about how we're going to protect these people. And if I may make one suggestion to the government, and this was alluded to by the honourable member who's just spoken, there should have been some serious debate about tapering or anything else. No, I tell you what this is all about. This is about a punishment beating. The new Labour government decided a punishment beating. The new Labour government decided they had to make their case that the public finances were in a dire state. There was this 22 billion black hole. We spend £1,200 billion every year. This 22 billion so-called black hole is a mere accounting device. And this whole debate, what the Labour government are now trying to do is to make the political point that the Conservative Party ran the country into the ground and therefore we've got to punish the pensioners. It's absolute and complete rubbish. And what those we represent can't understand, these people who worked hard all their life, who've done their bit for the country, who their total package is perhaps £13,000 or £14,000 a year, what they can't understand is that this so-called saving of public money is actually going to go to the train drivers who earn £70,000 a year. They just don't understand it.
9 billion.
So for God's sake, let's have a serious debate. Let's try and unite on this issue, and let's not keep taking away benefits from people just above the pension credit limit. And of course there are many pensioners who are entitled to pension credit for all sorts of reasons, will never claim it. They are suffering, and so they will be even worse off. And there's another point to be made, is I know the government will argue that the total package will be worth more after the increase in the triple lock next year. But actually, if you are a pensioner who's drawn your pension before 2016, by the time you've had this cut, you will probably be even worse off. The first cut in the state pension for years. This is not acceptable. This is not the right way to go about things. We should unite around a sensible package that rewards pensioners for their hard work, but does not just indulge in a political gesture.
I recognise the serious economic context for the debate today. The IFS, for example, has estimated that 320,000 people have been pushed into poverty because of mortgage interest rate rises triggered by the disastrous autumn 2022 mini-budget. And of course, there were many unfunded policies that the then Prime Minister made. So while I recognise the policy measures in the King's Speech will go a long way to reduce household costs and increase incomes in the medium term, tackling the appalling poverty that we're seeing, they will not come in time for this winter. I'm proud that Labour are continuing with a triple lock on pensions, something that will be worth an estimated £460, an extra £460, but this won't happen until next spring. The setting up of a new energy production company, Great British Energy, again alongside making homes more efficient, is a fantastic initiative, but it will contribute to our net zero targets and reduce the energy bills for millions. But again, this won't be in time to offset the 10% increase in energy bills this winter. I support our focus about growing our economy, but again, this will not happen overnight. The Joseph Rowntree Foundation estimated in their report earlier this year that there are 2 million pensioners living in poverty, about 1 in 6 of all pensioners. In areas like my Oldham constituency, poverty rates are much higher. We have 1 in 2 children living in poverty. And from the figures, we estimate that that will also be the same for pensioners. We know that 4 in 10 older people in Oldham East and Saddles have a disability and almost half have a long-term health condition. We also know that even before the escalation of energy costs, over 1 in 6 households were living in fuel poverty. Although pension credit provides extra financial support for the poorest pensioners and opens up help such as housing benefit and council tax discounts for those who are eligible for it, only 5,500 of the 8,000 out of the 9,000 households in Oldham are eligible to claim it. Again, I welcome the automatic linking of pension credit to housing benefit to increase the uptake, but this again won't happen in time for in the next few months. And what about, I'm not going to, thank you so much, I can't because I have been under strict guidance from the Deputy Speaker. 1 in 3 pensioners living in poverty are on private rented, in the private rented centre. So what are we going to do about that? But even if everyone eligible for pension credit were claiming it, according to Age UK, there will still be another 2 million pensioners slightly less badly off that won't be eligible for pension credit, and now the winter fuel payment. The cut-off threshold for pension credit is just under £12,000 a year for a single person. They're not wealthy pensioners. Poverty is poverty, whoever experiences, and we know that we've got 8 million working people living in poverty, 4.5 million disabled people, 4 million children, and 2 million pensioners. As we did in the previous Labour administrations, I know we will tackle this, but again, it won't happen overnight. So could I point out what we know about the health effects of the cold? The Lancet published a very good paper reviewing data from the last 20 years and showed the extra deaths, the excess deaths as a result of cold. I could mention dozens and dozens of cases from my constituents who've written into me, again, who are really just clinging on following the last 14 years. Could I ask my right honourable friends if they're able to tell what other options they may have considered, not just in terms of offsetting the loss of £300, but also alternative ways of raising the 1.4 billion means testing that we get from the winter fuel payment. I know how complex and difficult our economic situation is, but but please, we must protect our most vulnerable citizens. Thank you.
I call the Liberal Democrat spokesperson Wendy Chamberlain.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. Now, recent weeks have seen my inbox inundated with correspondence from pensioners in North East Fife, because it gets quite cold up there, Madam Deputy Speaker, who are deeply worried. And I'm sure, in fact, I know that that's far from a unique experience across this House. And since the Chancellor's announcement in late July, we've all heard the concerns of our elderly constituents. We know that the winter fuel payment provides vital support during the coldest months of the year. It is not a luxury, and the Chancellor's decision will leave as many as 2 million people extremely worried about how they will afford their energy bills this winter. Now, we on these benches accept that the new government has been left with an unenviable task of rebuilding our economy after the mess left by the previous government, and nobody is disputing that years of Conservative mismanagement have left the public finances in crisis. But this cut is simply wrong. It is wrong to strip support from many of the poorest pensioners, just as energy bills are set to rise again. It is wrong to force vulnerable elderly people to make that choice between heating and eating this winter. And it is the wrong answer to the challenges that we face. The way that we treat the vulnerable members of our communities reflects who we are as a society, and what sort of signal does it send turning our backs on millions of pensioners. In addition, I've campaigned consistently for unpaid carers since my election, as indeed has my party and our leader, the Right Honourable Member for Kingston and Surbiton. Now, census figures, with the proviso that Scottish census data is still awaited, suggest that there are almost 1.4 million people across the UK aged over 65 who are providing unpaid care. And although Carers UK await data on how many will lose the winter fuel allowance, we know that these carers and those that they care for are some of the most vulnerable in our society. I'm happy to give way to my honourable friend.
I thank my honourable friend for giving way. And on the note of disproportionate effects on certain groups, I'm sure she is aware North Norfolk is home to 28,000 pensioners and has the title of being the oldest constituency in the country. Many of them face already higher energy costs due to the huge number of North Norfolk homes which are off the gas grid. Does she agree with me that these cuts will have a disproportionate impact on older rural constituencies like North Norfolk, and the government must go back to the drawing board with these misguided proposals?
I'm grateful to my honourable friend for giving way. I think that is one of the things that's often lost in relation to the energy price increases that we've seen in recent years, that the price cap and guarantee does not support those who are using other forms of fuel. And I know that those issues have been raised in the House before, and I look forward to hearing what the government is going to do to support those individuals. A new Parliament represents an opportunity to move on from the chaos and misery of recent years. But this cut would be far from a fresh start. It would be a disappointing and shameful abandonment of poor and vulnerable pensioners. Age UK have strongly condemned this cut. I will in a second. They point out that it's been introduced with virtually no notice and no compensatory measures. And I just want to note from the debate this morning, when the Pensions Minister was talking about compensatory measures, that we know that there is real complexity around what will additionally be available to support people. We know the questionnaires that are needed for pensioner credit. We know that a household support fund has been extended, but we don't know what that will mean. And we know that the £150 grant may be available for some. But what you are left with after listening to the debate this morning is that we are in a position where the government have made a decision to make this cut, but they have not properly thought through the consequences or the measures that will be available to support those most in need. I'm happy to give way to the honourable member.
Do you agree with me that when the coalition government came in 2010, we faced a really serious economic crisis, a really genuine black hole, and we had to make some very tough decisions as a coalition government. But we never did this.
I'm grateful to the honourable member for giving way. Obviously, there were difficult decisions that were made during the coalition, but the government is saying today that one of the things that they are doing is continuing the triple lock. And one of the reasons why the Liberal Democrats supported that move, brought that move in during coalition government, and one of the reasons why we continue to support the triple lock is we know that still not enough has been done to best support our vulnerable pensioners. I'm grateful to give way to the honourable member.
we're forgiven away. I'm sure she'll acknowledge that in Scotland we have the coldest climate in the whole of the United Kingdom. We will be disproportionately hit, and it's absurd that that will happen in energy-rich Scotland. Will she appeal to all Scottish members to ensure this is supported tonight? And I'm sure constituents right across Scotland will be watching very carefully how Scottish members of Parliament vote tonight. So will she encourage them to vote with us this evening?
To the honourable member for his intervention. I think we all know that geographical disparities exist, not only in terms of how cold parts of the country are, but also in relation to the differing energy costs that different communities face, not just in terms of those different rates, but also because of the different means of fuel. I mean, we are obviously, I'm standing here, we will be supporting the official opposition's motion tonight, and I hope other MPs across this House do so. So, going back to Age UK, they have drawn attention to low take-up rates for pension credit. Around 1 million pensioners would be eligible for pension credit but do not claim it, often due to a lack of awareness. And since the Chancellor's announcement, we've seen lots from the Government about how they are going to increase the uptake. And indeed, we have seen reports that suggest an increase in application, but also that the wait times for that is increasing. So what I'd like to seek from the Secretary of State is, if people are applying for pension credit and only get that confirmed after the date in which the winter fuel payment is made, will those people be caught up with? And an awareness drive is all well and good, but the DWP has stated that its calculations assume an increase in that uptake of pension credit. But that will still leave over 700,000 eligible pensioners not getting pension credit and therefore not getting winter fuel payments. And those of us in the last Parliament will remember numerous drop-ins and dear colleagues to outline the steps that the then government was taking to encourage pension credit uptake and what MPs themselves could do. I certainly remember writing regularly in my local newspaper column to outline how people could apply. But the reality is the numbers of people uptaking pension credit is stubbornly stuck at 70% ceiling. I'd be really interested to know what this government is going to do that will be radically different in order to increase this. And the government's rationale is that this cut will save an estimated £1.4 billion by means testing the winter fuel payment. But have they made an assessment of what that saving would be if they fulfil that other stated aim of making sure that all those eligible for pension credit claim? Is there not a fundamental contradiction at the heart of this measure today? How can the government aim to boost pension credit on the one hand while aiming to maximise the fiscal savings that it is making through this cut? What will it cost to increase the take-up rate? And can the Secretary of State give an assurance that the Treasury will give its full support to any measures aimed at boosting the uptake of pension credit? And a separate but unrelated issue, Madam Deputy Speaker, is that of the cliff edge. Analysis by Policy and Practice shows that around 130,000 elderly people miss out on pension credit as they are just £500 over the income threshold to claim the benefit. And we know that those vulnerable elderly people will now be cut off from winter fuel payments with just a few months' notice. And that leaves me feeling, Madam Deputy Speaker, that there is cruelty at the heart of this cut. These vulnerable pensioners who have spent years struggling under a Conservative cost of living crisis are now faced with a double hit, an increase in the energy price cut from the 1st of October, alongside being stripped of those winter fuel payments. It is important that we do not forget that energy costs are much increased than they were from a few years ago. So arguably a winter fuel payment is needed more than it ever was. This House has an opportunity today to do the right thing and protect those vulnerable members of our society. So Liberal Democrats will be supporting this motion and opposes the move to strip pensioners of that support. And I hope other members will do the same.
Members will have seen that there's a lot of interest in this debate, so I am going to impose a clear 3-minute time limit from now on. Anna Dixon.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I'm pleased to have the opportunity to speak in this debate on changes to winter fuel allowance. I, like many of my colleagues on these benches, have been contacted by constituents who are worried about the impact of these changes. But I also bring 25 years of experience of working on public health and older people, latterly as Chief Executive of a national ageing charity. And during this time, I came to understand the impact of cold and damp homes on the health and well-being of older people and the challenges of addressing pensioner poverty. So let's be clear. With those pensioners up and down the country who will be losing their winter fuel payments this winter, where the ultimate responsibility for today's decision lies. Not with the member for Leeds West and Pudsey, but with the member for Godalming and Ash and his party. It turns out they were pursuing a scorched earth policy, the NHS running on empty, costs of housing, asylum seekers spiraling, and hollow promises on capital projects across the country, including in my own constituency. I know that the Chancellor and her colleagues have not taken the decision lightly to means test the winter fuel payments. Hard choices have to be made to put the country's finances back in order. So, we know there are many pensioners who are going to miss out, and I worry that they're going to be left in the cold. In my constituency of Shipley, there are 1,160 people who are eligible for pensioner credit but not receiving it. I spoke to a resident in a sheltered housing scheme in Cottingley at the weekend. He didn't know if he was eligible and was not sufficiently mobile to attend a local community centre. So I do ask the Secretary of State to work with colleagues in MHCLG to urge housing associations and local authorities to support their residents to apply for pension credit and other benefits to which they may be entitled. The other group who risk being left in the cold this winter are those whose disabilities, health conditions, or who live in cold and damp accommodation. We know that cold homes can cause and worsen respiratory conditions, cardiovascular disease, poor mental health, dementia and hypothermia. In 2019, the NHS spent at least £2.5 billion per year treating illnesses directly linked to cold, damp and dangerous homes. So pensioners are more likely to be living in poorly insulated homes, leading to a higher risk of fuel poverty. I'm worried about pensioners like Barbara in my constituency, a full-time carer, husband with dementia, having to spend more money because they're at home and because he is ill. So I would also urge my colleagues that given the crisis that the NHS faces, a result directly of the 14 years of funding pressure and cuts that the party opposite, that they work with colleagues in the Department of Health and Social Care to ensure winter planning guidance means the NHS tackles fuel poverty. Thank you.
I call Esther McVeigh.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Who would have thought a Prime Minister, not even in office for 10 weeks, would be so out of touch with the public? Yet here we are, and yes, this Prime Minister is, along with the Chancellor and the whole of his Cabinet, who are going along with and supporting this cruel policy. The Chancellor should be under no illusion that the public knows this decision to rob millions of pensioners of their winter fuel allowance, for which the government has no mandate, has nothing to do with economics and everything to do with cynical political calculation. And the haste with which it is being done is breathtaking. All benefits regulations are required by law to be considered by the Independent Social Security Advisory Committee. This is generally done in advance of the legislation being laid. In this case, however, the Labour government has opted for urgency provision that allows SAC consideration to be retrospective. Some say that that is bypassing SAC scrutiny. As well as evading that scrutiny, where is the government's impact assessment on removing winter fuel payment from these pensioners, particularly in light of the latest information that bills will be rising by £150 this year? I will indeed give way.
There are 18,900 people losing winter fuel payment in my constituency, and many of them are among the 800,000 people who are not eligible for pension credit but below the government's own poverty line. What are they supposed to do?
Well said. What is worse, Madam Deputy Speaker, that this Labour government is so out of touch so early on in their government, the unnecessary haste this change is being brought in, the lack of scrutiny of this policy, or the breathtaking hypocrisy Labour is showing. For back in 2017, when the Conservative manifesto stated that it would means test benefits, the Labour Party's reaction was one of horror, that this could not be done. Publishing research that up to 4,000 pensioners' lives would be at risk and their pensioners would struggle to heat their homes. And so the Conservatives did not do it. So what are we seeing here? that a Labour Party, when in office, ditches its beliefs and ditches its research. This government have been telling pensioners they didn't want to do this, but tough financial decisions must be made. But we all know that's poppycock. That wasn't the government's message to the already highly paid trade drivers. When they met them, money was no object. Have as much as you want. The public are not as stupid as this government think they are. No, this is good old-fashioned pork barrel politics, taking money away from the people that the Chancellor thinks don't vote Labour, like pensioners, to hand to people that they think do vote Labour, train drivers, public sector workers, while millions of pensioners, many of whom are struggling to make ends meet, are being sacrificed in this political strategic game. And by announcing the scrapping of the forthcoming and long-awaited cap on care costs, as well as laying the ground to remove council tax allowance for single people, Labour has basically declared war on pensioners, which will neither be forgotten or forgiven. Our pensioners deserve better than this, Madam Deputy Speaker. It's time Labour reverse this decision and restore the winter fuel allowance to all pensioners.
Alex McNair.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And in the interest of brevity, I'd just like to associate myself with some of the remarks made by my colleagues on this side around the desperate financial legacy that we've been left and the nature of cliff edges within the benefit system. We should do better than have cliff edges in the future going forward. But let's remind ourselves that the subject of this debate is the opposition motion to not means test winter fuel payments, which, let's face it, means maintaining payments to millions of people who are quite happy, including members opposite, to admit they don't need it. Given the dire legacy, the fragility of the economy, the immediate need for in-year savings, this is an emergency measure, and all the other calls on public spending, I cannot see how that's the best use of £1 billion or more pounds. But at the same time, I know that many of my constituents on state benefits, on with small private pensions, simply do not have the income to meet their everyday needs and fear not just the winter cold, but every bill. Many have written to me with heartbreaking stories of everyday struggles just to maintain the very basic qualities of life. We've heard some mitigations, and we'll hear about more. That's including the fact, let's remind ourselves, that the poorest pensioners will retain the winter fuel payments. Let's remind ourselves that people just above the threshold can apply for household funding support through their councils. And my office are already, in Rosendale and Darwin, are already working hard with residents to make sure that everyone in need gets the support that they need. And we've already helped a number of pensioners onto the benefits they deserve and need. But at the same time, we need to recognise that none of these steps, including the winter fuel payment itself, address the fundamental issues of pensioner poverty. We have to ask how it is this country will be spending over £150 billion a year on pensioner payments, and yet millions of Britons who have done the right things all their lives, worked hard, paying in, are still living in deep poverty, unable to afford the most basic comforts. This is not something we should simply accept. Such deep pensioner poverty should be a national embarrassment. Successive governments have ducked the issue. Winter fuel payments is one example of a sort of sticking plaster policy that sought to kick the can down the road, responding to a problem but never fully addressing it. It's poorly targeted, and for those who need it most, not nearly enough to make the difference. To truly address pensioner poverty with a fresh approach and be willing to challenge the assumptions of the past, we must deliver ambitious policies that target the causes of poverty, not just the symptoms. Home insulation and lower energy prices through GB Energy are just two examples. But we can and must do so much more. But we can only deliver real change with an economy which is fixed and stabilised, and that's what this government is utterly committed to.
Dr. Caroline Johnson.
Honourable and right honourable members will make a choice whether to take vital winter fuel payments from millions of vulnerable pensioners, including 20,000 pensioners in my constituency of Sleaford and North Hykeham. It is important when voting today when honourable and right honourable members make their choice, that they understand the consequences of their choice. It is important that honourable and right honourable members understand that when they take winter fuel payments away from vulnerable people, some elderly people will die. Vulnerable elderly people on relatively low incomes will be unable to adequately heat their homes, and as a direct reason, because they can't heat their homes, because they're cold, they will die. Why? Because cold is bad for you. There are a number of reports which demonstrate this that honourable and right honourable members can read. Your platelets get higher. You vasoconstrict. Your blood pressure goes up. This puts you at risk of stroke. This puts you at risk of heart attack. Your lungs become inflamed. This puts you at risk of pneumonia, a chest infection. It makes people with COPD more likely to suffer exacerbations and ill health. Studies have shown that your physical performance and muscle strength to take caps off things, to move, to walk about, are worse in people, particularly elderly people, who are cold. This reduces your ability to independently complete your activities of daily living, and it makes you more likely to fall. Studies have also shown that elderly people who are cold in their home are more likely to need to get up at night, to go to the toilet, or to wake through the night. This again puts them at more risk of falls and therefore hospitalisation. The sleep disruption puts them at risk of a whole range of different illnesses. We also know that as the home temperature falls further, the risks increase. This is proportional dose response to the level of cold. You don't need to take my word for this. There is a lot of medical evidence to this end. In his annual report last year, the Chief Medical Officer said, cold homes and fuel poverty are directly linked to excess winter deaths.
My honourable friend give way.
I will give way.
My honourable friend is making a powerful and emotive speech, and she's talking quite rightly about some of the impacts on pensioners. Would she agree with me that those are exactly the sort of impacts that should be captured in an impact assessment brought before this House so that we can make an informed decision? And that my 25,000 constituents in Arundel and South Downs who may face a loss if this motion goes ahead today are increasingly talking about the right honourable member for Leeds West as reckless Rachel in proceeding with this motion.
I thank my right honourable friend for that intervention, and he is absolutely right. There is no impact assessment. Why is there no impact assessment? Well, I have my suspicions. But my terrified constituents, they know why there's no impact assessment, because they know what the impact will be. And I'm sure, Madam Deputy Speaker, I'm sure your terrified constituents, they know what the impact of this policy is going to be. Right honourable and honourable members, that we all know too. So as my honourable members vote today, they should be in no doubt. The government's first job is to keep people safe, and they are going to fail miserably.
Rachel Maskell.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and it's a pleasure to serve the honourable member for Sleaford and North Hykeham. We sat on the Health Select Committee together and we heard the evidence from Sir Chris Whitty. We know what Professor Sir Michael Marmot has been saying for decades now. The public health evidence is so clear. 2.1 million pensioners living in poverty. That was our inheritance. But we have got to protect them every single day. They make the hardest budgetary decisions, harder than those of the Treasury where there are choices. They have no choice. They have to put a roof over their head. They have to pay for their food, and they have to pay for their heating. And we know that now those sums aren't adding up, and we're getting the letters coming in. We're looking at the figures that our constituents have to look at every single day, and they're scared. And they're telling us they're frightened because they won't switch the switch, because they know if they do, they will have bills that they cannot pay. And we need to protect those very vulnerable people. And I commend my right honourable friend for driving forward that ambition to get 880,000 pensioners signed up to pension credit. And I really hope that people will test the system and make sure that they can. 243 questions though on a questionnaire, and then, of course, a 9-week wait for that to be processed. But we must drive that forward, and the last government failed in that endeavour. But we still have got to protect those that don't. And many don't for a reason, and we know that. They may have dementia, It's complex, it's stressful, and perhaps there's pride as well, because we're talking about working men and women. They've worked hard all their lives. They might have put a little bit aside, they might not. But ultimately, we need to help them. And then there's the million people who are above that pension threshold. They too need support. They are fuel poor. They will struggle this winter. And as the honourable member said, when you're cold, you put greater demands on your body. Your body fights back, and sadly, as it does, you're at risk of heart attacks, strokes, and worse. And of course, those respiratory diseases prey on the most frail and vulnerable. And when we look at where those people will go, they'll be queuing up with the GPs, they'll be looking to the NHS, and for sadly, many will not be with us. And it's with my conscience that I cannot vote for these measures, but I am determined to work with government to find the mitigation which is absolutely crucial. Age UK and many other charities are saying it's too late to find alternatives. They say delay. I say let's delay. Let's get this right. We can't afford not to.
Kirsty Blackman.
860,000 pensioners in Scotland are set to lose out on this pension. The Prime Minister, the Chancellor, have chosen to cut the pensioner cost of living payment. They've chosen to cut the winter fuel allowance. They have made the political choice to scrap these payments. The UK Labour government are absolutely desperate to meet their self-imposed fiscal targets. Make no mistake, this is a political choice. They are doing so. They are trying to meet these targets by balancing the books on the backs of pensioners. Who out there in the real world voted for this?
No one. Nobody.
This is a key test for Anas Sarwar and for Labour MPs from Scotland. Anas Sarwar said, "Read my lips. No austerity under Labour."
What's this?
If that's what Anas Sarwar believes, if that's the platform he put to the people of Scotland, if that's what the Scottish Labour MPs were voted in on, how can they possibly back the government today? Who is the master of these Scottish Labour MPs? Is it the Prime Minister? Is it the Labour Party? Or is it the people who elected them, who put them here, who are going to go cold this winter because of their government's decisions? This is not the change, Madam Deputy Speaker, that people voted for. The UK government are trailing broken promises behind them. They're refusing to scrap the two-child cap. They are refusing to allow pensioners the money to heat their homes this winter. Madam Deputy Speaker, this is not what people in Scotland voted for, and they will be devastated if their Scottish Labour MPs support the government today.
I call Neil Duncan Jordan.
Thank you for the chance to speak in this important debate. I do so because for nearly 20 years I was an active campaigner in the pensioner movement, and I feel compelled to take part. But I come to this debate wanting to make it clear that the financial mess inherited by this government is a result of 14 years of austerity and financial mismanagement. And I also reject any suggestion that public sector workers are benefiting at the expense of pensioners. This is a crude attempt to divide working people. It's well known, and we should reject it as such. In the short time I have, I want to make the case for universalism as the cornerstone of our welfare state. We know from the latest figures that 880,000 older people are eligible for pension credit but don't claim it. Means testing is supposed to target help at those who need it most, but those who need it most are those who don't claim it. And for decades, successive governments have talked about needing to improve take-up, but even in its best year, the most it ever achieved was 67% take-up rate. Of course, some people don't claim it because they're unaware, of what they're entitled to. But for most, they're wary of having to answer over 230 questions about their circumstances, and many charities like CAB in my constituency don't now have the capacity to help those people fill the forms in because of cuts to funding over the years of austerity. We should also recognise that there is still a stigma attached to having to declare that you are struggling. And concepts around the deserving poor are as old as this building. And I thought that in the 21st century, we would be hoping for something better. The key question, Madam Deputy Speaker, with any means-tested system is where do you draw the line? And by its very nature, the biggest losers will be those who are just above the cut-off point. In my constituency, around 19,000 people will miss out. Historically in the UK, we have had long-standing problems. Poor housing, which are difficult to keep warm, one of the lowest pensions in Europe, rising energy costs and annual cold-related winter deaths among older people. I could go on, but I'm running out of time. So I urge the government to think very seriously about delaying this proposal and in its place putting forward a pensioner task force to look at ways in which we can tackle pensioner poverty in the UK.
Second, Batley.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I stand to speak on behalf of my 18,500 pensioners who will be affected by this. But before I speak on their behalf, I just want to commend the Honourable Member for York Central for a really impassioned speech. I know it's not easy standing against your own party, but the fact of the matter is this is a decision today. This is a decision today which is a choice between right and wrong. And the fact of the matter is all those members who are defending this choice by the government, by the Chancellor, to make this decision on the backs of pensioners, just the sheer brass neck to go out there and defend this and this alleged black hole when they've paid billions to unions. They've paid billions to unions without any savings in return. The GB Energy, a shell company for £8 billion, the Climate Energy, over £11 billion, and then to say there's no money and we're going to do it off the £1.1 billion on the back of pensioners. I won't give way because I'm sure the lady will to participate in the debate later. But on the backs of the £1.1 billion on the pensions, they might be fooling themselves, but they're not fooling the British public. They're not fooling my pensions. And the fact of the matter is, if they want to do the right thing, I would say follow the example of the member for York Central. If there are issues on this, I'm sure even on our side we will look at it and we will do it in depth and we'll do the right thing. But the fact of the matter is they are using our pensioners as some sort of political tool to make a point for their ideology. Just because a Chancellor stood up and found this alleged black hole and try and justify that. It's a horrible, horrible situation. I will not give way to the Honourable Member. I'm going to make some progress in the limited time that I have. And of course, there are many members on this side who are absolutely enraged by the fact that this is happening. And the party opposite talked about transparency. The party opposite talked about transparency, and yet there's been no full impact assessment on these measures. Where's the impact assessment? If you've got nothing to be afraid of, where is the impact assessment? Why did you not wait? Why did the honourable members not wait until the budget, Madam Deputy Speaker, the big fiscal moment? I've already said I'm not going to give way on the fiscal moment when there could have been adequate scrutiny, and so this House could have analysed this and seen the impact. 4,000 people are at risk of death. That's not my number. That's the number, the Labour Party's numbers. That's what they said in 2017. That's what you're voting for if you allow these measures to go forward. Do the right thing. Do not use our pensioners as a political weapon for your own ideologies. It's a horrible, horrible situation to put them in. The anxiety that these members are causing is absolutely outrageous, frankly, Madam Deputy Speaker. And they're really going to have to step up their game if they want to convince the British public that this is the right thing to do.
John MacDonald.
Thank you. When an issue like this has been so heavily whipped, it's very difficult, and I haven't got the eloquence to persuade people to vote another way, to be honest. And so I just want to make this as a personal statement, so my constituents know why I will be voting the way I do today. I agree with the government on so many points on this. One is the issue with regard to the inheritance. It is the most toxic inheritance any government has ever had. The second, actually, I did a report last September which says the amount between 2010 and now that we've lost is 80 billion, not 20 billion. The second thing is the black hole of the 20 billion. We sat here when we listened to a government making commitments they knew they would never have to fulfil because they knew they were going out of power. And I agree with the Prime Minister. Of course, I agree with the Chancellor Exchequer. We have to ensure that there's financial stability and we have to ensure that our income matches our expenditure. And I agree with the Prime Minister on this very principle, always have, that any burden should be placed on those with the heaviest shoulders. This is where I disagree. Because actually the heaviest burden isn't being placed on those with the heaviest shoulders. It's being placed on some of the poorest. And in my constituency, I have large numbers of people who aren't claiming pensioner credit, and I'll be out there like everyone else trying to persuade them to apply. But lots of my voluntary organisations have been savaged by Tory council. We haven't even got the advice mechanisms left anymore. So there'll be, at best, I think we can get to 70%, maybe 75%, but there'll be 1 in 4 who won't be able to claim that benefit. Then I have large numbers of people who, for example, work at the airport, got a little pension at the end, and they'll be tipped into not even qualifying. And they're living in accommodation that these provided, which is squalor, to be frank, not insulated, living in cold, freezing accommodation. And they're the ones who are at risk, as the Honourable Lady has said, of going to hospital and not even surviving. And I just think we're in an unnecessary position when there's so much else we could be doing. We don't need to put it on the burden of the poorest. We need to make sure that those who can afford it can pay. So it means bringing forward redistributive tax measures, equalising capital gains tax, tackling the corporate tax relief issues that we have to confront, making sure that actually the city pays its way with a financial transaction. We don't have to be here. And I just hope people learn the lesson as we move towards this budget, not to put us in this position again, where we take a decision which is based upon, I believe, misjudgment, and certainly flies against everything I believe in as a Labour MP about tackling inequality and poverty within our society. I was not elected to impoverish my constituents and put them in this hardship. So I regret voting for a motion put forward by these characters, but I will have to because there's no other mechanism. And I say to my people back in Hayes, I want to look at them in the face and say I did the right thing.
Order. I call Secretary of State Liz Kendall.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. This has been a really important debate about a serious issue with many heartfelt contributions. My right honourable friend, the member for Hackney South and Shoreditch, the new chair of the Treasury Select Committee, I think forensically set out the delayed and deferred decisions by the former government which have put such pressure on the public finances. My honourable friend, the member for Oldham East and Saddleworth, rightly spoke about pensioners, children and disabled people in poverty and the need to do much more to support them. The honourable member for North East Fife talked about the crucial issue of pension credit uptake, what we're going to do that's different, and I will say more about that later, but I want to reassure her that the Treasury is fully behind the action that we are taking. My honourable friend, the member for Shipley, with her huge experience in health and social care, talked about the need to work with those in supported accommodation, housing associations and the NHS to make sure pensioners get the help they're entitled to, and I will spell some of this action out too. My honourable friend, the member for Rossendale and Darwin, made a strong case, I think, for targeting help on the poorest pensioners and the need to tackle the root causes of poverty, including insulating homes and bringing energy costs down. And my right honourable friend, the member for Poole, one of the many things he mentioned was the very long and complicated form for pension credit, which I have asked the Department for Work and Pensions to reduce to make it as simple as possible. But, Madam Deputy Speaker, I'd like to start by setting out why we have taken the difficult decision to means test winter fuel payments so they are no longer available to all pensioners, whatever their income, but focused on those in greatest need. Put simply, it is because
we must fix the foundations of our economy as the first step to rebuilding Britain and making the changes our country desperately needs. And because when money is tight, our priority must be to target resources on those who need it most. Now, members opposite don't want to be reminded of their record and the state they left the country in. But their economic failure and reckless decisions left a £22 billion hold in the public finances this year, a £6.4 billion overspend on the asylum system, a £2.9 billion overspend in the transport budget, new roads, hospitals and train stations announced as their policy but not budgeted for, one unfunded commitment after another, and the reserves spent 3 times over, spending like there is no tomorrow with no thought for the consequences today. And Madam Deputy Speaker, that's before we even begin to deal with the challenges we already knew about. NHS waiting lists at 7.6 million, over 1 million waiting for a council home, a totally broken prison system, and over 4 million children growing up poor. Of course, members opposite want to deny this is the case, but the Office for Budget Responsibility is crystal clear. They were only made aware of the true extent of the pressures on the public finances after we were elected. Pressures they say, constitute one of the largest overspends outside of the pandemic. And faced with this reality, Madam Deputy Speaker, and the need to get the public finances on track this year, we took the difficult decision to focus winter fuel payments on those in greatest need. I will indeed give way to my honourable friend.
I'm grateful to the Secretary of State for giving way. The issue of pension credit uptake is clearly critically important, and I know from discussions that I've had in my constituency that there are some myths around pension credit ineligibility. So will the Secretary of State please confirm the efforts she is making on pension credit uptake, and does she agree with me it's vital we ensure that everyone that is eligible for pension credit receives it?
My honourable friend is absolutely right, and I would say to the faux outrage of members opposite, who left 880,000 pensioners, the very poorest, not getting the pension credit they're entitled to. And I would urge all honourable members to work with us and their local councils to make sure pensioners get the money they are entitled to. As my right honourable friend, the Chancellor and the Prime Minister have said, this is not a decision we wanted or expected to make. But when we promised we would be responsible with taxpayers' money, we meant it. Because we know what happens when members opposite played fast and loose with the public finances. Working people and pensioners on fixed incomes paying the price with soaring interest rates, mortgages and inflation. I will give way to the former chair of the meeting.
I would like to thank the Secretary of State for giving way. Will she confirm from the dispatch box that if every pensioner who is eligible for pension credit takes it up, that the cost to the Exchequer will actually be substantially more than the savings from axing the winter fuel payment?
I would ask the honourable lady, is that why members opposite never took the action needed to increase pension credit uptake? We take a different approach. And I would say to her that all of the savings the Chancellor has announced take into account that increased uptake that we want and we intend to do. And Madam Deputy Speaker, when money is so tight, it cannot be right that all pensioners receive a payment worth £200 to £300 a year, whatever their income, including some of the wealthiest pensioners. Now, many honourable members, I will give way to the honourable gentleman.
for giving way and having this opportunity at this late stage of the debate to speak on behalf of the people of Northern Ireland. Not in our name, Secretary of State. This is a political choice, and irrespective of the debate back and forth between yourselves and the opposition, it is not for us. It is not right, and this measure is a measure of shame.
I would say to the honourable gentleman, I know that he will care about the increase in uptake we need amongst pension credit, and he will also care about those just above the threshold, which is what I'm going to turn to later on. I think that is a really important issue, and I want to take it head on. But first, I want to spell out the principle underlying the approach we have taken, which is most help going to those who need it most, significant support for all pensioners through the pension triple lock, backed by extra help available for those on low incomes. Madam Deputy Speaker, pension credit goes to 1.4 million of the poorest pensioners and is worth on average £3,900 a year. I won't. But the truth we had to confront coming into office is that up to 880,000 of the very poorest pensioners are not even claiming the pension credit they're entitled to. That is a national scandal. And we are determined to make that change, because the last government did nothing to properly tackle this issue. Indeed, in 2012, they promised to merge housing benefit and pension credit, which we know would significantly increase uptake, yet when I arrived in the department, I learnt it wouldn't happen until 2028, a decision that was taken on their watch. This is completely unacceptable, and unlike the Conservatives, this is something we will change. I'll give way to my honourable friend.
I thank the Secretary of State for giving way and welcome the increased measures to target those 886,000 that haven't had pensioner credit because of the people over there when they were in 14 years of government. But there are people who do have legitimate concerns about the low level of threshold, hard-working people that have tiny pension pots. What mitigating measures is the Secretary of State going to put in place?
I will come to this point in a moment about the extra help for those just above, but I want to spell out what we are doing on pension credit. We have done more to increase pension credit uptake in the last 2 months than members opposite did in 14 years. We've written to all local authorities to ask them to identify eligible pensioners, including by sharing data. We're joining forces with Age UK and Citizens Advice to make sure pensioners check and apply. We've launched a major awareness campaign, continuing right up until the deadline to apply on December the 21st, and yes, that will be backdated by 3 months, backed by 450 extra staff to ensure claims are processed as quickly as possible. The Deputy Prime Minister is working with housing associations and supported accommodation providers so their residents know what they're entitled to. I'm working with the Health Secretary to ensure frontline NHS staff can signpost older patients who may be housebound because of disabilities and chronic conditions. And for the very first time, we're writing to all pensioners on housing benefit who are potentially eligible, to encouraging them to claim, something the Conservatives never did. And in the longer term, because the only way to guarantee uptake is to make the whole process more automated, we'll bring forward the merger of housing benefit and pension credit, which members opposite never did. Madam Deputy Speaker, this is the extra help for the poorest we are determined to deliver, but it's built on the bedrock of support for all pensioners through our commitment to the pension triple lock. A triple lock that has seen the new state pension increase by £900 this year, £970 the year before. And our continued commitment to the triple lock means the new state pension is forecast to increase by a further £1,700 over the course of this Parliament, including, if today's ONS figures are confirmed next month, an extra £460 from next April. I'll give way to you.
I thank my right honourable friend. When Gordon Brown introduced pension credit and lifted 1 million pensioners out of poverty, in the teeth of opposition of that party opposite who opposed pension credit, let's remind them they did, he also introduced something called savings credit. Savings credit was specifically targeted at those pensioners who save for their old age with a small savings pot and a second pension. What happened in 2016? The party opposite scrapped it. So does she not agree with me that we shouldn't listen to the crocodile tears of the party opposite?
I couldn't have put it better myself. The faux outrage from members opposite about those just above pension credit threshold, when it was their former Tory Chancellor George Osborne who took a red pen to it, meant its value decrease and has created some of the problems we're now having to deal with. Madam Deputy Speaker, there is much more we're doing to help low-income pensioners, including those just above pension credit. The Warm Homes discount of £150, the Household Support Fund, which we've just extended with £500 million of additional funding, which councils can use to help low-income pensioners. Our Warm Homes plan to tackle the root causes of fuel poverty, and because the only way to really control energy bills is through cheap, homegrown energy, we've already legislated for Great British Energy. This is the difference a Labour government makes. Fixing the foundations, taking the long-term decisions our country needs, prioritising help for those who need it most, helping all pensioners with the pension triple lock, and more help for low-income pensioners too. We will not shy away from our responsibilities like members opposite did. We were elected on a platform to deliver economic stability, rebuild the country and make the changes our country needs, making this country better and giving it its future back. Pensioners deserve better than the faux outrage of members opposite.
The question is, as on the order paper, as many as are of that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. No. Division, clear the lobby. The question is, as on the order paper, as many as are of that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. No. Tellers for the ayes, Rebecca Harris, Louis French. Tellers for the noes, Christian Wakeford, Anna McMorrin. Order, order.
The ayes to the right, 228. The noes to the left, 348.
The ayes were 228, the noes were 348, so the noes have it, Unlock. Motion number 2 on business of the House today. Minister to move. Leader of the House.
Move formally.
The question is on the order paper. The question is, as on the order paper, as many as are of that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. We now come to the motion in the name of the Leader of the Opposition on winter fuel payment. Mel Stride, Shadow Secretary of State, to move.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And can I beg to move the motion on the order paper? Madam Deputy Speaker, the decision to remove winter fuel payments has come as a complete shock to millions of pensioners. Pensioners on as little as £11,500 a year. We had no adequate explanation as to why these measures are so urgent. We've had no explanation as to why they had to invoke the special emergency provisions which allow them to bypass the scrutiny of the Social Security Advisory Committee. We've had no explanation as to why no impact assessments were provided. This is a major policy change which will remove entitlement for up to 10 million pensioners, including many who are already in poverty. It is a cut worth £7.5 billion over the course of this Parliament. Rushing such a policy through without taking time to consider impacts, ensure effective and fair implementation and allow possible scrutiny is impossible to justify. This is not the way to make good policy. This is not good government. It is worth considering the conclusions of one of the few bodies which has been afforded the opportunity to scrutinise these regulations. The Secondary Legislation Scrutiny Committee in the Lords have been damning in their criticism of the government's approach, and I refer the House to my remarks in the previous debate when I quoted them at some length. As the committee point out, such measures would normally be subject to consideration of the SAC. This is an important part of the process for any legislation of this nature, as I know well from my time as Work and Pensions Secretary. Conveniently, ministers have claimed the measure is too urgent to wait for the SAC scrutiny. We understand SAC is due to consider the measure, Madam Deputy Speaker, tomorrow. Can the Minister commit to the House today that SAC's report and the government statement responding to any recommendations will be laid before Parliament, before the regulations come into force next week? As the Laws Committee has pointed out, it would seem wholly inappropriate for SAC's views to only be taken into account once the regulations are already in force. In the words of the committee, and I quote, "It remains unclear what the practical impact of any statement might be on regulations which will have already come into effect." And if the government does not intend to provide us with SAC's observations before the House rises on Thursday, why were members asked to consider and vote on the prayer motion against the regulations today before SAC has met? The lack of any impact assessment also means we are severely hampered in our ability to scrutinise this measure. We were told in the explanatory memorandum that, and I quote, "a full impact assessment has not been prepared for this instrument because there is no significant new impact on business, charities or on voluntary bodies." This seems a bold claim to make about such a measure which removes hundreds of pounds of support from some of the most vulnerable elderly households in our country. Guidance from the National Institute for Health and Care Excellence is clear that for a vulnerable person, particularly those over 65, living in a cold home increases their chances of serious illness or death. They note that being housebound increases both exposure to an underheated home and to the cost of heating it. So can I ask the Minister on what basis it was concluded that there will be no significant impact from this policy on those charities and organisations who support elderly people or on the wider health and social care system? And will the Minister now commit to the publication of a proper impact assessment? The only basis for the urgency seems to be a claim that this measure is vital for public finances. We have even been subjected to the Shadow Leader of the House claiming it was needed to avoid a run on the pound. But the only relevance, and I might ask the Minister to comment on that when he appears at the dispatch box, but the only real relevance of a measure of this kind to the public finances is its impact on the government's fiscal rules. Those fiscal rules are based on levels of debt and borrowing at the end of the OBR's fiscal forecast period in 5 years' time. And the rules the Chancellor has claimed she will sign up to were already being met when the government came into office, according to the OBR's own forecasts. The government could have opted to bring this measure in next year, with greater time for scrutiny, better notice for pensioners, more time to drive up pension credit uptakes, and perhaps time to consider whether there were much better ways of going about it. It would still have been a broken promise, and we on this side of the House would still have opposed it. But it would have been a much better way to make policy, and it would still have delivered exactly the same savings at the end of the forecast period. Ministers will claim they needed to make immediate in-year savings. That is based entirely on a black hole that they have confected themselves. The real reason this is being rushed is pure politics. The government want to rush this measure through, while they can try to blame it on their predecessors in order to avoid proper scrutiny. There is no need whatsoever for the haste with which this is being done. Other than I will certainly give way to my right honourable friend.
Grateful to my right honourable friend, and does he, like me, find it inexplicable that they should fail to go through proper process when their own research suggested that thousands of people could die as a result of precisely this measure? And that is something which I think the whole House should find deeply uncomfortable.
Friend makes a very powerful point. This is a very, very serious step that this government is taking. And of all those steps that should be properly scrutinised, surely this is one of them. And I remember when I was sitting on the other side of the chamber, Madam Deputy Speaker, I could barely breathe without the cry going out there should be an assessment, impact assessment held. And it is extraordinary that on such an important measure as this, affecting millions of the most vulnerable, that the Labour Party should be utterly silent on this issue. And I give way to my honourable friend.
Right honourable friend, old people die in cold homes, and they die particularly if they're very old. Does my right honourable friend think that if the government is not minded to change its mind in its entirety, it might look at those aged over 80, because of course they are in receipt of the high rate of winter fuel payment, and at paragraph 3 of the regulations points out there is a difference between those over 80 and those under 80. That might be perhaps one way that the government might make this slightly less worse than it otherwise is.
And for his intervention, it has been suggested that the government is examining ways in which they may ameliorate some of the harshest effects of this policy, and it may be that that is one of those things that they are looking at, but I will in a moment. But on that particular point, of course, we cannot escape the fact that whatever age people are, over 2/3 of those who are currently pensioners below the poverty line will lose their winter fuel payments under the current arrangements. And I give way to the honourable gentleman.
I thank the right honourable gentleman for giving way. I have the honour to represent the most remote, sparsely populated and coldest constituency. The Secretary of State, in responding to my honourable friend, the member for North East 5, said that the government will try to maximise the take-up of pension credit. I accept that. But would the government accept that sheer remoteness and sheer distance can mitigate against people taking up this offer? And would the government please, via your good self, please look at this issue? It means an awful lot to my constituents.
I'm sure that the front bench will have heard the honourable gentleman's intervention. The reality is, Madam Deputy Speaker, that the government want to rush this through so they can blame it on their predecessors, as I said, to avoid proper scrutiny. There is no need whatsoever for haste, the haste with which this is being done, other than to meet the political ends of the Labour Party. They are ripping the plaster off and hoping the country will have forgotten by the time of the next general election. That is at the heart of it. But we will not forget. We would not have been given the opportunity to debate and vote on this measure without significant pressure from both the opposition and the wider public. This is nothing to do with fiscal responsibility and everything to do with political expediency. No scrutiny, no impact assessment, no notice. This is an appalling way to govern.
The question is as on the order paper. Minister James Murray.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. Madam Deputy Speaker, this is a serious topic, and we know from debates earlier this afternoon it is one on which members across this House and the people across this country have strong feelings. We understand that. This is a difficult decision to have to take. By means testing winter fuel payments, we know that we will be ending future payments to most pensioners whilst maintaining our steadfast commitment to protecting those in greatest need. But though they do not like to be reminded of it, members opposite know exactly why we need to take this step. Because it was members opposite, and indeed now former members of this House, voted out by the British public, who did such damage to our country's economy and the public finances. The legacy of the last...
Harriet Baldwin.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker, for taking my point of order. This is the second government minister that we've heard from the dispatch box today, and yet we saw only moments ago the Chancellor sitting on the front bench. It was the Chancellor who chose to spend billions on setting up Great British Energy. It was the Chancellor who chose to spend billions on giving it to their union paymasters in pay rises. It was the Chancellor.
The Honourable Lady, for her point of order, she'll be aware that that's not a point of order but more a speech that she seems to be seeking to make this afternoon. She'll perhaps find an opportunity to contribute in the debate. Minister.
Well, thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and the honourable member who just intervened, and indeed everyone on that side of the House, might like to reflect on what the legacy of the last government truly was, which is one of irresponsible overspending, of uncosted commitment after uncosted commitment, and of ministers running away from taking difficult decisions. As a direct consequence, when we came to power, we were faced with a £22 billion black hole in the public finances for this year alone. I'll give way.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I'm genuinely grateful to the Minister for giving way. He is a Minister at the Treasury, so I'm hoping he will be able to outline some of the facts and answer my question. He has outlined today, or he will outline, that the savings made by cutting the winter fuel payment is £1.1 billion. The means testing, if everybody accepted the means testing that he is proposing, it would cost £3.3 billion. So can he outline to the House, despite the bluster that he's just made about saving money for the great British people, how will that when it's costing more under his proposals?
Well, I thank the honourable gentleman for his intervention, and the savings announced include an assumption of an increased take-up of pension credit, which is in line with the highest levels that have ever been achieved. And frankly, if more people are taking up pension credit when they are eligible for it, that is something that we should welcome, because it means that support is being targeted at those in greatest need. I'm going to make some progress, Madam Deputy Speaker. The opposition did not like to be reminded of their legacy when they were in government, but let's have a look, shall we? What do they have to show for their years of reckless overspending? A failed asylum system, prisons at breaking point, more than 1 million people waiting for council homes, 4 million children growing up in child poverty, more than 7.5 million people on NHS waiting lists. Madam Deputy Speaker, this government and every member of this House who stood on our party's manifesto was elected to turn things round. I will give way.
I'm grateful to the Minister. Yesterday in the other place, the Transport Minister cast doubt on the continuation of travel concessions for pensioners. This has caused significant alarm in my constituency and others, notwithstanding the discussion we're having today. Could you just reassure us that travel concessions for pensioners will continue under a Labour government?
Well, thank the honourable gentleman for his intervention. The Chancellor will take all decisions at the budget. But Madam Deputy Speaker, let me make one really important point to the honourable gentleman as we approach the budget on October the 30th. We know there are going to be difficult decisions that we have to take in the budget on October the 30th. And frankly, that is the direct consequence of the decisions taken by him and his colleagues when they were in government. I'll give way to the honourable woman.
I thank the honourable gentleman for giving way, and as he is the Treasury Minister, I wonder if he could help me with a question. How many of the pensioners who will lose the winter fuel allowance today earn or receive less than the average train driver they've just given a pay rise to?
Well, I understand the political point the honourable lady is trying to make, but let me be really clear about if she's talking about pensioners, the foundation of state support for pensioners is the state pension, and that is why we in government have committed to maintaining the triple lock for the duration of this parliament. The triple lock, no, I'm going to make some progress. The triple lock means that pensioners are having £900 more this year. Figures released this morning indicate they may get well over £400 more next year, and over the course of this parliament, £1,700 more is the amount the pensioners will get under the state pension. That is the foundation of state support for pensioners. I'm going to make some progress, Madam Deputy Speaker, because we saw how clearly members of the party opposite do not like to be reminded of their legacy in government, of the mess that they left the economy, our public services and the rest of our country after their 14 years in office. And Madam Deputy Speaker, this government and every member of the House on this side of the House was elected to turn things round. We are under... No, I'm going to make some progress. We are under no illusions, though, Madam Deputy Speaker. We know this will be a slow and difficult process when the damage goes so deep, but we are determined to fix the foundations of our country so that on the bedrock of financial stability and fiscal responsibility, we can get our economy growing after 14 years of the Conservatives. I'll give way to the honourable gentleman.
Minister for giving way on the point of fiscal responsibility. I'm not sure of the morality of trying to balance the fiscal books of this country off the backs of pensioners. Earlier he referenced the manifesto that the Labour Party stood on in the election. No austerity under Labour was said in Scotland. So what should the 37 Scottish Labour MPs do in this vote? Should they bow down to the Chancellor, or should they stand up for their Scottish constituents?
Thank you. Well, Madam Deputy Speaker, every member on this side of the House was elected on a promise to restore economic stability and fiscal responsibility to our country. And it is on that basis that we will get the economy growing to make people across this country better off and put our public services on a sustainable footing. And may I remind the honourable gentleman, that winter heating assistance is a devolved matter in Scotland. The Scottish Government intends to legislate to introduce a means-tested payment this winter, which is equivalent to the winter fuel payment in England and Wales. I'm going to make some progress, Madam Deputy Speaker. I've taken several interventions. I'm going to make some progress, Madam Deputy Speaker, because the point of this debate is to focus on why we have to take difficult economic decisions, even if they risk us being unpopular. Now, we know that the universal application of winter fuel payments was already recognised as unfair. In the face of our dire economic inheritance, it is simply unsustainable. We should be clear that when the winter fuel payment was introduced in 1997, a higher percentage of pensioners were in poverty than people of working age. That is no longer the case. Put simply, there are now pensioners who receive the winter fuel payment who do not need them, and that is a reality we cannot afford. Let me put this in financial terms, Madam Deputy Speaker. Over a quarter of pensioners have wealth of more than £1 million. half have wealth over £500,000, and a fifth of pensioner households have gross incomes equivalent to £41,600 a year. That is why it is right to means test the winter fuel payment. I will give way to the Honourable Lady.
Grateful for the honourable gentleman to give way on that point, and pensioners in my constituency will be feeling really saddened by the way that he's caricaturing pensioners as wealthy and not in need of this winter fuel support. Age UK have said that in the Gosport constituency alone there are 15,000 pensioners who stand to lose their winter fuel payment. These are not people who are wealthy, they are people who in many cases are just outside of the pensions credit limit, who are hanging on by their fingertips. Does he agree with me that caricaturing them as wealthy and not in need is so unbelievably insulting?
So I think the Honourable Lady unintentionally misunderstood my point, which is to put the question perhaps back to her, whether she feels that pensioners who have wealth over £1 million, who earn more than £41,600 a year, whether they should get a winter fuel payment in the context of their financial circumstances. Because the argument that we are making on this side of the House is that given the dire economic situation that we face, given our dire inheritance, we should means test the winter payment. I'm going to make some progress because it is an important point. It is an important point to explain why we are choosing to means test the winter fuel payment. Because means testing will allow us to make sure those in the greatest need still receive the help they need. We will make sure that all pensioners continue to benefit from the triple lock, and we will start to deal with the shocking state of the public finances that we have inherited. I'm going to make some progress. I've taken many interventions already, because, Madam Deputy Speaker, under our approach, those eligible for pension credit will continue to receive winter fuel payments. We want to target winter fuel payments to those on the lowest incomes, which is why we are linking its payment to eligibility for pension credit and other qualifying income-related benefits and tax credits. That is the right approach to help those on the lowest incomes, and we are determined to make it as effective as possible by making sure people who are eligible for pension credit make a claim. I'll give way.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I think the point I made earlier to the Shadow Secretary of State is a fair one, that distance and remoteness does mitigate against take-up. People living in very remote hamlets and islands don't necessarily see the department that they should. Can I have an undertaking from the Minister that the Government will look at this issue?
Well, I thank the Honourable Gentleman for his comment, and I know that my colleagues are aware of this issue, and in fact it's one reason why the automatic payment is so important of pension credit and other benefits. So, for instance, the merging of housing benefit and pension credit, which would help to overcome some of these problems, I suspect might help some of the people in the situation he's describing. That merger of housing benefit and pension credit, I believe, was first mooted in 2012, was delayed several times by the party opposite whilst they were in government. I think they last left it as being in 2028 when they left office, and my right honourable friend, the Secretary of State for Work and Pensions, is looking at that as a matter of a great priority to ensure people get the help that they deserve. No, I'm going to make some progress right now, because the important thing to focus on in this debate is also about making sure that everyone eligible to pension credit, as the Honourable Gentleman said, takes up that offer of pension credit, not only so that they receive the benefit from pension credit, but also so that we can better target the winter fuel payments given the financial inheritance that we have. We estimate, Madam Deputy Speaker, that up to 880,000 pensioners are missing out on pension credit that they are entitled to, and frankly there have been years of the party opposite failing to act on this, which is why it is so important that we are now conducting campaigns to make sure as many people as possible make a claim. Madam Deputy Speaker, our approach is already showing signs of success. The Government has received around 38,500 pension credit claims in the 5 weeks since the announcement on the 29th of July. That is more than double in the 5 weeks before, and we will continue to do all we can to encourage pensioners who are eligible to apply for pension credit. We have used I'm going to make some progress. We have used a wide range of media to reach pensioners and key stakeholders, and have been working with voluntary organisations like Age UK and Citizens Advice, local authorities and the devolved governments to raise awareness through their networks and channels. My colleague, the Secretary of State for Department of Work and Pensions, is taking the further unprecedented step of writing to 120,000 pensioner households who are in receipt of housing benefit but who are not yet claiming pension credit they are likely to be entitled to. Our national pension credit campaign will run right through until the application deadline on the 21st of December. I'll give way.
On the 11th of February 2021, the temperature in Braemar, my constituency, sunk to minus 23 degrees. There are estimated 17,000 pensioners who are going to lose their winter fuel allowance as a decision taken by this Labour government. Can he now stand at that dispatch box and explain to them why they are having to surrender that important support in one of the coldest constituencies in the country at the same time as this government is finding £11 billion to give pay rises to their union paymasters?
Well, I'd be quite interested to understand why the honourable gentleman is backing a candidate, as I understand it, for leader of his own party, who supports the means testing of the winter fuel payment. Perhaps he might want to have a conversation with the candidate for leader who's backing on his own side before he starts criticising our approach, which is to target support of those in greatest need. Because, Madam Deputy Speaker, the critical point for us is that the combination of the state pension rising with a triple lock and those in greatest need getting the winter fuel payments alongside pension credit, not to mention the extension of the Household Support Fund, means that the right measures are in place to give all pensioners the support they need. Now, I'm going to make some progress. Now, members opposite want to know through their motion why this legislation is being progressed urgently, and let me be really clear with them about this. It is urgent because we need to urgently deal with the £22 billion black hole, the huge in-year spending pressure that we inherited from the government that they ran. It is crucial, Madam Deputy Speaker, that we act quickly to restore responsibility to our public finances and stability to our economy. And on top of this, it was important that we made sure the regulations were in place at the start of the qualifying week for winter fuel payments, whilst wasting no time in doing all we can to raise pension credit take-up. I'll give way.
We've heard that Transport Minister only yesterday could give no assurance to pensioners about their transport concessions. Last week I asked the Deputy Prime Minister about the single-person discount on the council tax. So there's a very real prospect for pensioners as they go into this winter. They could be losing even more than this £300, £300 or £400 on that. Could the Minister take this opportunity as a Treasury Minister to reassure pensioners there's no way that this government is going to remove the single-person discount from the council tax? It would be politically good for the Minister and the Labour Party, and it would be enormously important to people who need to hear some reassurance at this time.
Absolutely. Look, the honourable gentleman won't be surprised to hear me say that the Chancellor takes all decisions at the budget. But maybe he might like to reflect on the record of his party whilst in office when it comes to encouraging take-up of the pension credit. Because we, on this side of the House, have been painfully aware since taking office how little the party opposite did to increase take-up of pension credit during their 14 years in office. That is why it is so urgent for us and making such progress when we are trying to get people to sign up to pension credit where they are eligible for it. Because by doing that, they will get pension credit, which they have been missing out on for years under the Conservatives, as well as continuing to receive the winter fuel payment. Madam Deputy Speaker, pensioners may well be angry at the Conservatives for how little they did to get people to sign up to pension credit whilst they were in office. Pensioners may well be angry at the Conservatives for leaving us, this country, with a legacy of a £22 billion black hole in the public finances. We are committed on this side of the House to protecting the triple lock, and that will mean that pensioners on the full new state pension who have received an extra £400 this year will, pending the Secretary of State for Pensions uprating review this autumn, receive a boost that could be well more than £400, and by the end of this Parliament could be receiving around £1,700 more than they do today. Madam Deputy Speaker, the party opposite is keen to play politics with the tough decisions this government is taking. They are desperate to take attention away from the fact that, as people across this country know, it is the Conservatives who are to blame for the economic mess we face. They created a mess and now they want to criticise us for cleaning it up. Madam Deputy Speaker, if they had governed more responsibly, they may not be sitting on that side of the House, in opposition to a government who is fixing the foundations they left to rot.
Can I ask the Minister if he agrees with me, the only shameful thing in this debate is the legacy that this government has left and forced the new government into. The reality that 800,000 pensioners are not on the pension credit to get this is a shameful legacy. If the party opposite wanted to show some humility and learn from their record in government, it would be to note that they are the ones who crushed the economy, they are the ones who broke the NHS so pensioners can't get doctors' in, and they are the ones that broke NHS dentistry. Will you agree to me it is our job to fix the economy so we can keep on helping pensioners?
Well, I thank my honourable friend. He's absolutely right. And quite frankly, Madam Deputy Speaker, it is time for the party opposite to recognise and accept what they have done to this country and to show some contrition and accept responsibility. But frankly, Madam Deputy Speaker, no matter what the Conservatives choose to do, we are getting on with the tough decisions necessary to be made in government. By changing the winter fuel payment, by making it means tested, we are beginning to take the necessary steps to address the black hole they created whilst protecting the most vulnerable in society. The Prime Minister has said that we must be prepared to be unpopular if we are to govern responsibility, and that means facing up to the tough challenges and tackling them head-on. The motion laid by the opposition lists several regrets, but they have never once shown regret for all the reckless decisions they took and all the damage that they did to our public services, our public finances and our economy. Our task now in government is to fix the mess that they made and to give our country the chance at the better future we deserve.
Liberal Democrat spokesperson Sarah Olney.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. It's a pleasure to see you in the chair. Liberal Democrats welcome the opportunity for this debate, and we will continue to call on the government to change course on its planned cut to winter fuel payments. We know that the government has inherited a mess, and we know that at the cause of that mess is a legacy of reckless economic mismanagement left behind by the previous Conservative government. But that cannot be allowed to serve as a cover for measures that cause suffering for the most vulnerable in our society. Earlier this afternoon, Liberal Democrats supported the prayer motion to annul the Social Fund winter fuel payment regulation, stripping support from many of the poorest pensioners just when energy bills are set to rise again this winter is the wrong thing to do, and we have tabled our own EDM to reject these plans. It should be noted that the Secondary Legislation Scrutiny Committee in the other place has said that it is unconvinced by the reasons given for the urgency attached to laying these regulations, and particularly concerned that this precludes appropriate scrutiny. We are supportive of this motion and particularly of the point that there should have been greater scrutiny of the government's decision to cut winter fuel payments. It is well established that there are strong links between living in a cold home with an increase in the risk of serious illness for vulnerable people and for those with disabilities. It will be a pleasure.
I thank the member for giving way, and I want to rise today to say that I am absolutely disappointed at the lack of creativity in this government. I'm standing here today on behalf of my constituents in Lagan Valley, and I agree entirely with the member that actually there is a legacy of unfunded promises. However, it is not up to my constituents in Lagan Valley to bear the burden. Would the member agree with me that they do not have broad shoulders?
I thank the member for her intervention and for stating so passionately the case that we on these benches are making in this debate. The Liberal Democrats think the government should have done far more to understand the likely consequences of restricting eligibility for the winter fuel payment and how that would translate into increased burdens on the National Health Service. I and my Liberal Democrat colleagues have listened to our constituents and heard from countless pensioners who were worried about how they will afford their energy bills this winter. Since these cuts have been announced, I have been inundated with local people expressing their disappointment at this decision. And that's why the Liberal Democrats have tabled an early day motion calling on the government to withdraw these plans. It is why we voted in favour of the prayer motion earlier today. We believe it is simply wrong to remove winter fuel payments from millions of struggling pensioners.
On that point, will Member give way?
Yes.
I recognise the comments that you made about the economic inheritance, but would you agree with me that compared to the situation we managed in coalition with the Liberal Democrats in 2010, actually Labour now have unemployment lower than we inherited, unemployment higher than we inherited, the deficit lower than we inherited, economic growth faster than we inherited. We managed to keep winter fuel payments in those circumstances in partnership with the Liberal Democrats. Don't you agree that they could do the same?
Well, I thank the member for his intervention, but I think it's important to reflect upon the disastrous legacy of the mini-budget and the circumstances that many people continue to struggle with, thanks to higher interest rates on their mortgage payments. And certainly, from the perspective of my constituents, that casts a much longer shadow that these winter fuel payment cuts is going to do nothing to ameliorate. Last week, I asked the Chancellor if she would give her full support to measures to boost the uptake of pension credit. And I welcome her commitment to work with the Secretary of State for Work and Pensions to maximise the take-up of pension credit by bringing forward the administration of housing benefit and pension credit. It will be a pleasure.
We've spoken a lot about the take-up of pension credit in this debate already, and I think it's important to say that those, I think it's 800,000, the Minister said, that are still not taking it up, are by definition going to be the harder to reach people and the most vulnerable. And so I don't understand how the government can, in good conscience, take away this guaranteed benefit at a time when there's no certainty whatsoever about being able to get the other people signed up to pension credit in time.
I welcome my honourable friend's intervention. He makes an important point, although I would say I welcome the Chancellor's commitment last week to work with older people's charities and local authorities to raise awareness of pension credit. But my honourable friend is exactly right that many people will have this benefit taken away without knowing that there is pension credit that they are eligible for and for which they should claim. But as the Lord Secondary Legislation Scrutiny Committee have highlighted, the DWP have assumed that the uptake of pension credit will increase by just 5 percentage points, and that will still exclude around 700,000 pensioners. Has the government made a proper assessment of what the impact will be if uptake of pension credits increases by more than that amount? And I continue to call for assurance that the government ensures that all those eligible for pension credit claim both the benefit itself and the winter fuel payment. Now, whilst we'll be voting against the scrapping of this stream of support for pensioners, and we recognise that the government faces difficult choices given the appalling mess left by the Conservative Party, the Liberal Democrats will continue to advocate for the necessity of the winter fuel payment. The mismanagement of our economy by the outgoing Conservative government has left formidable challenges, and we understand that undoing that damage is not going to be easy. Nevertheless, it is not right. With pleasure.
Thank you for giving way. Whatever about the fiscal pressures which are being addressed here today, we've heard about the possible impact in terms of additional deaths as a result of this measure. Does the honourable member share my disgust when, at the end of the last vote, some members opposite celebrated the result as if it was a football match?
I thank the honourable member for his intervention. I can't comment. I'm afraid I didn't see that, but thanks for raising it. Nevertheless, it is not right for the consequences of these decisions and this burden to be carried by some of the most vulnerable in our society. Those with the broadest shoulders should carry a heavier burden. Liberal Democrats have set out detailed proposals to tackle fuel poverty, and we're calling on the government to look at them very seriously. This includes steps such as launching an emergency home energy upgrade programme with free insulation and heat pumps for low-income households, introducing a social tariff for the most vulnerable to provide targeted energy discounts of vulnerable households, and implementing a proper windfall tax on the super profits of oil and gas producers and traders to raise vital revenue. And we have also called on the government to tackle the wider cost of living crisis, including by investing an extra £1 billion a year in our farmers to bring down food prices, increasing the carers allowance and expanding it to more carers, and removing the 2-child limit and the benefit cap. Now, more than 2 million pensioners are currently living in poverty. They've had a tremendously difficult time during the cost of living crisis, dealing with record high energy bills and eye-watering food costs. And that's why the Liberal Democrats are proud to have introduced the triple lock when we were in government, lifting countless vulnerable pensioners out of poverty, and why we are strongly committed to ensuring it remains in place in the future. Pensioners deserve to have this support and the security of knowing that the triple lock will be there in the long term. We do acknowledge the dire economic situation which the new government has inherited, and yet we have heard warning calls from sector representatives, including Age UK, Disability Rights UK, and indeed many pensioners themselves regarding the damage that this cut might cause. As the government tries to clear up the Conservative Party's mess, it must ensure that this does not come at the expense of pensioners and families who will struggle to heat their homes this winter. Thank you, Madam Deputy.
Point of order, Stuart Anderson.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. You will know the rules far better than me, but this is a really important debate, and I just want to ensure that the House is quorate. And can you tell me how many people have to be on the government benches for a debate? Because there are under 20 Labour MPs that decided to find this a worthwhile debate to come here, and I want to make sure we have enough people here for this debate because it's really serious. Thank you.
As the honourable gentleman will know, the House is not counted. There is not a quorum, and so therefore we shall move on with Peter Swallow.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I was proud to be elected on a manifesto which committed to delivering economic stability, security and growth. After 14 years of Tory recklessness with our economy, after the disastrous Liz Truss mini-budget drove up inflation, food bills and mortgage repayments and pushed my constituents to the brink, the public voted for change. And that change must start with getting our economy back on its feet. When the last Labour government left office, Trussell Trust food banks were giving out 40,000 food parcels a year. Last year, they gave out 3 million food parcels. Shameful. So when we on this side of the House talk about the recklessness of the previous government, it is not academic. We're talking about taxpayer money being poured into ideological gimmicks while children are going to school hungry, working adults are one rent rise away from homelessness, and a broken NHS is stalling productivity and failing those who most rely on public services, including our pensioners. A £22 billion black hole in the public finances they covered up and they walked away from. Stability means bringing the economy and the country back from this brink, which the party opposite knowingly pushed it to. No one doubts that this policy is tough. It's not a measure we want to take, but we have been left a huge bill to pay. Means testing the winter fuel allowance will allow us to support those pensioners most in need, as we take the difficult steps we have to right the ship. Members across this House know that in our communities there are too many pensioners struggling. That's why I welcome this government's commitment to the triple lock, by which the state pension has risen by £900 this year and will raise by over £450 in April. I support the extension of the Warm Homes discount, worth £150 to more than 1 million low-wage pensioners. I will give way, yeah.
The honourable gentleman. He'll be aware that the Tory triple lock was introduced by the Tories precisely in order to deal with the legacy left by the previous Labour government when, unless I've got this number wrong, there was a lower take-up of pension credit than there is today. So we raised that. The triple lock raised pensioner incomes, and the first act of the Labour government, of which he is clearly aiming to be a loyal member, is to take £300 away from people who really, really do need it.
3 million food parcels last year. That is the legacy of your government. That is your legacy. And the triple lock, which you purport to defend, you broke it in 2022. You broke it.
You did. You did.
I support, too, the extension of the Household Support Fund to help families most in need this winter, and the government's commitment to introduce tougher regulation on the energy market, which has let customers down for too long. I'm working hard with Bracknell Forest Council to make sure that pensioners in the Bracknell constituency who are in need and not claiming the support they are entitled to are identified and encouraged to get help. And I urge any pensioner who's concerned about their finances to go to Age UK's benefits calculator to see what support you may be entitled to claim. I will give way.
What did you say to pensioners during the election campaign?
I said that this party would restore the broken economy that we inherited from the party opposite. That's what I said. Madam Deputy Speaker, in the long term, there is only one permanent solution to ending fuel poverty. We must end our dependence on volatile foreign energy markets and deliver lasting energy security, something the party opposite failed to do while they were in government, leaving energy bills higher for every household, including those most in need. That is why this government's plan to create a new national energy company, GB Energy, is vital. It will bring energy supply back in the hands of the British public and help get prices back under control. This is the solution to fuel poverty long term. Homegrown, British-controlled power. I will give way.
The honourable gentleman for giving way. There are roughly 13,000 people in his Bracknell constituency who will not get their winter fuel allowance this year as a result of the changes that he's just voted for. How many of them does he estimate will struggle to pay their bills?
I've already set out the support I want to see in place and the support that this government have put in place to support pensioners in my constituency. And moreover, the support to help all households in Bracknell and across the country to see long-term energy bills coming down. That's really important, and it's the first step on the road to growth. And because of the triple lock, a growing economy means growing pensions and growing support for pensioners in need. Madam Deputy Speaker, future prosperity doesn't fall out of the sky. We have to create the conditions for it. And those conditions are sensible spending, bringing debt under control, and encouraging investment. To do these things, we have to dig ourselves out of this financial hole. And that means tough choices. This policy is a difficult step. It is a step I did not want to take. But it is a step away from the brink towards stability, security and growth. And that is why I back it.
Yeah. Now, I'm going to have no choice but to put a limit on backbench speeches, which I am very sorry to do before handing over to the next speaker, but members will be aware there are over 40 of you wishing to take part. Dame Priti Patel, 3 minutes.
Well, who would have thought that one of the first acts of this awful, cruel, ideological Labour government would be to assault the nation's pensioners and remove winter fuel payments? And I think let's be quite candid, Madam Deputy Speaker. We are now seeing the nation's pensioners fall victim to what is an ideological decision, Labour's betrayal, while they've literally succumbed to their union paymasters through the gross amounts of public spending that they are shoveling in the pockets of many of their paymasters. It's quite interesting. I've got a time limit, you've just spoken. It is quite interesting that there's been so little transparency around the finances and the fiscal choices that this government has chosen to make. No impact assessment, for example. No honesty around the cost of all of this to the Exchequer in the long run. Nothing around the administration of the Household Support Fund. And so I would actually like to ask the front bench, Labour ministers, about how they have literally made this spurious claim that they had no choice in this decision, when, bear in mind, a member of their government claimed a couple of weeks ago that they'd been run on the pound without this decision, which is just extraordinary and speaks to the fiscal ineptitude of this government. So desperate are they to justify this brutal cut. So, if I may, Madam Deputy Speaker, I have a series of questions on the mitigations. First, on pension credit. It's right to encourage more pensioners who are entitled to take this up, that they do so. And I know from my time in DWP and many on these benches have spent many years encouraging more pensioners to take up pension credit. So I think we should know how the targeting is going to work and how this is going to, what this is going to cost as well. Second, on the increase in state pension. In recent days, the government has been spinning yet again that those affected by the loss of the winter fuel payment are going to benefit from an estimated £400 rise in the state pension. Can the Minister confirm what the net real terms impact of this will be on overall household incomes for those that are losing this benefit? And can he confirm how this is going to add up over time and what the actual costs will be? Third, there have been concerns raised that if pensioners cannot afford to heat their homes, there will be serious impact on health, and we've heard this throughout this day today. Without an impact assessment, Can we have some honesty now? What are the costs to the NHS? And I think this government owes it to the British people to be honest about this. On the Household Support Fund, we've heard it's going to be extended, but can we know exactly how this £500 million is going to be funded? Who is going to be paying for that? And finally, Madam Deputy Speaker, there are so many unanswered questions that this government must answer, must be honest. There's been a lack of transparency, no impact statement, assessment whatsoever. It is right that we hold the government to account, and it's right that they are now honest to the British pensioners in terms of what their intention is, even on the future of the triple lock.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I'm glad we're having this debate today because perhaps the opposition and parts of the media are bored, facing something they've not seen for years. Benches on this side representing all parts of the United Kingdom, packed full of members who respect each other and support the government. Because they have stoked a frenzy that I fear is at risk of obscuring the most important arguments for the changes we are debating today. Yes, there's the economic argument, which matters. As the OBR and IFS have recognised, this government inherited public finances in a shocking state in, quote, one of the largest in-year overspends outside of the pandemic in history, or, as a member opposite put it earlier, an accounting error. Unlike the rapid succession of opposition chancellors, our Chancellor has levelled with the British people and been transparent about the nation's finances. Restoring stability means hard choices. This is not the first and it will not be the last. But it is not the economic case that I wish to emphasise today. It is the principled one. Madam Deputy Speaker, let me make a general point about the arguments we make in politics. Sometimes we politicians can be too quick to hold up our hands and say, we have no choice. Lawyers required this, economists required that. This can leave voters frustrated. Why vote if the people we vote for are not in charge, but lawyers or economists are? Can the people we elect not control the things that affect our lives? To restore trust in politics, we must show that politics matters. That is why I believe it's important that we articulate what we do in terms of principles and of choices. To govern is to choose. Targeting winter fuel payments is a choice. However difficult and necessary, it is the right choice for two principled reasons. The first is about the moral purpose of the policy. Gordon Brown designed the winter fuel payment to ensure that nobody was at home cold because they could not afford to turn on their heating. It was a time when state pension rises were miserly and many found insufficient to heat their homes. And let me note a point that pensioners were better off after the last Labour government. 1 million were lifted out of poverty by 2004. These changes that we are debating today do not move from that position. In a time when the state pension has risen by £900 and will rise again by as much as £400, these changes target the winter fuel payment based on the principle of need. That is the right principle. Let me be clear. I do not believe taxpayers...
3-minute time limit. Sir Roger Gale.
Deputy Speaker. My wife, Susie, is over retirement age. She's also in full-time employment. I'm over retirement age. I'm also in full-time employment. I'm a higher rate taxpayer. I've always believed that the winter fuel allowance should be means tested. Because while we give it to charity, there are other younger people, perhaps, that are disabled, young disabled, who can't run around and keep warm, who could use the money. And I've believed that probably for as long as the now Chancellor of the Exchequer has believed it. Because let's be clear about this. This has nothing to do with black holes in the economy that Laura Kunsberg identified on Sunday when interviewing the Prime Minister as being largely contributed to by inflationary pay increases for the unions, for railway workers, and for junior doctors. This is a policy dreamt up in 2014, and it's on the record, by the present Chancellor of the Exchequer. It's a policy made in number 11 Downing Street, and endorsed by the nation's undertaker in number 10. It is cruel, it is heartless, it is going to lead to death this winter. So while I believe that there should be a means test, I believe that the manner in which the government is going about this is profoundly wrong, deeply flawed, will cause untold of hardship, and it has got to change.
On that point?
And
on that point?
Of course.
I'm very grateful.
Thank you, the honourable member, given a moving and a compassionate speech, but where does the responsibility for this cruel policy lie specifically?
I'm grateful to my honourable friend because it doesn't lie with the honourable gentleman opposite. It lies with the Chancellor of the Exchequer and it lies with the Prime Minister, both of whom should be on that bench this afternoon, neither of whom have been present during the debates. Although the Chancellor of the Exchequer did come in to vote and then nipped out again. And that in itself is shameful. And I abhor the fact that there are politicians now sitting on those benches who are quite prepared to fight to the last drop of somebody else's political blood. Because that's what's happening here this afternoon. I'll give way to the honourable lady.
You say that our Chancellor and the Prime Minister are not here on these benches, but where is your leader and your shadow Chancellor? They're not here either. And you talk about you talk about means testing and means testing being right. When we have a difficult financial situation, we have difficult decisions that we have to take. And the honourable gentleman seems to agree with us on that.
I appreciate the passions are running high this afternoon. There are many new members in the House. But when we use you and your, it's referring to the chair. There are good reasons in this chamber why we direct debate through the chair, and please can members remember that. Sir Roger Gale.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I stand chastised. The Leader of the Opposition was in the chamber early this afternoon. I saw no sign whatsoever of the Prime Minister here. But the answer to my honourable friend remains the same. The responsibility for this policy
with the unions.
lies directly with the Chancellor of the Exchequer and with the Prime Minister. And they are going to live to regret this.
Yeah.
And just to conclude, I will say this. All right.
I'm grateful to the honourable gentleman for giving way. Would he agree that, in common with his principle that means testing could be accommodated, many of those who have written to us as members of Parliament also sympathise with the principle that means testing could and should come in at some point in the future, but it's the manner in which it is being brought in before the 880,000 pensioners who are eligible for pension credit are registered for pension credit, which is the problem which particularly affects the 21,000 pensioners in Taunton and Wellington.
I'm grateful to the honourable gentleman. I've made the point and I'll make it again. I have no quarrel with the principle. I have huge quarrel with the manner in which it is being done because it is cruel, it is heartless. It is going to leave thousands, if not millions, of pensioners literally out or probably more probably in the cold this winter, and some of those people will die as a result. And it is not necessary, it does not have to be done, and it will not save money. So there has to be a rethink. And just to conclude, I detect a degree of arrogance on the government benches this afternoon. The fact that there are only about 30 members on the government benches speaks volumes to those outside who thought people were going to come and hear this matter being seriously debated. And there seems to be a belief that the next general election is 5 years away. The next general election may be 5 years away, but the next election is next May. And those voting in the county council elections in May, those pensioners and their families will not forget this.
Sam Rushworth.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I haven't written a speech today. I've written a few points because I've spent the last week, like many of my colleagues, agonising over how I would vote today. I decided in the end to vote with my conscience, and that meant I voted with the government, and I will tell you why. No, They laugh. They laugh, but I'll tell you why. And I listened to the debate today, and I listened to contributions from the benches opposite, and I listened sincerely, and this is what I've learnt. Firstly, several interventions in which people criticise the government's efforts to improve take-up of pension credit. Well, they have. You can go and, they can go and read Hansard if they want to dispute that, but there have been several criticisms of that, almost to the point where when they talk about who's vulnerable, I wonder if they have a blind spot for some of our most vulnerable constituents. Secondly, I've learnt their disdain for hard-working people because we've learnt that in their spending plans they intended to reject the pay recommendations of their own pay body. I will give way.
Honourable Member, I appreciate that some of the hardest working people are the pensioners that we're now standing up for and trying to stop them freezing into the winter coming and those ahead.
I absolutely do, and people may recall last week I came to this House and I asked the Chancellor a question about my own constituents. I represent the snowiest and coldest constituency in England, and I've had deep concerns about those pensioners, but as I've studied the detail and listened to pensioners in my constituency, in the last week alone, several people who've come forward to me expressing concerns about this policy, it's turned out are people who could be claiming pension credit but are not. I also want to make a broader point about the winter fuel allowance. The winter fuel allowance was introduced under the last Labour government in 1997 when the state pension was £3,247 a year. Now, if that had increased at the rate of inflation, today it would be £6,200 a year, yet thankfully it's more than twice that. Because, well, they say because of them, but again, they may want to look at the record on this, because in fact, under both the previous Labour government and the previous Conservative government, the state pension increased above the rate of inflation, and I absolutely welcome that. The winter fuel allowance, however, has not increased for 20 years. So the winter fuel allowance has, in real terms, become less and less year after year. And I think the point that I'm trying to make, Madam Deputy Speaker, is that I think that we need to consider our people, and if their argument is that after 14 years of them in government, that people on the full state pension are £100 away from death and destitution, what have they been doing for 14 years? Yeah. We need a settlement for the economy, and this government is actually answering the concerns of my constituents who live in cold, stone-built, badly insulated homes, who lost out when the previous government chose to cut funding available to insulate homes. This government is setting up Great British Energy that will help to cut bills over the long term. People are not poor and struggling to pay their bills because we don't give enough taxpayers' money away in small pockets of benefits here and there. What we need is higher wages and better pensions. And I've been convinced by the Chancellor's arguments that under this government, the pension will rise at or above the rate of inflation year upon year upon year, while energy bills will fall. And finally, my constituents would not thank me if I didn't take steps today to stabilise the economy, because we need to get NHS waiting lists down. And we need...
Graham Stewart.
And it's interesting to follow the Honourable Member for Bishop Auckland and follow the angst-ridden journey with his conscience to ensure that he could abandon those who most need their winter fuel allowance in this coming winter. Though it was good of him to highlight the Tory triple lot, which did take the absolutely woeful state of the pension left by the last Labour government and transform it to a sounder one today. But even in these conditions where, thanks to the Tories, pensioners are much better off than they used to be, even then, there are people, and it came from Labour research a few years ago, who will die, according to that research, if this policy, which he in good conscience thinks he should vote for today, is implemented. That's the truth. And it takes us to one of the key issues we've been discussing today, and that's process. And the honourable gentleman seems like an honourable and decent man. At least he used the word conscience in this debate, rather than purely political theatre. The point is that the process is where something could lead to thousands of people dying, that the government has not done that which it is legally obliged to do. It used some rare exemption requirement to produce the impact assessment. So we don't know. So people who in good conscience, like the honourable gentleman, want to do the right thing, don't know what the impact is. Because if that was in front of us, and if it validated the Labour Party's previous analysis and showed that it could be 4,000 people who are going to die, could he really, in good conscience, do it? For what, the 1.1 billion? We'd spend over 1,200 billion? I mean, this 22 billion black hole is a sort of political theatre by a government that said it wasn't going to do politics as theatre, as performance. It was going to do it properly. But in fact, it's a minuscule amount, isn't it? It's significant, but it's minuscule in the overall scheme of things. It's a choice that has been made, which has been rammed through on a timetable which is not in order, doesn't follow the normal and proper way of things, doesn't allow new members of Parliament like the honourable gentleman to look at it and weigh it up and come to the right conclusion. It is truly shameful. And I have Peter, one of my constituents, who's one of 882 who signed the petition in my constituency against this. He and his wife are £12 over the pension credit limit. He is one. He is obviously. I will give way to the honourable gentleman.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I'm grateful for the honourable gentleman giving way. I'm just wondering, he is obviously citing the concerns about the safety of vulnerable groups. And in doing so, I wonder if he might reflect that over the last 14 years, he has enabled a government which has led to the decay and decline of every single public service. Public services, when they do decay and decline, disproportionately affect vulnerable groups.
The honourable gentleman knows full well that that is not true. In fact, education. I used to chair the Education Committee, so I know a little bit about that. And the standards have lifted up. If you look at the OECD, PISA tables, it seems like new government ministers don't want to take into account the most reputable international measure of educational performance. Showed that we lifted ourselves up massively. If you look at the NHS is under enormous tension and crisis, but compared to 5 years ago, we have 20% more doctors and nurses. If it was purely a budgetary matter. So I wish the new government well in reforming the NHS, but if you want to see what Labour government of health service actually means, you can find it right now, and you just need to travel to Wales. And the honourable gentleman knows that that is not delivering. But I'll return, if I may, Madam Deputy Speaker, to Peter and his wife. But they're not the only people who are worried about this policy, because I spent a little bit of time yesterday reading Labour's manifesto, as I hope honourable members opposite may have done. I was touched by the quote from Gary on page 48, and it reads, "I've never struggled this much to keep warm. I can only afford to heat one room with a small portable heater. Sometimes I sleep in my armchair to save money. It's no way to live." And surely members opposite, in good conscience, recognise that he's right. It is no way to live. And when 9.7 million people voted Labour, they voted for them on the promise of change. And I don't think this is the change which Gary and others were led to believe that they would receive.
Chris Murray.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I'm glad the previous speaker referred to the change in the Labour manifesto at the last election, because the first line of that manifesto was the promise to bring economic stability to Britain, and that would be a change from the previous government. We knew that bringing economic stability would involve tough choices, but even at the election we had no idea of the scale of the mess that we would find. Means testing the winter fuel allowance is not an easy decision, but we must look at it in the broader context. Let me make 3 points about the situation pensioners face. Firstly, the pension triple lock. This is a critical piece of public policy. It makes the state pension genuinely livable. The triple lock means pensions increase by £900 in this year alone, and the state pension will increase by over £1,700 over the course of this Parliament. That helps all pensioners. It is absolutely the right decision for the government to prioritise the pension triple lock, even if that means means testing the winter fuel allowance. Secondly, the poorest pensioners will still get the winter fuel allowance, and I'm reassured by the push to increase the take-up of pension credit. And thirdly, sorry, I must make progress. Thirdly, we must look more broadly at all of the challenges that older people face. Waiting lists are appallingly long. Older people in my constituency can wait 18 months for a hip replacement. Others spend their life savings on private health care. I understand people are concerned, but we do people no favours by pretending tough choices do not exist. Delaying that decision only makes tougher, less enviable choices ahead. Sorry, let me make progress. If you want to understand that, look no further than my home of Scotland. Despite having higher public spending and higher taxes than the rest of the UK, our pensioners face the longest waiting lists on record. Today, the SNP will oppose means testing the winter fuel allowance in Westminster, while bringing in means testing for it in Scotland. Not to clean up the mess the Tories left them, but to clean up their own mismanagement of Scottish finances. We can do better. In taking this step, we must recognise the country has changed since the winter fuel allowance was introduced. Today, when I look around my constituency, age is no longer the main factor in whether you can afford to heat your home. That means cannot be right we continue to give the wealthiest pensioners £300 a year. As society changes, we must adjust. We do today's pensioners a better service by targeting those who need help the most.
Jim Shannon.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Can I also say I rise to publicly oppose this proposed change? I will begin by saying I understand the need to balance books. We all do know how it works. But to be perfectly frank, it gives me no joy to say this. I never imagined, ever in my life, that a Labour government would seek to balance the books in the backs of pensioners throughout the United Kingdom. So I put that on record at the very beginning. I say that very respectfully, but with great grief. I fully comprehend the system could do with an upgrade. Perhaps we should look at a household cap as we do with the child benefit payment. Perhaps we could look at allocating per household rather than per person. Perhaps we could look at ensuring that everyone who is still earning more than their pension through employment can have deferred payments until full retirement. Perhaps we could look at an opt-out scheme to enable pensioners like me. I don't need the money. I asked not to take the money. I give my money to charity. I'm not better than anybody else, Madam Deputy Speaker. Never am I better than anybody else. But I realised that money, I didn't need it, so I give it away. Others might want to do the same thing. When it comes to direct face-to-face pension credit applications, that's what they should be. And a 9-week wait for the application to be processed. My goodness, if people need the money now. Raise the threshold. Also, government and the minister said about the £440 is coming next spring. The pensioners need the money this winter and as soon as possible. In Northern Ireland, we have 68% of homes relying on oil-fired boilers for heating. There's high levels of fuel poverty, with 22% of the population currently spending more than 10% of their household income on heating from homes. So I'm going to think about the women who have a tiny work pension from the hours that they work whilst their children were in school. The WASPy women who have already been disadvantaged and will pay a further price for not being allowed to save for their needs. So I'm begging this government on behalf of my constituents in Strangford, don't remove the benefit from everyone in one full sweep. I stand for those. Yes, ma'am.
I thank the honourable member for giving way. National Energy Action estimate that close to 45 people die every winter's day in the UK due to cold homes. This government, in their wisdom, through this decision, have decided to imperil many more. Would he agree with me that it's wrong and that it will impact and will cause deaths right across the United Kingdom?
I thank the honourable member for saying that. He's absolutely right. We all recognise, I think it's the honourable member, he's not here, but he mentioned as well that this winter will be a one when the pensioners will feel the gravity and the pain of cold. So I stand for all those who are making do with the less than £1,000 per month, those pensioners who will be impacted by this fuel allowance being taken away from them, and to whom this is a lot of money, to whom this is the difference of being warm this winter or simply surviving. This isn't exaggeration, this is life for my constituents, and respectively I say this for the constituents on the other side of the chamber as well. I conclude, I know I'm, according to the clock has stopped, okay? Those who have worked all their lives, I'd be respectful for the time, Madam Deputy Speaker, you expect me to be. Those who have worked all their lives deserve to be paid out for what they've paid in. And there is a basic standard along with women and children first in the lifeboat. And that is those who can't survive the icy cold. So let's slow down this ship, and I look to Labour to make that happen. And veer away from the iceberg, which some members are only seeing the tip of at this moment, which could be the destruction of this government before the first journey even begins. Let's course correct. and get this right and support what the opposition have put forward tonight. I think it's got the mood and the opinion of everybody in this side of the chamber, and I hope that government and the Labour Party in particular will resurrect and realise they're going the wrong way and we're trying to direct them the right way. Thank you.
Matthew Patrick.
Speaker, and I'm grateful to follow the member for Strangford, who I know in my short time already in this place often sits there and listens to everybody on this side of the House and across the House, and I listen to his points as well. And I would make these points to him on this debate, like so many others when it comes to our economic inheritance, which is a £22 billion in-year black hole. We have to make difficult decisions. We can choose to ignore the situation we're in. We can choose to duck these decisions. That is a well-trodden path, and it's a path too often taken by the last government. And the price of entry to that path is not free. There's a cost. It takes accepting a failing economy and failing public services. It tries to shift the problem again and again to future generations. It's an easy path, but it's not a responsible one. The alternative is that we govern as we campaigned, not just on economic stability, but on credibility and truth in politics, where we're honest with people about the mess we are in, and crucially, about the path we will take to bring about brighter days, to lower waiting times in our NHS, to get more teachers into our schools, to get more police on our streets. Delivering again for people right across the country, Madam Deputy Speaker. When a failure to deliver has become the norm, that must change. And if we ignore the problems, we cannot fix them. Since records began, no government has front-loaded spending so much to leave the second half of the year's cupboard bare. It was an easy path, but not a responsible one. And I believe members opposite know this. Indeed, there have been calls over the years from Conservative and Liberal Democrat members to target winter fuel payments to those most in need. This government is combining responsibility with compassion, and I know it's the...
Wendy Morton.
Madam Deputy Speaker, the winter fuel payment gave me peace of mind that I would be able to heat my home and stay warm during the winter. Not my words, but the words of a constituent, and very typical of the many comments that I have received in my inbox and the comments that people have said to me when I've been out and about across the constituency. In my constituency, there are just 2,138 recipients of pension credit. Yet there are an estimated 18,300 pensioners who will lose out this winter. This political choice, because this is what it is, means that these very same pensioners, 18,600, will lose up to £300 winter fuel payment. In addition, the energy price cap rise of 10% puts further financial pressure on them of around £149. It impacts pensioners earning as little as £13,000 a year. Contrast that with the inflation-busting pay rises that this government has handed out. Contrast this with the billions the government is spending on GB Energy, a state-run company which won't produce any energy, nor will it cut their bills. And what's more, for the vast majority of my pensioners who will be waiting for their annual increase next year, thanks to this government, when we were in government, the £460, when you deduct the loss of £300 winter fuel payment, that leaves them with an increase equivalent to just 44p a day, less than the cost of a pint of milk. Yes, of course.
I wonder how many of her constituents will lose out on this vital payment unless the train drivers have had all the extra money.
Yeah. I think my honourable friend makes a very, very important point, but it comes back to this is about political choice. And I'm here to stand up for my pensioners in my constituency. I'd also like to point out that it was this party when in government that drove up pension credit applications by 73% in just 12 months, and it's important that we don't forget that. Exactly. But the issue of pension credit take-up is often an entrenched issue. People in my constituency, they're often too proud to apply. It's a process that is too complicated. 22 pages, 243 questions, and as we've heard, 9 weeks to determine the application. So tackling pension credit take-up is really important, but it isn't the solution to the crisis that these pensioners are facing today. Only weeks ahead of the winter, what they need is help now.
According to Age UK, across the UK, there are around 2 million pensioners who badly need the money to stay warm this winter and who will now not receive it. Losing winter fuel payment will make it significantly harder for them to keep warm. It undermines their health and their well-being. Pensioners, as we've heard today, have often serious health conditions, disabilities. They often live in older properties. Those in the north, where my constituency in the West Midlands, it's often colder there than it is in some parts of the country. They are all disproportionately affected, and yet there is no sign of an impact assessment. Just a Chancellor who seemingly storms ahead with her political decision.
The Honourable Lady give way.
I'm going to continue because I'm just conscious that others get the chance to speak. There's no time for older people on low incomes, no time for them to set aside money, if they have it, to help them get through the winter. Being at home in the cold risks raising blood pressure, increased risk of strokes and heart attacks, as well as hypothermia. I did not vote for this callous cut earlier today. I will not pick the pockets of those who have worked hard all their lives, doing the right thing by their families and by this country. What I will do, Madam Deputy Speaker, though, is I will continue to speak up for my constituents who deserve better than this. This is just so wrong.
Lawrence Turner.
Deputy Speaker, and I associate myself with the comments that colleagues on this side of the House have made in this debate. But I want to speak in this debate on a particular issue, which is public sector pay and the attempts which have been made in this debate and a debate which preceded it to turn pensioners and public sector workers against each other, including the public sector workers who have been driven to rely on food banks and payday loans that I was proud to represent as a trade union official, and indeed the 6,000 public sector workers in my constituency must wonder what it is, listening to this debate, that the party opposite has against them. A strong economy needs strong public services, but the problem for the last government and the public sector workers that worked on for it were that its public finance strategy rested on imposing the biggest real wage cuts in living memory. Not my words, but the words of the former Permanent Secretary to the Treasury, Nicholas Macpherson. The consequences for the services that we all depend on are clear to see. Teaching vacancies doubled over the last 3 years, an 8% vacancy rate in the NHS, 1 in 10 999 call handler posts vacant. All of us know the consequences of ambulance delays for pensioners. And of cancelled operations and appointments too. Sorry, does the honourable member wish to make an intervention?
I'd love to thank you very much for taking my intervention. Obviously, the 15,500 pensioners are going to lose out in Basildon and Billericay because of this callous cut by the Labour government. He was pointing out the issues at the impact on the public services. I was wondering, how many more hospital missions will we have? How many more people will have to have operations because of this cut that his party is putting forwards? Or will we not be able to find out because his party won't even put forwards an impact assessment so we can know who is affected?
We will take no lectures on this side of the House on hospital admissions or the state of the NHS that his party has left us. Now, the party opposite has claimed that they did not know what the pay review body recommendations would be. But the school teachers review body's recommendations were known to ministers before July, and they will know also that the different PRBs tend to make similar recommendations. And why were most of those recommendations not submitted in good time? It is because ministers were late in submitting their evidence, pushing the timetable until after the election. As the Office for Manpower Economics has said, the work of the PRBs is demand-led and essentially non-negotiable. Departments set the remits and timetables. Now, shadow ministers talked about productivity gains, but when it came down to NHS negotiations under the last government, productivity was just a slogan. In the negotiations, the cupboard was bare, they had nothing to actually ask for. I will give way.
The Honourable gentleman is making a case comparing the salaries of working individuals with the pensions of the elderly. Could he tell me how many of the people who will lose the winter fuel allowance in his constituency earn less or receive less than the minimum wage?
In my constituency, there are approximately 2,600 pensioner households that do not receive pensioner credit, and that is one of the legacies of the last government, but they are entitled to it. Now, the party opposite suggests that they would have rejected the pay review body recommendations, forgetting that one of the first acts of the Margaret Thatcher government in 1979 was to accept the recommendations of the Clegg Commission on pay comparability, if only the party opposite had more courage today.
Serious government.
Madam Deputy Speaker, the winter fuel allowance exists because of a Labour government. A government that increased the value of those payments fivefold in 13 years compared to an increase of 0 under 14 years of the previous government, a real terms cut of 33%. I will give way.
Thank you very much to my honourable friend for giving way. And it's fascinating to hear the recent converts to the fight against poverty on the opposite benches, particularly the honourable member for North West, Basildon and Billericay. Yet they seem far more quiet about the fact that the average food shop went up by £1,000 in the last Parliament. The average energy bill went up £400. Listen, you might learn something. The average mortgage went up, because of your lot, £2,880. Apologies, Madam Deputy Speaker. Apologies, Madam Deputy Speaker.
Evans.
Your guidance, please, Madam Deputy Speaker. I was under the impression that for parliamentary language we should refer to members, friends, or even a constituency. Is that correct?
The honourable member is absolutely correct in that. Could I just helpfully point out to all honourable and right honourable members that in seeking to make repeated interventions, they're actually cutting into each other's times. I have made the point previously about the correct way to address each other, or indeed through me as a member of the House in interventions. The interventions need to be a great deal shorter because it is just cutting into the time for the debate, and there are an awful lot of members who wish to contribute. Lawrence Turner.
Thank you. Very quickly. And
I'd like the advice from the Chair, please. Reportedly, more than 200 Labour MPs received more than £2 million in donations before the election from the trade unions. Before other members give speeches about issues such as public sector pay, wouldn't it be in order for them to declare that interest at the beginning of their speeches?
As the honourable member will know, it's for individual members to declare their interest if there is one applicable. Can I return to Lawrence Turner, please?
I've declared my background in the trade union movement, and I note that the honourable member wrote the manifesto that he stood upon that proposed cutting the winter fuel allowance. Madam Deputy Speaker, now that winter fuel allowance is to be means tested, we must boost uptake in pension credit. I welcome measures that ministers have announced today so that the allowance can be protected for the very poorest pensioners.
Mike Wood.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. This government's choice to remove the winter fuel payment from 21,365 of my constituents in Kings Swinford and South Staffordshire is cruel. The payments have been a lifeline for so many pensioners, helping them to stay warm during the harsh winter months. And with most pensioners living on fixed incomes, particularly having almost no notice, no time to prepare, means that the impact on many pensioner households of this loss of income will mean it will be increasingly difficult for them to afford basic necessities. Now, there have been a number of speeches opposite that have talked about difficult choices, but the reality is that this government has run away from difficult choices. It's ducked the difficult choices. The difficult choice would have been, during the election campaign, to have been upfront with voters, to have explained why they felt that this was necessary, appropriate, and, as some have said, morally right, and trusted voters to decide whether to give them that mandate. Instead, they ran away. There are difficult choices, but unfortunately the difficult choices are the ones that they have left our constituents to face. Of course.
Thank the member for giving way. Would he agree with me that this sets a dangerous precedent? Free bus passes, prescription charges, indeed access to healthcare itself are all now at risk because of the logic being put forward by the party opposite in terms of pensioners being able to afford to pay for these things.
My honourable friend is clearly correct, and there will be many people, but particularly pensioners, who will be worried as to what this Chancellor of the Exchequer has next, what she is going to take away from them next. Because without these payments, many will be forced to choose between heating their homes or other essential expenses such as food or medication. People like my constituent Linda, who wrote to me, "My husband has had several medical issues this year, and I'm very worried about the heating situation. I think it is likely that we will cut back on nourishing food. I cannot believe that a British government would penalise a generation like this." Or another constituent, Dawn, who writes, "Now I fear the winter months and afraid of hypothermia. I personally am just above the threshold to qualify for pension credits. I am a single person, claiming state pension, and also have a small NHS pension. I can foresee me not using my central heating this winter." Those are difficult choices that this Chancellor, this government, has forced on too many of our pensioners, and they are choices that nobody should have to make, but particularly those who have contributed so much to our society. Now, of course I'll give way.
Honourable gentleman for giving way. Now, the government that he supported was responsible for driving living standards down the first Parliament where that happened on record. Does he not agree with me that it's traditionally bad form for the arsonist to start criticising the fire brigade?
Well, I mean, I think the honourable gentleman has a huge amount of cheek when he looks at, firstly, the inheritance of that previous Conservative government that had to actually, as the candidate for the Business and Trade Select Committee wrote, there was no money left. Whereas, of course, what we saw during those 14 years was not only restoration in the economy, that huge growth in pensioner income, but, of course, now the fastest growth in the G7, unemployment at record low levels, and inflation back at low levels. Now, the Chancellor wants us to imagine that this is a decision that suddenly came to her some point in the run-up to the King's speech. Sometime after the general election, it would not have been possible for her to have imagined this before polling day. She claimed in July that it was not a decision she wanted to make. Yet, as has been said, in March 2014, she stated barely feet away from where I'm standing now, standing at the opposition front bench at the dispatch box, demanding that winter fuel payments should be means-tested. Whereas in July, she said it was not a decision she expected to make. And yet, miraculously, this year's Labour manifesto was the first in almost 2 decades without that specific commitment to protect winter fuel payments. This is a decision that had been a decade in the making, a decade in the planning. They had a decade to prepare and get it right. And yet we are seeing how poorly thought through that we can't have a Social Security Advisory Committee report, that we can't have the impact assessment, that they imagine you can take this money away from pensioners with no impact on our NHS or on charities. It is wrong. It needs to be reversed.
John Slinger.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Many right honourable and honourable members opposite have thrown the word choice at us. Now the party opposite chose empty promises. They chose unfunded policies. They chose a course that led to the decimation of our public services, to higher mortgage rates, to higher bills, and they chose to make the former Right Honourable Member for South West Norfolk Prime Minister. Now, we didn't want to make this choice, but some choices are thrust upon us. On this side, we don't duck choices. This government is choosing long-term economic stability, economic security and growth. This government is choosing to maintain the triple lock, which will see the state pension rise year on year. This government is choosing to do all in its power to make sure that the hundreds and hundreds of thousands of pensioners claim pension credit, and they'll do a lot more. I will give way.
Does the member opposite agree with me? It's deeply disingenuous for himself and other members opposite to talk about the drive to increase the uptake of pension credit when he knows full well that if he were to actually do that, it would wipe out the saving that they're claiming to make. They don't actually want people to increase their uptake of pension credit because they wouldn't save any money.
I just remind the honourable member that the word disingenuous is almost akin to suggesting that someone is lying. Perhaps he'd like to withdraw that.
I'll replace disingenuous with deeply, deeply concerning.
I thank the honourable gentleman for his intervention and for clarifying his use of language. I can assure him that everyone on this side and my colleagues on the front bench are doing everything they can to make sure that pensioners, the vulnerable pensioners who need pension credit, receive it. It is said in good faith, and we mean that. I will, of course, give way.
Thank you. I thank the honourable member for giving way. What does he say to the 18,883 pensioners in my constituency who are going to be losing the winter fuel payment, including Rita, who looks after her husband who has MS, who wrote to me today to say that she is having to make the choice this winter between heating their home and paying for essential medication?
Thank the honourable gentleman for his intervention. What I say to him and to his constituents is that we are, on this side of the House, making every effort to ensure that vulnerable pensioners and the pensioners who need pension credit receive it, and we are sticking by the triple lock to make sure year on year that pensioners are better off, and I'm glad and proud that we are doing so. I'll make some progress if I may. I've taken 2 interventions. Now, this government is choosing to move on from the terrible choices of the previous government. We're choosing a stable, strong economy, Madam Deputy Speaker, that will benefit all of the people of this country, all demographics, all regions, the next generation, and very definitely pensioners.
Chance.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Fuel poverty is an enormous issue in my constituency of North Herefordshire, a combination of demographics, geography, housing stock, and indeed living standards. And I rise today to speak on behalf of the many hundreds of my constituents who have written to me to express their deep concern about this policy from the government. I don't have time to read you extracts from all of their very moving emails, but I know that Judy, Kenneth, Pat, Tom, Robert, Gwen, all of them are deeply concerned about the impact that this will have. They've reported to me their health issues, the disabilities of their partners, the fact that they're just over the limit and they will not be able to access this. This will force them into that classic depressing choice between heating and eating that we must avoid as a country. And so I have voted against the government's policy today because, for 3 reasons. It is socially regressive. It's going to increase poverty among about 2 million people, nearly 1 million of whom ought to be getting pension credit, and despite the efforts that the party opposite are making, it's nowhere near fast enough to avoid that increased poverty this winter. But in addition to being socially regressive, it is economically innumerate. It won't save the money that it is argued to save. There are far better ways to save that money and to fund the action that certainly is needed to fund our public services. And finally, it is frankly politically inept. I really can't believe that this government has spent political capital on making such an unfortunate, unjustifiable political decision. Now, the winter fuel payment is never was a perfect policy. I have some sympathy with members who've spoken today about the inequity of the inclusion era, that those with significant wealth were still receiving it, but that has been replaced by a policy with an enormous and dangerous era of exclusion of those 2 million people who will no longer get the support that they need. I will give way.
Of course, millionaires don't need the winter fuel payment, but will the honourable member agree with me that there must be support for pensioners who really need it rather than this cruel cliff edge, especially those living in rural areas like my constituency of North Cornwall who aren't connected to the mains gas grid?
I thank the honourable member for his point, and like him, I live in a rural constituency with many people who aren't connected to main sources of power. It is a key problem, this cliff edge, and it has been referred to today by members from across the House. There must be a better way, and that requires a better sort of politics. I've sat in this chamber today for the entirety of the debate, this one and the one before on the statutory instrument, and I've been frankly very disappointed by the tone of some of the comments and the discussion, the debate, the argumentation that I've heard. That is the sort of politics that puts people off what we do here in this chamber. This is a classic issue where we need to find ways to speak better about such fundamental issues. There must be an option to find some common ground. And so in the spirit of constructive criticism, constructive engagement, I would like to urge the government to stop, to review, to think again, to work out a way where their need to find funding for public services can be done in such a way that it doesn't place the burden on those with not the broadest shoulders, but effectively the narrowest. To find a way where we're not just talking about how we deal with fuel subsidies, but also making sure that every house is warm and well insulated, so that money is not just going through the chimney, out of the windows and into the pockets of the energy companies, but actually we invest for the long term so that every home is warm and every pensioner can keep warm. Thank you.
Dr. Neil Hudson.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. 2 months ago, the party opposite was elected to government promising change and that they would be a government of public service. While their announcement to cut winter fuel payments is change, I doubt it is one that millions of pensioners up and down the land thought that they would make. In terms of a government of service, I struggle to think of a greater disservice to millions of pensioners than taking away their winter fuel payment, on which they rely. Pensioners who have worked hard all their lives deserve dignity and respect in their retirement instead of this harsh and ill-judged policy from Labour. Now, many of those pensioners will be forced to make a tough choice this winter about having the heating on as energy prices rise and temperatures drop. The government have admitted to me in a response to a parliamentary question that shockingly they believe 15,744 of my constituents in Epping Forest will have their winter fuel allowance withdrawn by the Labour government this winter, among over 8.6 million pensioners right across England who will have this lifeline withdrawn. This could have so many implications for the health of older people who spend more time inside their homes when facing conditions, some of them needing social care. There is a real concern that being cold at home may have a detrimental effect on people's health, as we've heard from some of our medical colleagues today. Respiratory disease, raising blood pressure, increasing the risk of strokes and heart attacks, and even leading to hypothermia. It is recommended by the UK Health Security Agency that temperatures be 21 degrees Celsius in living areas and 18 degrees in bedrooms, which pensioners now this winter are going to struggle to do.
Will my honourable friend give way?
I'd be great to give way. Yeah, very happy to give way.
My honourable friend for giving way. In Stone, Great Worley and Penkridge, over 19,600 pensioners are going to lose their winter fuel payments. And of course, so many of them are incredibly proud and they do not want to be applying for additional benefits. And so many of them will just be outside of being able to be eligible. And actually the decisions of this government condemning them to a cold and incredibly hard winter.
I'm very grateful to my right honourable friend for that intervention. He's exactly right that many people are going to be too proud to actually claim these benefits, and many people are going to be just above this cut-off point. And these people have been portrayed by some of the members opposite as being rich and able to deal with this. Well, that is not the case. Now, I was proud that our previous Conservative government provided not only the winter fuel payments, but extensively supported older people and the country during the difficult times through the pandemic and the effects of the war in Ukraine. And very importantly, that it honoured the Conservative triple lock, meaning pensioners get the increase in pensions that they deserve. Now, I'm also proud that our party is continuing to defend older people and their security, including the parliamentary motion and debate today that triggered this debate and the vote, a compassionate Conservative motion that I was proud to sign. It should be clear that the economic decisions we make speak volumes about the values we have as a society and as a country. How the Labour government respond to this winter fuel debate and how they respond in the upcoming budget is their chance to show where their values truly lie. This government needs to confirm that now and in the upcoming budget, their need to save money won't come at the expense of older people and the financial support that they need. In conclusion, Madam Deputy Speaker, this government really needs to think again about its move to cut winter fuel payments for the sake of millions of older people who need it and the implications it will have. If Labour choose to carry on with this heartless policy, my constituents can be assured, and the constituents of my Conservative colleagues, that I and my party will continue to stand up for our pensioners and maintain our call that the winter fuel cut be reversed.
After the next speaker, I'm going to reduce the time limit still further to 2 minutes, but the next speaker is going to get the full 3. Yuan Yang.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. In my constituency of Early and Woodley, my volunteers and I have been out speaking to residents across the constituency every weekend since the general election. And as with many constituencies, it is a very diverse constituency with diverse needs. Over the last weekend, we were speaking to residents and pensioners who were relatively well off and who told us that they felt that it was right that the winter fuel payment be means tested, that as part of their sense of dignity and their sense of generosity that they do not need to be the recipients of state aid in this respect. There are also other parts of my constituency where pensioners are less well off, and I was shocked to find that 1 in 3 pensioners who are eligible for pension credit in my own constituency, which amounts to roughly 1,000 pensioners, and also 1 in 3 pensioners across the UK, or 880,000 pensioners who are eligible for pension credit, are not claiming it. And to give an example of the kinds of reasons why that is not happening, I was at the Whitley Community Development Association cafe over the weekend holding one of my first surgeries in the constituency. And I overheard a conversation in which one of the members of the cafe staff told me that when they see people coming in need, pensioners coming in need, they talk to them about the struggles that they face with the cost of living crisis that has unravelled over the last few years. And they talk to them about the need for support, but the response comes back from that elderly person that, no, I don't need benefits, I don't need help. And I recognise that as being part of a broader societal stigma around being a recipient of benefits and a recipient of state aid, which I think we must defeat and challenge during the course of our government. Because to be part of a compassionate, generous and dignified society is to recognise when you require help, when you don't require help, and when you can help others. And part of that is to accept that sometimes those of us may fall on hard times due to accident, due to bereavement, due to illness, due to means outside of our control. And for those people who need help, it is not undignified to seek that help. In fact, it is very important that every one of those pensioners who may be listening to me speak now, whether they be in my constituency of Early and Woodley or elsewhere in the UK, know how to seek help and can seek help if they need it. I'm very determined that we can bring about a dignified and fair means-tested benefits and tax system. And it is the fairness and the dignity in that system that can keep it together, that can keep it functioning. Finally, I want to refer to comments made by other honourable members across the benches about civility in this debate. I think it's too often that we hear in this discussion members of our society and groups in our society pitted against each other. Pensioners in my constituency of Earley and Woodley are part of their broader community. They have children and grandchildren who work in hospitals. They have children and grandchildren who require care, who require the support of their teachers, who take buses, take trains, and yes, avail themselves of all the means of support that we need in our society to keep a flourishing and cohesive society. And I think that it is unacceptable.
Rebecca Harris.
Thank you, Madam. About 20,000 pensioners in Castle Point are set to lose their winter fuel payment under this rather cruel and vindictive policy that the Labour government has chosen to adopt. I have run, contrary to the accusations from the government benches, I have, with the support of former DWP ministers, run campaign after campaign to increase the uptake for pensioners to receive pension credit. We are only, I think, up to 2,076 people receiving that, despite campaign after campaign and me leafleting school groups and churches. So it is not an easy thing to get people to take it up. Some people are proud. I've actually had to lose my voice, temper actually. I raised my voice at elderly ladies who were saying they are too proud, it's charity. And I said, no, it's not. It's not charity. We don't think you can live without it. So we have tried very hard. And I'm very... The hundreds now of worried constituents who have written to me about the heating of their homes. I've got sadly, a lot of very low energy efficiency homes, and I've got one of the biggest park home sites in the country, of my many park home sites. That fortunately, we managed to find $2.5 million for the previous government to retrofit some of them, but we still have a lot of people living in fuel-inefficient homes that are very hard to retrofit. And the worry that this is causing them is the biggest issue I see right now. And I think it shows how out of touch and arrogant the Labour government is, that they don't understand this about pensioners. When you are elderly and you are 75 and you have a fixed income, you may have a little bit of saving or a little tiny modest private pension.
Lady, give
I will
way.
happily give way.
I think I'm joining everyone in the House when we're all very disappointed not to see a proper impact analysis placed before this House that shows the impact of this decision. But does she agree with me that the best way of analysing the impact of a policy like this is to speak to the people who sent us to this place, as she's talking about, and hear the utter fear and concern they have for the impact that they will have?
Absolutely spot on. It is the anxiety that this causes people. You don't know if you're going to live another 18 months or 25 years. You are very worried on a fixed income with no ability to raise your income in any other way about spending money. There is also a large and sadly growing cohort of elderly residents who are developing dementia, for which one of the most often early symptoms is a financial anxiety. Sometimes people who think that who we would think of as really quite wealthy. I have known residents who have regressed to thinking that they are living still under rationing as they grew up as a lad in abject poverty and will not spend that money. But being told here's £300 for fuel makes the world of difference to all those people. Now, Gordon Brown, I was not a fan of, and now he gave a derisory 75p increase, I think, 1 year to the pensioners. But this policy has been a huge success, credit to him, which is why my government never changed it. Because for £300 for every pensioner, we give incredible amount of peace of mind that they can put their heating on, and that is, sorry, very happy to give away. Thank Caroline.
I think my friends are giving way. Do you worry, as I worry, that some of our constituents will die this year as a result of this policy?
I don't think I need to worry. I think we know that that will happen because we know about their behaviour, we know how where their concerns about putting the heating on, their lack of understanding about how much every heating bill is actually going to cost them. This £300 was a psychologically very important thing to know they can put their heating on and keep them healthy and out of hospital. So, you know, of all the tough decisions we had to look at when we came into office in 2010, when there wasn't a magicked up, homemade 22 billion black hole excuse. There was a vast, vast deficit. And we made a lot of tough decisions, but we never made this one.
Stuart Anderson.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. So I was going to say and open up that I'm sure the members opposite never thought on the general election campaign they would be giving pensioners the choice between heating and eating. But many of the opposite benches haven't even bothered to turn up for something that is so critical to many pensioners across this country. And we have talked about choices. This is all about choices. The government has made a political choice. Members opposite will all have to make a choice to face their constituents and go and vote for or against this. And I urge them to not cut this winter fuel allowance. But let's go on this little journey, Madam Deputy Speaker, if you'll let me have a bit of a narrative of they imagine this black hole. They say there's a debt they've got to fill. So let's have a look at these numbers, £22 billion. So let's cut £1.1 billion, and in the same breath, add £9 billion for the pensioners. The red herring that is the Great British Energy flop is another £8.4 billion, all in the same time of doing that. That is a decision that they have made. But why would the Labour Party let numbers get in the way with a good story? So they have no issues of actually making those decisions against pensioners. And then next in November, we stand on Remembrance Day as a proud veteran, and we ask people to remember those that paid the ultimate sacrifice and served their country. And I challenge the members opposite to look at your pensioners in your country that have served and say, we will never forget, because they have already been forgotten. People who've...
give way.
I will do, yes.
Thank you. Madam Deputy Speaker, in the spirit of what my honourable friend is describing, I would like to cite an example in my constituency, constituent of mine, Betty Webb, who received an MBE having served as a former Bletchley Park codebreaker. Betty is 101 years old. She's a single lady, a widow. She lives alone. She is living right now in fear that not just the government is going to take away the winter fuel allowance, but they will snatch away in future the 25% single persons discount on council tax. And I know that so many other constituents of mine are fearful of the same.
My honourable friend raises a great point. The pensioners are living in fear of what is coming next. And it's constituents like mine and yours that have given a life of service to this country. And in South Shropshire, almost a third of my residents are pensioners. And they have been writing to me, they are absolutely livid. They feel that they've been led down a garden path. This was not what was promised, and this is being taken away. It is cruel, it is heartless, it is callous. This policy needs to change. And I know that the Chancellor has made a rookie error. She's gone into the Treasury, given what they were given, everything in front of her, and said, do this. But she has removed the political or personal views of this. No, it's a political decision she's made. So I suggest, if you want to of course it's a rookie error. This is a massive error. She has listened and removed people out of the equation. When you remove people out of politics, it is a road to nowhere. So I'm asking if the Chancellor can go and see the Downing Street Chief of Staff and ask for permission to reverse this.
Rebecca Smith.
Madam Deputy Speaker, in my constituency of South West Devon, nearly 22,000 of my constituents will lose their winter fuel payment, and only currently 1,500 receive it. That's a massive cliff edge for those 22,000 residents. And whilst many of them may feel that they don't require that payment, as has been mentioned by some honourable members today, the vast majority of those pensioners in my constituency would fall into low and middle income brackets, because we're in the South West where things just do not have such high financial values. Many of the properties, as has been alluded to by the member for North Cornwall, are also off-grid. And did you realise that 24% of homes across the South West do not have gas, that much cheaper source of energy than many people are able to use, who resort to using oil and logs to heat their homes with the enormous costs that go with them? So we've got that additional challenge. Touched upon already has been those who are single, those in receipt of the older basic state pension, which is not as high as the new state pension, and those with health conditions. And one resident who was perhaps the first who contacted me, 74 years old, single man on an older style pension, yet just outside of the bracket for pension credit or any other form of benefit, who is deeply concerned.
Honourable friend, good way. Thank you. My honourable friend makes a very good point about those with health conditions, and I hope she'll agree with me that there is no provision within this for those living with dementia or long-term frailty. Dementia and long-term frailty are not means-tested diseases or conditions, yet the government has not made any provision or any assessment of how those living with dementia will miss out.
Yes, absolutely. I do agree with you, and he's raised my honourable friend has raised an incredibly important point about those vulnerable older people who do live with dementia, and many of our constituents will be in that situation. And actually, that brings me neatly to the point I was going to end with, but I'll mention it now, which is, why are we not looking at other alternatives for how we can deal with this cliff edge? I don't know if you remember, but our benches here produced the council tax rebate scheme a couple of years ago, and we used the council tax system as a mechanism for ensuring that the most vulnerable received that support, which enabled any household in receipt of it because of dementia, or because of single person, or because they didn't have a particularly high income and received council tax credit, to receive the discount on that council tax rebate, which I believe could be replicated here with the winter fuel payment, which offers an alternative way of avoiding that cliff edge for so many of our residents. But just finally, health has already been mentioned, but I want to use this as an opportunity to highlight the fact that so many more elderly people are going to need hospital care, but that's massively impacted and at risk because the party opposite will not confirm which of the new hospital programmes are going forward, and in particular the emergency and urgent care centre in Plymouth that is going to be vital to providing the health care that our older people need if they are not able to heat their homes and are not able to look after themselves and ensure that they have all the support that they need. Thank you.
Anne Davis.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. It was only 2 months ago that Labour won a majority in the general election on a message of change. But in those 2 months, the new Labour UK government has refused to abolish the cruel two-child benefit cap and now seeks to take away winter fuel payments of up to £300 from millions of pensioners across the UK, making it limited to recipients of pension credit. Well, nothing has changed. 68% of households in Carmarthenshire live in homes with poor energy efficiency in 2022, and 60.4% of households in my Caerfyrddin seat live off the gas or live off the gas grid, often relying on oil as a heat source, the price of which is very volatile, and in winter we can see it going up by 20 or 30 pence a litre, and this causes uncertainty for people budgeting over winter. And not heating a home can have serious consequences. A cold home brings with it a higher risk of stroke, respiratory infection and falls and other injuries. In fact, the End Fuel Poverty Coalition estimated that nearly 5,000 excess winter deaths were caused by living in cold homes during the winter of 22-23, and many older vulnerable people have higher energy costs due to health reasons. It's a shame that the Minister of Policing, Fire and Crime Prevention misspoke earlier this week, as the consideration of other options such as the social tariff or different ways of means testing would be welcomed. And as constructive criticism, could the government bring the winter fuel payment within the definition of a taxable income to ensure that pensioners get what they need? And just to finish, I call on colleagues of this House to consider whether they can justify the terrible consequences.
Order. Alicia Kearns.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And I rise to speak on behalf of the 20,800 pensioners in Rutland, Stamford and the Harbour and South Kesteven villages who will lose their winter fuel payment this winter. This decision affects millions of people who bought into our country's social contract. You work hard, you pay your taxes, and when you grow old, we will support you through your retirement. I make 2 requests to the Labour government today, although I know that they'll both be rejected. First, implementation. Give them time. Older people are some of the most financially cautious in our society. They save, they go without, they avoid debt, they give what they can to their children, their grandchildren, friends in need. A delay of a year would give people the time to claim pension credit, if eligible, and face the upcoming increase in energy bills and plan for the next winter. Secondly, I would ask the government to give an exemption to anyone suffering from a chronic or life-shortening illness. Since this cut was announced, I've heard from so many, like Di, who emailed me out of concern not for herself, but for her husband Jeff, who suffers from cancer and has to wear 3 layers of clothes all year round, even in summer. As Di put it, the decision, and it is a decision by the Prime Minister, is penalising the ill. Her hubby will suffer and she is shattered. We will hear a lot from the government about hard choices, but if I was asked to choose between heating the homes of elderly, cancer sufferers, dementia sufferers, or giving a no-strings-attached pay rise to train drivers already on nearly 70,000, the choice would be pretty damn obvious to me. But then ASLEF didn't donate to my election campaign. People say you can tell a lot about a society by how it treats its most vulnerable and its eldest. Apply that test to this cut, and anyone with a heart knows that it is wrong. And I, for one, will never vote to deprive the most vulnerable and our elderly of warmth. Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker.
Lincoln Job.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. When I was 14 years old, I started delivering Meals on Wheels on Christmas Day to the disadvantaged around West London, and I've done so every year since that I've lived in London. It's organised by Age UK, and it's a privilege to be invited into people's homes in midwinter. I look forward to doing it again this Christmas, and I do hope that those I visited last year will be there this. The government is seeking to raise money. I get that. They're seeking to do so by getting those with the broadest shoulders to take the heaviest load, and I get that too. And in order to achieve these goals, the government is means testing the winter fuel payment. And there's the rub. By choosing the means test that they have, the government is indeed taking the winter fuel payment from millionaire pensioners. But they are also taking it from the much less well-off and from the not well-off at all. In short, they are cutting too deep. But look, mistakes happen. It's how you deal with mistakes that's important. I spent the weekend listening to the Prime Minister using the word tough as many times as he possibly could. On the battlefields of the world that I've been on for the last 25 years, toughness wasn't one of the things that people looked for in their leaders. The two things were courage and competence. Courage, moral courage, sometimes means that you need to admit when you've made a mistake and change your plan. But the people of Spelthorne, and I suspect the pensioners around this country, would just settle for a bit of competence. This government needs to get good at governing, and it needs to do so quickly.
John Cooper.
We've heard descriptions today of pensioners as millionaires. We've heard that this is a principled decision to cut money from them. I'm astonished at this description of millionaires. I also am from the southwest, like my honourable friend, the southwest of Scotland. And I can count on one hand, I would suggest, the number of millionaire pensioners there. Even if their homes were worth millions because they have risen through no fault of their own in price, that is asset rich. And asset rich is very different to cash and liquidity rich. If you are hit with a bill, you cannot sell your home.
Yes, that's right.
This leaves people in an absolute bind. And we've heard very little today from the SNP because in Scotland, the SNP government there has the ability to ameliorate this decision should it go ahead. It would cost, they estimate, 160 million. That's not buttons, not peanuts, I accept that. However, the last government, the last Conservative government, sent £41 billion to Scotland. And I think that we should be able to find that money in Scotland to help the worst off in our society. I think this is a wrong-headed decision. I'm astonished to hear that it's being described as a privileged decision. Thank you.
Yes, Brown Fuller.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Since the announcement of the government's plan to change the winter fuel payments, I and colleagues across this House have been inundated with heartfelt stories of elderly people across the country who will be unfairly harmed by the removal of the winter fuel allowance. And it is concerning that the impact hasn't been properly assessed before the government taking this step. In Chichester, we have 24,000 pensioners who are not receiving pension credits, many of whom sit just above the threshold. Constituents like Sherry, who is 80 and registered disabled, and to maintain an even living temperature, she has to deal with her conditions while living in a 100-year-old cottage with poor insulation. Or Roy and his wife, who are in their late 80s, who've burnt through their meagre savings covering the rising energy bills during this cost of living crisis. Or Vicky, who writes to me about having to choose between eating and heating in the coming winter months, because she will not be able to afford to do both. Our elderly who have worked hard throughout their lives are now being abandoned by a government that should be supporting them when they need help the most. The Liberal Democrats understand the disastrous state of our public finances that have been left due to the fiscal mismanagement of the previous Conservative government, and we recognise that tough decisions need to be made. However, these decisions should not be made at the expense of our elderly. The burden of this Conservative fiscal chaos needs to be spread to those with the broadest shoulders, not punishing those who have already been hit hardest by it. Cutting the winter fuel allowance in the midst of a cost of living crisis will leave thousands of elderly individuals across Chichester and millions across the UK without the financial support that they need to stay warm and healthy this winter. With the price cap due to rise in October, it could be argued that the winter fuel allowance is needed this winter more than ever. Thank you.
Paul Holmes.
Thank you. The change that the government announced this morning will mean that 18,300 of my constituents in Hamble Valley will go without their winter fuel payment this Christmas. And I just wanted to set out in the brief time that I have why I believe that this is just a start from this government. The first reason is that cutting winter fuel payments for poorer pensioners is a political choice. It is not a necessity, despite what the Leader of the House says. And over the election period, Labour said it would not cut the winter fuel payment. They've broken their promise to the British people, and those people will remember. And they have also said that they would possibly do more, or they've denied that they wouldn't do more. The measures today will save £1 billion, as I outlined earlier in my intervention. But Labour have awarded inflation-busting pay rises to their union paymasters of £9 billion. And as we've heard from the Chancellor today, I will give way to the Honourable Member.
Could the member opposite explain to this House and his constituents why he wouldn't back fair pay rises for teachers, nurses, prison officers, the members of the armed forces in his constituency?
I won't take any lectures from him, but what I will say to him is that I would always defend pay rises for people in this country who deserve it, which is exactly what this government did. What this government hasn't done is awarded inflation-busting pay rises of 22% to the people that paid for their general election, which has actually meant that inflation has increased in this country. I believe people deserve pay rises, but I believe it should be within a fiscal envelope that's responsible, and this government simply hasn't done that. And as we heard from the Chancellor earlier, these measures that she's announced actually will cost more than the savings that will be generated from the winter fuel payments being scrapped. That's a shambles, I have to say to the government. And they've done it at a time when energy bills would increase by 10%, despite the promise that the Labour Party made opposite that they would freeze energy bills. That's another broken promise that pensioners will have to face this Christmas. And they've also done it at a time where they have refused to rule out the scrapping of the 25% single occupancy discount for pensioners and single people across this country, which, if it does go ahead, will be on average another £600 that they will deprive pensioners of in this country. That is a political choice, and that is a choice of a cost of living bombshell that this Labour government, the supposed party of hard-working people, will be imposing on vulnerable and poorer pensions across this country. This government has a choice this afternoon, and it has a choice going forward. They should reverse this cut. They should stand up for the thousands of people in their constituencies who will be made poorer by this government. They need to reject the measures that they outlined earlier, because let me put it this way, 18,000 people in my constituency rely on that winter fuel payment, and thousands of their constituents opposite also rely on that winter fuel payment. And when they go to the ballot box in 4 years' time, I look forward to them standing up to their pensioners and explaining why they made them poorer.
Lewis Cocking.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. In my first speech in this chamber, I assured you all that my nan would keep me on my toes. Well, I can tell you that even before the cut to the winter fuel payments had hit the news headlines, she was on the phone to me to sort it out. My nan is one of 15,000 pensioners in Broxbourne who will end up losing £300 a year, a vital sum of money that would help them keep their homes warm this winter. Now, as the government's priorities are clearly dictated to them by their union paymasters, I've been tempted to advise her to start her own pensioners' union. As if there was one, Madam Deputy Speaker, I'm assured that pensioners would have seen their winter fuel payments go up, not being abolished. But when you put the Chancellor's decision into context, it is even more staggering. Labour's deals with the unions, costing taxpayers £14 million, will see the average of the salary of train drivers, who are already well paid, rising from £60,000 to £70,000 a year. And at the same time, as the help for heating bills is taken away from the elderly, the energy price cap is going up by 10% in a few weeks' time. A double blow for pensioners. Was making it more expensive for pensioners to heat their homes in Labour's manifesto? It was not. In fact, we were told they would slash fuel poverty and save families hundreds of pounds. Yet another broken promise, and they've only been in power 10 weeks. Madam Deputy Speaker, it is not only my nan who's been in touch with me about this. I've been inundated with letters and emails from hundreds of constituents. Madam Deputy Speaker, winter is coming, and I strongly urge the government to change its course.
Thank you. I'll take Afro Brandreth, please.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. My constituency of Chester South and Eddisbury has a higher proportion of people in receipt of winter fuel payments than most other constituencies. Over 21,000 of them are set to lose this vital support. I've had constituents tell me that they face a choice between eating and heating. Others have told me that they are concerned for their health during the cold winter months. Their stories are a powerful reminder of the human cost of this decision. Stories like Maggie's. Maggie is 86 years old and lives in Hambridge in my constituency. She worked as a midwife in the NHS for 40 years and so has a state pension and a small NHS pension. She's not eligible for additional benefits because she was careful with what she earned and saved wisely. Maggie is just above the threshold for eligibility for continued support. She's also a dual cancer survivor, having beaten breast cancer in 2013 and bowel cancer in 2016. Maggie is understandably worried about the consequences of being unable to heat her home this winter. Or stories like that of Jackie and John, who live in Audlam, and like many people living in a rural village, they live off-grid and do not have access to mains gas. They must rely on heating oil to heat their home. Pensioners who have paid into the system all their working lives ought to be able to enjoy their retirement with dignity, security, and respect. We all know in this House that to govern is to choose. Labour has chosen. They have chosen their union paymasters over our vulnerable pensioner communities. They have let Maggie, John and Jackie down, and many others like them. I urge this government to listen with compassion and reconsider this political decision.
Kirsty Blackman.
Thank you very much. Madam Deputy Speaker, for over 5 years I have been raising the issue of impact assessments and the fact that they don't make sense. And the shadow frontbencher nodding along, knowing that I have been raising this issue. The impact assessments are done on a stupid basis. The basis on which they have to be done doesn't make any sense, certainly doesn't make sense in today's world. If only the shadow frontbencher changed it when they had the opportunity, we wouldn't be in this situation today. But the Labour Party have got the opportunity to change the way that we do impact assessments so that actually they make sense, so that actually it's not just about whether or not businesses will be impacted to the tune of £5 million, so that actually what matters to people, whether or not people's lives will be impacted by a change in a policy, so that that's the point at which impact assessments are done. We don't have an impact assessment for this policy. Does the Labour Party know, does the UK government know, that single women are 3 times more likely to be missing out on pension credit than single men? Does the Labour Party know that pensioners who are black or from Asian ethnic backgrounds are more likely to be in poverty if they're pensioners? They're more likely to be in poverty than white pensioners. Do they know, therefore, that this decision has a differential impact on minority communities? And is that why they've refused to share the impact assessments with us? Because they know about the impact. How will this, Madam Deputy Speaker, grow the economy? How will it grow the economy to ensure that pensioners, who we know spend in their local communities, have got less money to spend in those local shops? The issue with this, the issue with all of this, is not whether we've got a Tory government or whether we've got a Labour government. It's that Westminster consistently fails to work for the people of Scotland.
Joy Morrissey.
Thank you.
I find it slightly ironic that we're aiding this policy today, and it is about political choice. A policy brought in under Gordon Brown, a social democratic policy of inclusivity for everyone to buy into the state, being scrapped for a neoliberal means-tested policy that I think most Labour and actual socialists would be ashamed of. And I should declare an interest, Madam Deputy Speaker. I am a member of CARE Campaign for the Vulnerable, which helps elderly residents who have issues, medical issues, or are in care. And one of the issues is heating for them. And making sure that the elderly, who, by the way, these are the elderly who fought for the reconstruction of Britain in post-war London, in the UK, across the UK, having rations for years and years, paying their taxes. We have built this country on the back of their hard work and sacrifice, only to turn around and say, nope, we didn't even scrap it under 14 years of a Conservative government, but we're scrapping it as the first thing we do as a Labour government. And I'm not even blaming the minister. I knew the minister, I knew his parents. They were councillors with me in Ealing, true socialists, for the many, not the few. And I'm not sure that would apply here, if I'm honest, Madam Deputy Speaker. This is about political choice. This is about choosing to give your union paymasters a pay rise over vulnerable pensioners. This is about paying £9 billion for an energy company that will not generate a single watt of energy. This is about political choice and political will. And if we, the Conservatives, could keep a Labour policy for our entire government, it is shocking and disheartening that you are making, that the Labour Party is making this choice right now. And thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker.
Thank you. Dr. Luke Evans.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Maybe in 2 minutes this can best be summed up in a lesser-known fable, The Farmer and the Viper. A farmer was walking through his field and it was very cold in the winter, and he found a viper just under the bushes, and it was cold and limp and almost dead. And the farmer knew it was poisonous, but he felt compassion for the creature, picked it up and put it in his pocket. And as the creature became warm, it reverted to type and bit him. And as he died in that field, he said, well, I got what I deserved when I shouldn't have shown kindness to a scoundrel. Now, why does that ring true? Because after 14 years of the Labour Party being out in the cold, the pensioners of this country backed the Labour Party into government. And they were under the impression that the Prime Minister, only in May 2024, goaded our government, saying, will the Prime Minister now rule out taking pensioners' winter fuel payment off them? But if you scratch the surface a little bit deeper, we see that the now Chancellor on the 25th of March 2014 said, we are the party that have said that we will cut winter fuel allowance for the richest pensioners and means test that benefit to save money. So this is not a response to a concocted black hole. This was a choice, and as Laura Klinsberg pointed out, a choice to pay the unions on the back of our pensioners. Now, the public aren't stupid, and the cartoonist Matt sums it up perfectly when he says, surprisingly, Robin Hood, nobody likes your plan to steal from pensioners to give it to train drivers. Now, I was in the chamber last week when the now Secretary of State for Energy Security turned around and said to our side, show a bit of bravery, even break the whip and stand out from the crowd. Well, I'm disappointed that his side didn't take that advice, with only one MP doing that.
Another doctor, Dr. Kieran Mullen.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I rise to express my strong opposition to the government's decision to remove winter fuel payment from millions of pensioners, a move that will strip vital financial support from thousands of my constituents, people who have contributed to our country and helped build our country. The impact in Bexhill and Battle will be profound. Age UK estimates that more than 25,000 pensioners will lose their winter fuel payments as a result of this decision. More than 25,000. I hope the government understands just how significant this decision is in constituencies like mine. The government say they're focused on increasing the uptake of pension credit. But of course, if all those who are eligible to claim pension credit do so, the £1.4 billion the Treasury is expected to save from means testing the winter fuel payments will be dwarfed by the increase in the cost of pension credit. So they have to admit that ultimately they don't actually want all the pensioners to take up pension credit. Madam Deputy Speaker, our pensioners deserve better. The fallback of this government since they took office is to blame the previous government for all the unpopular actions they've decided to take. They claim the state of the economy is the reason to remove this vital lifeline for pensioners. But let's be clear about the facts. On a broad range of indicators, the situation they've inherited is significantly less challenging than the one we inherited in 2010. We inherited an economy just out of the deepest recession since 1955. Labour left us with public sector net borrowing at 10.3% of GDP. Today it's at 4.4%. Unemployment in 2010 was 7.9%. Unemployment now stands at 4.1%. But through 2010 onwards, through all these difficult times, we made decisions to protect pensioners and we made sure to keep the winter fuel payments. It was the right thing to do then, and it's the right thing to do now. I ask the government to listen to MPs from across the House, including some on their own benches, and think again.
Carla Lockhart.
Madam Deputy Speaker, the Prime Minister and members opposite tried to bring this country together after division and turmoil, and today I have to say they have succeeded. They've united the country, united it in opposition to this new Labour government and their attack on older people, the very people who deserve compassion, dignity and respect after their lifetime of hard work. I stand unashamedly, shoulder to shoulder with pensioners in Upper Bann and across the United Kingdom in their opposition to this reckless decision. Our pensioners are being left out in the cold by a government that promised to restore hope. Where is the compassionate Labour we were promised? Where is the restored hope? What hope do pensioners have in Upper Bann? What hope do they have that this government might listen, care for them and stop neglecting them? They now feel like they are the target. To be fair, this government has offered pensioners something to keep them busy through the cold winter months by suggesting they take a stab at completing the pension credit application form, a form with 243 questions across 24 pages with 9 weeks of a delay for a decision, asking pensioners to navigate a bureaucratic nightmare just to receive a fraction of what they need to survive. I stand here today united with my constituents, united with pensioners across this country in opposition to this faceless decision. In conclusion, no one is arguing that millionaires should get the winter fuel payment, but over 6 million of the pensioners set to be impacted by this decision are living on state pension. They are living on just over 11,000 a year. Could anyone in this House live on 11,000 per year?
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Mid Norfolk is a constituency which is profoundly rural, 130 villages and 4 towns. And in that very rural constituency, as with all rural areas in this country, people are paying a surcharge because of energy costs, because of rurality. Colder weather, many of my houses are not on the gas grid. Rural areas traditionally have lower incomes. We have an elderly population. And the Treasury, very helpfully, it's a shame ministers didn't read it, last year did a piece of work to look at the risks of rural poverty and the higher risk of rural areas falling into rural poverty. And the Treasury's own figures showed that the average household at risk of poverty in rural areas needs an extra £800, or in layman's terms, it's a 2.5 times, 250% higher risk of rural houses falling into rural poverty. So I find it completely extraordinary that this Labour government that professes to care about poverty, professes and has berated this party when in government about the risks of rural poverty and the risks of pensioner poverty, decides as its first act to punish people in rural areas. And it's Because of those rural risks that I and a number of colleagues earlier this year set up the Fair Funding Alliance, supported by ACRE, the Countryside Alliance and rural bodies. Higher fuel and energy prices are hitting rural areas, and we would have hoped this government might have listened. I'm proud that the Conservative Party in government upgraded the pensions, protected triple locks, took 200,000 pensioners out of poverty, and it is, I'll happily give way.
The former member for Thornbury and Yate introduced the triple lock, and this was actually a Liberal Democrat policy. Would the honourable member care to correct the record on that point?
Well, it was my good friend and now noble Lord Willits in a coalition government with the Liberal Democrats, and I'll happily debate with him some of the brave decisions we took. But the point is, this party, the Conservative Party, protected pensioners. We protected the triple lock. We lifted 200,000 people out of poverty. Yeah. And to see this Labour government decide, and the Minister put it very clearly earlier, this is an attack on people who own their own homes, people who've retired in rural areas and are just over the threshold, and in Labour world, they are millionaires. And this will not be forgotten by people in my constituency, low-income rural pensioners who've saved up to be able to afford their own home and are now being clobbered. And it's unfair, it's unjust, it's unjustifiable, it's unprecedented, and I urge and beg ministers to think again.
Robbie Moore.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And I rise to voice my strong opposition to the Labour government's cruel choice to scrap the winter fuel allowance for an estimated 10 million pensioners across the country. Now, I have been contacted by hundreds of pensioners in my constituency of Keighley and Ilkley who are all incredibly concerned about the dire consequences of this government's decision. I've met with many of them in surgeries and also at the Keighley Agricultural Show just this weekend, who are telling me that they are going to struggle to pay their bills this winter, and statistics show that just over 64,000 people, pensioners across the Bradford district, of which 20,000 sit within my constituency, are going to be negatively impacted as a result of the Labour government's decision. And this, quite frankly, Madam Deputy Speaker, is a disgrace. Now, Citizens Advice, Age UK and hundreds of charities across the UK have also come out against these proposals, warning that low-income households who are already struggling to make ends meet will be forced into impossible choices this winter, choosing between heating their homes or putting food on their table. So I must say it's incredibly disappointing to see that the honourable member for Shipley in the Bradford district vote with the government this evening, making sure that she is not standing up for the wider Bradford district, as I will be doing today. It is Labour's choice that we are putting pensioners at risk as a result of this decision, and it is Labour's choice that is putting my constituents, pensioners who are vulnerable, having to put them in a dire decision of making a decision of whether they heat their homes or put food on their table this winter. And, Madam Deputy Speaker, I only hope that there will be quick changes that are made to make sure that pensioners are looked after in the run-up to winter.
Dave Dugan.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. 19,500 pensioners in Angus and Perthshire Glens will be stripped of their winter fuel payment by this Labour government. I can't tell you how cold it gets in Angus and Perthshire Glens in the winter time, but if anyone on that front bench wants to come and sit in my garage on a January day, I'll turn the heating off in the whole property and you can see what it will be like for some pensioners in my constituency. I won't be voting for this, Madam Deputy Speaker, because it's incompetent. It's incompetent operationally because it doesn't take cognizance of comorbidities in already frail people. It doesn't take cognizance of what will happen to these people as they budget to try and accommodate this unnecessary cut to their income. It's fiscally incompetent because it doesn't take cognizance of the whole system costs when these people present at hospital, when they go into care prematurely because they can't stay at home because of what they do to try and make ends meet. It doesn't take account of the cost to the supposed saving of £1.5 billion once full pension credit is taken up, rendering the saving meaningless. And it's morally incompetent, Madam Deputy Speaker, because frankly, as we've heard from professionals in this chamber today, as a result of this decision, people will die. Moreover, it wasn't in the Labour Party's manifesto. That is reprehensible. And it ignores the cultural sensitivities of older people, who, for many of whom asking for help is anathema to them, and they will never do it, no matter how entitled they are. And I very much hope that when the Minister comes to sum up, they can make an estimate of how many of the 209 extra Labour MPs are in this House would be here, including the 37 in Scotland. How many of them would be here if you had cutting the winter they had cutting the winter fuel payment on the face of their manifesto? Very many fewer.
Sir Ashley Fox.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I speak today on behalf of the 19,300 pensioners in my constituency of Bridgewater who are now set to lose their winter fuel allowance. 23% of constituents are aged 65 or over, which is well above the national average. Many retired people in my constituency have done the right thing. They've worked all their lives. They've paid their national insurance stamp and now have a small private pension and modest savings. And because they've done the right thing, many of these pensions are not eligible to claim pension credit. This government is choosing to punish them for their prudent and conscientious choices made through their working lives by withdrawing this important means of support. Labour justify their decision to cut the winter fuel allowance by talking about their alleged poor economic inheritance. Let's take a moment to clear up some facts. In 2010, the budget deficit was about 11% of GDP, £157 billion. Today, it's about 4% of GDP. In 2010, unemployment was about 8%. Today, it's halved, it's about 4%. And in May 2010, inflation was 3.4%. Today, it's 2%. This isn't the worst economic inheritance since the war. Yes, of course.
I'm sure he agrees with me when I say that the economic inheritance that the government received is actually quite incredible, considering we put up with both, or we had to deal with both the COVID pandemic crisis as well as the Russian invasion of Ukraine, which puts huge pressure on our economy.
My honourable friend makes an important point, and it just emphasises that when the Chancellor stands up and says that it's a tough decision that has to be made, she is actually making a political choice. She has chosen to pay train drivers earning £60,000 a year a pay rise of 15%. And she has chosen to cut the income of retired people with a pension of £15,000 a year. That was her choice, and the British people will judge her and the Labour Party on it.
Timothy.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Let's be absolutely clear about what's happened today. Every single Labour MP who voted to cut the winter fuel allowance has broken their promise to the country. Pensioners know that before the election, Labour denied that they were going to do this. But they might not know that the Chancellor has been planning to do this for 10 years. In 2014, she said, we should cut the winter fuel allowance for the richest pensioners and means test that benefit to save money. Are we supposed to believe that she changed her mind after that and then changed it back again shortly after the general election? I don't think so. Now, there may be a case for means testing, but the Chancellor isn't cutting it for the richest pensioners. She's cutting it for pensioners on very modest incomes. And she isn't making the case for it either. She's asking the Secretary of State for Work and Pensions to do her dirty work for her. And if winter fuel payments are to be means tested, surely the proceeds should go towards low-income pensioners and the cost of social care. But it's not. It's going on above inflation pay rises for the likes of Labour donors, ASLEF.
Price.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Last Friday, in Boston, I was stopped by a pensioner, a lovely lady, Elizabeth. She shook my hand and burst into tears. Uncontrollable tears of fear, genuine fear. And she represented over 22,200 other pensioners in Boston and Skegness who will lose out by this cruel policy. The fear of being cold this winter, not knowing how cold. The fear of what will happen to energy prices in October. How high will they go in January? and the unbelievable fear of not knowing whether she will see the end of winter. Because yes, Madam Speaker, that is the reality. Older, colder people die early. We've heard about choices today a lot. And it's true. This government has made a very calculated, deliberate, heartless, cruel choice to enrich your union paymasters, to enrich the public sector workers with no requirements for productivity, to enrich well-paid train drivers, and to impoverish pensioners. Let me tell this House, Madam Deputy Speaker, voters will not forget and they will not forgive.
Harriet Cross.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. 17,047 pensioners in Gordon and Buchan will lose their winter fuel payment following today's vote by the Labour Party. But this decision for my constituents shows that they're being let down by both of their governments, at Holyrood and at Westminster. The Labour Party are choosing to let them down by cutting the winter fuel payment, and the SNP are choosing not to pass on the Barnett consequentials. In North East Scotland, winters are longer and harsher than in most of the country. Our temperatures often fall for a sustained period below -10, and it's not unusual in recent years to have had -20 in Aberdeenshire. For our pensioners, the winter fuel payment is not a luxury, it is a lifeline. And this is Labour Party's choice, as much as they would like to explain it away. Labour have chosen to cut the winter fuel payment. They have chosen this route, and they must face what that choice means. But Labour's choice now means that our pensioners have to make their own choices. So Labour's choice has become a pensioner's choice. But perhaps most shocking of all is that Labour have breathtaking hypocrisy on this issue. In 2017, they sat on these benches with their own research showing that cutting winter fuel payments could lead to almost 4,000 excess deaths. They then vehemently opposed any changes to what they called the vital support. So what's changed, Madam Deputy Speaker? Have pensioners suddenly become more resilient to the cold, or have the Labour Party simply abandoned their principles to fund their own political choices? Yes. In my constituency, many pensioners still rely on solid fuels such as oil, so they fill up once a year their tank going into winter. That payment's going to be coming shortly. It's going to be coming before November, way before next year and any pension rises. How are these pensioners this year going to afford to fill their tanks and heat their homes in the months to come?
Thank you so much. I'm grateful for all the bobbing, but we do have to now go to the front bench. Shadow Minister Mims Davies.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I welcome the honourable lady to her place on the front bench, and I do wish her well. And it is a pleasure to close this debate on behalf of His Majesty's official opposition. But sadly, that's where any pleasure at being at this box on this matter ends tonight. We have debated today a clear and stark choice made by this new Labour government and Prime Minister, and this black hole is what made me do it, Chancellor. It's a patently poor political choice that is wrong-headed and, frankly, a disgrace. It's a blatant choice that is for union paymasters while axing key support for 10 million pensioners. It's a reward to their funders. None of this in the manifesto or on election leaflets. It's pure subterfuge and hoodwinking. There is no charity, Madam Deputy Speaker, or group who fully backs this, given the timescales and delivery of this draconian, cack-handed way of delivering this. The government can bluster. They can say that they have been acting with the hand they were given, with faux anger, as we heard earlier. But they simply had no choice. This was a necessity. Due to the fantasy inheritance they were allegedly left. So let's look at the facts. Today, UK unemployment sits at 4.1%. Sterling is up against the dollar. Growth is outpacing inflation. And despite some very loyal speeches from the new members opposite and some very passionate speeches from all around the chamber, they know, many of those sat blank, mute, absent or maybe even stunned, that ministers are targeting our pensioners with so little notice as these nights draw in. Higher winter fuel bills loom under the cloak of dressing this up as a financial necessity. This is frankly staggering. It's a costly mistake from the Treasury under this Labour Chancellor that DWP will be shouldering, moving staff swiftly to cover the incoming impact of those applying for pension credit. And what about those expecting that they can pay for their pre-Christmas tank of off-grid oil with their £300 of expected support? This is demand surge for pension credit that must be met in both costs and delivery, and DWP ministers will be scratching their heads where the resource comes from for the reported surging in pension credit applications. I'll give way to the honourable gentleman if he can answer why he thinks this is a good idea.
I can assure the Minister I don't think this is a good idea in any shape or form. And it's just specifically on that point she raised about, and members have raised about, having no assessment having been done on this. Representing Northern Ireland, where 49.5% of homes rely solely on oil for heat, does she realise, and does the government realise, what additional pressures are being put on Northern Ireland pensioners in regards to this decision, where our Minister of Communities announced today 306,000 people will lose this payment?
I thank the honourable gentleman for standing up for his constituents. I absolutely agree. The disproportionate and deep impact on our cold spots in Northern Ireland, in rural areas, those living in the north, those living in Scotland. And indeed, it will be one benefit reform that is not easy. We bear the scars on this side of the House for UC, but actually the change was truly worth it. And I ask the government, as the honourable gentleman has said, what does the impact assessment actually say? Who actually gains, and does this financially actually stack up? Because no, I think we all know it doesn't, else they would have not ignored the Social Security Advisory Committee process and its scrutiny. They would have done a proper impact assessment and a regulatory assessment, and they would have not have tried to avoid a vote on the floor of this House. The members opposite will troop through the lobby again as fodder for an out-of-touch Prime Minister, or perhaps abstaining to avoid the eyes of the Chancellor, deep in the hope that spraying billions of pounds on gimmicks like a shell company called GB Energy will be worth this. Be aware that in their communities they will have to face a few people to understand a few millionaires was worth the attack on millions. So let's take June. She, on the BBC, says she will struggle to stay warm this winter. She's already planning her jumpers, cardigans and candles. And my constituent Valerie from East Grinstead wrote to me, one of almost 20,000 affected. I'm 80 years old, I live on a state pension of less than £11,000, not on the £13,000 I keep reading about. I don't know who gets that much, but I certainly don't. She goes on to say, it will be a long, cold winter. Please do what you can do to get this dreadful decision reversed. Well, Labour members could join us in the lobby to back pensioners like Valerie. We, of course, welcome the Household Support Fund extension and the commitment to the Conservative triple lock. But we on this side of the House knew going into winter with energy bills going up, the right thing to do was to help with cost of living payments. So I can say, as an MP or a minister, in my experience, in the dead of night, worries of this job and our responsibility comes to us, and it comes to all members. And it will be in the darkness, in the cold, in the small hours that women and men who have served this country, supported families and communities, will be laying awake worried, fretting and feeling afraid. Because if you are frail, living with a disability or a health condition, your warmth matters. Your health, Your loneliness, your isolation, your worry will eat away at you because you simply can't take a job, do some extra hours to help make ends meet. Medics have warned this will have serious health threats, as has Age UK. These pensioners who are on low income matter. They truly are the people who know how to budget. They are the people that eke out and work out their finances. But nobody will work out how. This new Labour government of service has targeted those people so shamefully this autumn, and those families won't forget. They're not statistics. They're Valerie and June and the thousands of others in every community and constituency. They are proud pensioners who very often, too often, go without. And don't tell others that they'll be going without. And this winter, again, they will be going without for others. This is horrific. It's a blight on this new government. It's not right for this to happen to pensioners on their watch. Your choice. And I ask that honourable members and the Minister's office opposite do the right thing and stop this callous cut now.
Minister Emma Reynolds.
Madam Deputy Speaker, this has been an important debate with many right honourable and honourable members making important contributions. My honourable friends for Wirral West, Bracknell, Bishop Auckland, Edinburgh East and Musselburgh, Rugby and Makerfield rightly spoke about the importance of this government's action to restore economic stability so that we can rebuild our economy and our public services. And my right honourable friend for Birmingham Northfield rightly reminded us that a strong economy needs strong public services. And many honourable members, both on this side and I'm going to make a little bit of progress, on this side and on opposite bench, I said I will make some progress. Thank you. And many honourable members, including my honourable friend for Earley and Woodley, and indeed the honourable lady for Castle Point, spoke about the work that they're doing to encourage pensioners in their own constituencies to apply for pension credit to get the support that they need. I want to start by saying some more about the principles that underlie the government's approach to means testing winter fuel payments. Firstly, that most help should be targeted to those who most need it. Secondly, that significant support for all pensioners will come around by the triple lock. And thirdly, that alongside that, extra help will be available to those on low incomes. But before I do that, I will in a minute. Before I do that, I wanted to say something about means testing. I have found, both in this debate today and the debate in Westminster Hall earlier, where there were no Conservative members present, that there is indeed a lot of support for means testing the winter fuel payment. We heard from the Honourable Gentleman for Herne Bay and Sandwich. He said in this debate that he supports means testing this benefit. We have heard that the Right Honourable Lady for North West Essex, who is the Conservative Leadership Contest favourite, also supports means testing this benefit. I will give the right to the Honourable
Lady has misrepresented me. She knows perfectly well. Well, I said I supported the principle. I abhor the way that she's going about it.
Well, he indeed said he supported the principle, and indeed the Liberal Democrats in their manifesto of 2017 also said they supported means testing this benefit.
I thank the Minister for giving way, but I think she fails to understand that while we accept the principle of means testing, we accept that there are many pensioners who can afford not to have the winter fuel payment. The manner in which this has been brought in to this House by this Labour government and the way they are intending to do it with a sharp cliff edge, no accounting for the people close to the pension credits limit, we find abhorrent.
And I will come on to that in my contribution. But first I wanted to say how crucial it is to boost the uptake of pension credit. And that's why we are taking immediate action to increase that take-up. given we've got an estimated up to 880,000 eligible pensioners who are missing out on this support, worth on average £3,900. And I hope actually there can be some consensus across this House that we need to work together to boost that uptake. That's why last week we launched an initial pension credit week of action to boost awareness, and we will continue to raise awareness until the deadline for making a successful backdated pension credit claim on the 21st December.
I'm grateful to the Minister for giving way. On awareness, is she aware how much more it costs to heat a home in winter in Blairgowrie compared with Brighton or Belgravia?
I will come on to the issue that he raises in just a moment. But on pension credit, the Secretary of State for Work and Pensions and the Deputy Prime Minister have written to all local authorities asking them to redouble their efforts to reach those pensioners who could benefit from pension credit. And the front bench opposite might grumble, but it's a far sight more than they ever did when they were in power. We're joining forces with charities like Age UK and Citizens Advice to encourage pensioners to check their eligibility and apply. And we will be delivering a major campaign in print and broadcast media, including to urge people to reach out to retired family, friends and neighbours to get them to check if they are eligible. And for the very first time, I won't give way, we're writing to all pensioners on housing benefit who are potentially eligible to encourage them to claim pension credit. Again, something the last Conservative government never did. And over the last 5 weeks, we have already seen claims for pension credit more than double. And backed by over 450 additional staff, we will ensure claims are processed as quickly as possible. In the longer term, as my right honourable friend said in the debate previous to this, Secretary of State, we will bring forward the merger of housing benefit and pension credit as soon as operationally possible, something that the last government promised but failed to deliver. And, Madam Deputy Speaker, we're also taking action to ensure all pensioners get the income they deserve. Despite being urged to drop the triple lock for pensioners during the election campaign by the IFS and others, the government is steadfast in its commitment to the triple lock. This will mean that the triple lock has seen the state pension increase by £2,700 over the last 5 years, and it was increased by £900 this year and the previous year by £970. And according to the figures released today, which still need to be confirmed in October, we'll see an extra £460 a year from next April. I would also like to point out that the warm home discount of £150 will help low-income pension households this year. This is critically important because this isn't just for the lowest income pensioners on pension credit. This is for pensioners on low incomes who have high energy costs. And this will be open to application in October. I've said to the Honourable Lady I won't give way, and I won't give way, so she should sit down. And the government encourages honourable members to boost awareness and encourage people to apply for the warm homes discount. I will give way.
I thank the Honourable Lady, but I would like her to explain why this government has failed to extract any concessions from the train drivers and their union paymasters. Because I haven't finished. You have your digital centre for government, who is all ready to use technology to improve public services. And yet, this complete failure of negotiation, that price is being paid by our pensioners.
I honestly think the party officer have some brass neck. During their time in power, we lost on average of 3 million working days to strikes a year because of their failure to deal with industrial action. And we also lost 1.4 million NHS NHS appointments which were cancelled, meaning pensioners and others were in pain for longer than they needed to be. We will not take lectures from the party opposite. We have had to take this difficult decision to means test the winter fuel payment due to the £22 billion black hole this year. They might not want to hear it, but they should apologise for leaving that black hole. This was created by repeated and reckless, unfunded spending.
Minister, is the point of order directly relevant to these current proceedings?
Just want guidance from you as to whether it could be appropriate for ministers and others on the benches opposite who have been directly funded by the trade unions not to declare that personal benefit before something like this, which hurting millions of pensioners.
Members are guided to talk about any conflict before they speak on the floor of the House. I'm not sure this directly impacts the proceedings, but your point has been noted. Minister.
Again and again, the Conservatives dividing working people against pensioners, and that is disgraceful. In conclusion, Madam Deputy Speaker, means testing the winter fuel payment is a difficult decision. I had no funding from ASLEF, and so the honourable member can withdraw his comment. But targeting support to the poorest pensioners, boosting the uptake of pension credit, maintaining the triple lock for pensioners, extending household support fund, the warm homes discount, in the longer term a warm homes plan to insulate people's homes. These are the right decisions to take. This government is determined to fix the foundations of our economy so that we can deliver the change that we were elected on, that this country and indeed our pensioners so desperately need, bringing down NHS waiting times.
The question is that the question be now put. As many of their opinions say aye. Of the contrary, no. The ayes have it, the ayes have it. The question is, as on the order paper, as many of their opinions say aye. Of the contrary, no. No! Clear the lobby. Sit. You need to be seated, please. The question is, as on the order paper, as many of their opinions say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. Tell us for the ayes, please. Tell us for the noes. No, do we have that?
Anna McLaurin and Mr. Mayor.
Yes, that is indeed. Okay. Thank you. Order.
The ayes to the right, 214. The noes to the left, 335.
The ayes 214, the noes 335. The noes have it, the noes have it. Unlock.
I beg to move that this House do now adjourn.
The question is that this House do now adjourn. Dame Caroline Dinage. Moment for the House. If people can leave quietly, please. Dame Caroline Dinage.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker, and can I start by first of all welcoming the Minister to his place. I very much look forward to working with him across these benches and across this chamber in order to promote our world-class creative industries, our music industry and all the other fantastic sectors that the Culture, Media and Sport Department promotes. But today we're talking about ticketing, about music ticketing, and I wanted to start this by recognising the remarkable circumstances which have provoked this debate. As Madam Deputy Speaker, as you know, news of the Oasis reunion dominated the news cycles over the last week or so, but some might say for all the wrong reasons. What should have been a moment to celebrate one of the UK's most significant cultural exports and revisit the music which for many of us, me included, was a soundtrack to our youth, has morphed into a conversation about exploitative practices in the music industry, practices that hurt fans and the grassroots sector. Some of these are issues that have been rumbling away for years. In fact, earlier this year, the Culture, Media and Sport Select Committee published a report into grassroots music which outlined some of the major challenges facing the live music ecosystem and suggested some ways forward. The Minister knows the facts. On the 31st of August, around 14 million people from 158 countries logged into a digital queue to buy tickets to Oasis Reunion Tour Live 25, 15 years after the band broke up and 30 years on from their seminal first album, Definitely Maybe. Fans found themselves locked in an online queue for up to 10 hours, and when many of them, what seemed almost at random, made it to the front of that queue, tickets were in many cases over double the price that had been advertised. This dynamic pricing mechanism employed by Oasis and their promoters and management via Ticketmaster served to increase the price of tickets in line with demand. But in reality, this meant a kind of lucky dip game in which the price got worse and worse by no clear mechanism except the secret and opaque rules of a computer algorithm at the hands of Ticketmaster. I should tell the Minister that I should declare an interest, Madam Deputy Speaker, as well. After 4 hours of queuing myself, I had become wistful of the halcyon days of real-life physical box offices, where one sometimes queued almost overnight in order to get your tickets, but at least you could see the queue in front of you and you knew how long you'd probably have to wait in order to get your hands on your tickets. I would, of course.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I commend the Honourable Lady for Gosport for bringing this forward. She's absolutely right. Many of my constituents experienced the very issue that the Right Honourable Lady referred to. And does the Right Honourable Lady not agree that whilst we of course understand the economic principles of supply and demand, we also understand the principle of price gouging. And for those who believe that they will be charged on an amount to have a number of minutes to determine whether they will be prepared to pay double is immense and is unfair pressure. And that whilst we must always encourage free trade, we must also be mindful of consumer protection in Strangford, in Gosport, or any part of this great United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland, and indeed throughout the whole UK. Thank you.
Deputy Speaker, I couldn't have said it better myself. That's exactly what it is. We do understand the laws of supply and demand, but we also understand the laws of transparency and fairness. And what's more, once ticket purchases were through to the payment screen, fans realised that they only had a very limited time, as he says, to decide whether these hugely inflated prices were worth paying. Someone compared the ticket purchase after such a long wait to the dopamine rush of a gambler, where the £150 to £400 £200 price increase meant the transaction was no longer a choice, it was more of an impulse buy. And I've heard many people say that the dynamic pricing method is used in other sectors very effectively, and that technology is a perfect demonstration of the dynamism of a free market. And even within the music industry itself, there is definitely dispute as to whether dynamic pricing has a place and whether this is actually an acceptable way forward. Of course.
I'm very grateful to the right honourable lady and congratulate for this debate. I was hoping to get myself, but she beat me to it. Can I just say to her that there seems to be this issue about who's to blame for all this. Nobody seems to be taking responsibility for who was responsible in initiating the dynamic pricing. The Ticketmaster are blaming the management and the artists, and they're blaming those that were promoting it. Would she consider, as she's now the chair of the CMS committee, to maybe look at this on behalf of the House and find out exactly why this happened with a view to having it stopped and outlawed entirely?
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Well, certainly at the moment, of course, I'm very fortunate to have been re-elected as the chair of the Select Committee, but we don't have a committee yet, and any decisions about what the committee will look at will very much be a group decision jointly taken. But this is certainly something that I will be putting forward, and I know that the Minister's already announced some consultation of his own on this really, really important issue. Just talking about dynamic pricing a bit more for a second, and about those sort of laws of supply and demand, which the Honourable Gentleman for Strangford spoke about. You know, this is something that's used across different marketplaces. Uber in particular enjoys a very smart dynamic pricing mechanism which adjusts the cost of journey in line with changing variables like traffic and the current rider to driver demand, hotels and airlines, of course. But these are very different. If you're stuck at Waterloo Station, like I sometimes am, and Uber isn't your only option of travel. When you go on holiday, there are multiple airlines offering flights to the same city with different hotel options. But when it comes to live music, particularly in the case like this one, there is one artist, there is one opportunity to buy a ticket. The imperfections of the dynamic pricing mechanism were obvious to anybody who attempted to buy tickets through it on this particular occasion. But whatever the rights and wrongs and its suitability for the music ticketing and for this marketplace, the most important issue is that fans were not warned about the use of dynamic pricing before they entered the digital queue. And they are the same faults, I believe, that led the Competitions and Markets Authority to open their investigation into this debacle. It meant that people had no idea how much a ticket would cost when they logged in, and many, many fans ended up paying at least double the original listing price of £148. So 4 standing tickets could cost an eye-watering £1,400 once service and order processing fees were included. The CMA says that it'll investigate whether fans were given clear and timely information. Any free market economist would call this a classic case of information asymmetry. There was certainly a lack of clarity over how high ticket prices might eventually go, with the additional chaos of this time limit putting pressure on fans to make an imminent decision as to whether they were going to buy. Now, Ticketmaster claims that the dynamic pricing mechanism is the best way to deter ticket touts, the logic being that any tout buying tickets in bulk would increase demand and therefore see his or her prices and margins slashed. But The Guardian's already said that secondary ticketing platforms are advertising more than 4,500 tickets from this tour already, including from one tout who claims to have at least 33 tickets at Cardiff, Wembley and Murrayfield listed for a combined price of over £26,000. So I'm glad that the government this summer announced a consultation into the secondary ticketing market, where tickets are sold in bulk by touts and who often use bots to scout for tickets at face value and sell them well beyond the market value. But I wonder if the Minister could set out the parameters and the timescales for this work. When is it going to happen? What's it likely to include? Because now, of course, he's announced that this investigation will be widened to consider the dynamic pricing and what happened in the Oasis situation. So can we have reassurance that the eye won't be taken off of the ball of the original consultation that he announced in the summer? Because, of course, there's so many aspects at play here. This method of resale is also the culprit for a large amount of money lost to fraud. Lloyd's estimated that £1 million was lost to scammers during the Taylor Swift Eras tour alone. And Will the Minister tell me whether the secondary market consultation will include conversations with the digital search engines who are signposting customers into the hands of touts and not doing enough to get them to direct to principal sales sites? But I think there's scope for an entire primary market review, for ticketing to be reviewed in a much wider scale, a wider ticketing review. The Oasis episode has really opened fans' eyes to potential anti-competitiveness within this industry, because as complaints began to flood in about the ticketing process, as the Honourable Gentleman says, Oasis said that it was their management and promoters that had agreed a dynamic pricing strategy with Ticketmaster. But of course, their 3 tour promoters all have links to Live Nation, Ticketmaster's parents' company, and in effect, they are all the same party. So that party is making money hand over fist through this system, which keeps everything under the Live Nation umbrella. For a typical tour, a Live Nation subsidiary promoter might take 10% off the face value of a ticket. A service charge of perhaps a quarter of that face value will then be applied, and some of that money will be going to Live Nation-owned Ticketmaster. The venue will take a cut at this stage, which in all likelihood is a Live Nation-owned venue too, as they own 28 festivals and venues UK-wide. And then the process is repeated at resale, making, if you go through Ticketmaster, at higher cost than before, leaving Live Nation with an even greater cut. And the Minister doesn't need to be a public intellectual to see there's a real perverse incentive for Ticketmaster to see tickets in the hands of touts. He'll know that the United States Department of Justice has slapped Live Nation with a lawsuit citing anti-competitive conduct, whilst it's now well established that the company has a near monopoly in the UK. Dynamic pricing is quite an effective way of rewarding a near monopoly, with no upper limit on price tickets, meaning a greater cut for the parent company. I suppose, Madam Deputy Speaker, the great sadness of all this is that this system is not only punishing the fans. In this case, it's those Oasis fans to whom that music was so totemic, so life-changing for them back in the 90s. But there's also, to add insult to injury, no trickle down to the live music ecosystem, like the grassroots music venues that they first played in while honing their skills, the venues that made them, venues like the Boardwalk in Manchester and King Tut's in Glasgow. And while Oasis have since announced further tour dates, tickets to new dates will be sold at face value via invitation-only ballot. I can't help feeling that the fans who paid through the nose via dynamic pricing are going to feel very hard done by. So I'd like to encourage the Minister to look at ways to amplify fans' voices within the live music ecosystem. He might start by responding to the Culture, Media and Sport Select Committee's report into grassroots music, which I already mentioned. It was published in May, and I know we've had a small matter of a general election since then. But I would like to know if when this response is likely to be forthcoming, and whether the government is minded to accept its recommendations. These recommendations include things like the fan-led review of music, Madam Deputy Speaker, something like the fan-led review of football that was led by my former honourable, well, my still friend, but my former right honourable friend, the former member for Chatham and Aylesford, Tracy Crouch, to look at how music pyramid functions and how the money trickles down from the big players to those small venues, those fledgling songwriters and artists. Recommendations like the targeted VAT cut, which to grassroots venues would have represented a final hour of salvation from a sector that really is widely accepted to be in crisis, and recommendations like a live music levy, which would take a small proportion of the service fee from the pockets of the big venues and bring them right down to the struggling businesses in the grassroots. Because what's most pertinent to me, Madam Deputy Speaker, about all of this is that whilst many of those 28 venues and festivals in which Live Nation owners stake are flourishing, grassroots music venues are closing at the rate of 2 a week. And in fact, I'm sure the Minister's aware that of the 34 music venues in which Oasis played on their first tour back in 1994, only 11 of them are still open today. And those venues, Madam Deputy Speaker, are so crucial. They are absolutely fundamental to incubate our world-renowned talent. They are the R&D department for the music industry, if you like. They are a massive feeder into something which is fundamental to our UK economy, something which is crucial to our soft power around the world. And in a ticketing market gone wrong, that there might have been a gram of comfort to some of the fans paying through the nose for their ticket if they knew that in paying it, some of the money that they were handing over was protecting grassroots music venues in their communities and germinating the oasis of the future. I know the Minister, like me, wants nothing more than to see our musical talent continue to thrill fans both at home and around the world, but behind every great act is a chance performance at a low-capacity venue that's struggling to keep the lights on, that's at financial breaking point, and that is a hair's breadth away from closing its doors.
Thank you very much. And might I say it's a particular delight to see you in the chair. I haven't had an opportunity to congratulate you on your election. Hurrah. It's also a great delight, Madam Deputy Speaker, to see the Honourable Member and to congratulate her on her election. Not many Tories have been elected to many things this year, but it's a great delight to see that she's going to be returning as the chair of the Select Committee. I know she knows a lot about this subject matter, and she's devoted a lot of her time and energy to it, and I look forward to working with her. I'm sure there will be times when she has crosswords with me, but sometimes crosswords make governments better. That was certainly my policy when I was sitting on that side of the House, so I'm sure that what's good for the goose is good for the gander. The live events are really important to the British creative economy and actually to the whole economy in the UK. It's the joy that it brings. I would defy anybody, I'm sorry to start with a Kylie reference, well I'm not actually, but I would defy anybody to have gone to the Kylie concert in Hyde Park this summer and not to have come away bouncing with joy and full of the joys of spring. It was beautiful, it was amazing. Everybody, thousands and thousands of people in a royal park enjoying themselves and celebrating. And for others who went the night before, Stevie Nicks in a completely different vein, but nonetheless providing that same sense of joy. And that is a really important part of what live events can do. That sense of being part of an enormous crowd of people enjoying either singing along or listening, that special sense of being together. It's really important to our economy. I remember, I think it must be a year ago now, being in Newcastle, and Sam Fender was performing at St James's Park, and Pink, we went to Pink, was on at the Stadium of Light. That must have been millions of pounds into the local economy. It certainly was an awful lot of money into the local hotels. And I know when down in Cardiff we have lots of concerts which many people from the South Wales Valleys go to, and people come from all over the world. When Springsteen was there earlier this year, I mean, basically Cardiff had to be closed off, but the knock-on for the hotels, the bars, the hospitality industries was really significant, and of course for tourism, and I'm the Minister for Tourism as well. 200,000 people in the UK last year, it was reckoned, worked in the live events industry, and it's a really important part of what we do. It's one of the reasons that many people want to come to the UK. If I might gently say, one of the things that we would like to sort out is British acts being able to tour elsewhere in Europe, but it's good that Europeans are able to come here to see some of our acts as well. The Honourable Member for Gosport makes a really important point. This is not just about very big venues, it's about small venues as well. And I do have an anxiety about the state of play for many of them. Some of these issues are shared with the whole of the hospitality industry, incidentally, about skills and staffing and the costs of fuel and so on, and security. But it is a simple fact, as she points out, and as the Select Committee has pointed out, that there have been far too many closures over recent years, and we stand ready to do what we possibly can to try and slow down, if not halt, that process of closures, because she's right. If an act doesn't have somewhere to start which has a capacity of 250 or 300 or 500, how is it ever going to grow to a place where they end up filling Wembley or any of the arenas that we've been talking about? And I would say about live events that the value is created by the artist, the fans, and the venue. It's a combination of the three. It's not created by ticket touts. It's created by the artists, the fans and the venue, and it's that combination that we really have to work on. And she's absolutely right. Ticketing has changed. I remember once going to, I was in St. Petersburg, well, it was then Leningrad, that's how old I am, and I went to buy tickets for the opera, and you bought tickets by, you bought them, they were rolled up in a little peg hole. That's what a ticketing system used to be, and that's what theatres used to have as well in the UK. And then we went over to a system of having a physical ticket, which we presented, and many of us have kept all our tickets for shows that we've ever been to. I know friends who've got collections of OMD tickets through the years and so on. And now, of course, we have a completely online digital system. And that is great in many ways. It can enhance security, it can be easier, but it can be much, much more difficult, and it has produced a whole set of new challenges for fans and artists and for venues to be able to make the market work effectively. Barcodes and QR codes and all the rest of it, being whether you're going to transfer a ticket from one person to another person, different apps that are developed by different venues and so on. So there are very new challenges. First of all, about security, she's referred to some of this, getting the ticket that you've actually paid for, rather than a ticket that didn't really exist at all in the first place. And we've all heard hideous examples of that, and it has been an embarrassment, I think, for all of us that over recent years we've seen so few prosecutions in this area, despite the fact that nearly all of us can cite instances of constituents who've fallen prey to people being effectively selling tickets that they thought they might be going to buy online and not actually having them. And then people turning up to the venue and finding that the tickets aren't being honoured because they weren't tickets in the first place. So there's a security issue in the modern market. There's a fairness issue, I would say. She points out the experience of people logging on at 9 o'clock and then sitting there for hours and hours in a system. You have no idea how somebody gets to be number 1,273 rather than 1,884 in the queue. It seems completely and utterly random, but one suspects that there might be clever means that other people with very deep pockets who know how to navigate the system are able to manipulate. And it's clear that there are many instances of bots effectively hoovering up large number of tickets using lots of different IDs, using different credit cards, and the rest of it. And so there's an issue of fairness. Why is it? Is everybody queuing fairly or not? And then there's the question of transparency. Online sites that aren't really as open as they might be about the real cost or the original cost, the face value cost of the ticket that they're now selling for a different price. And I know some people say to me, well, it says FV, and all you have to do is point on the FV. But well, why don't they just put the face value immediately obvious? I'll give the House one instance of inflated prices, which is much more excessive actually in this secondary market than she's referred to. So if you go to Viagogo and you want to go to Dua Lipa at the Royal Albert Hall on the 17th of October, you can either buy a ticket for £912, face value €63. I don't know why it's cited at €63. Or £1,000, face value £70. Or this is my favourite one, you can buy a ticket for £9,444 each, face value £126.38. Now, as she rightly says, not a single penny of the difference between £126 and £9,444 is going to the artist, is going to the venue, is going to the cleaner in the venue, the lighting expert in the venue, the person who wrote the songs that Dua Lipa is going to sing, or to the fans. It's simply going to Viagogo. And I think that's unfair. It's not right. It's inappropriate. And I know that there are dozens and dozens of artists who are utterly embarrassed about the situation in which they find themselves and want us to act in this sphere. Of course, I give way to one of our leading musicians.
Thank you ever so much, Minister. We're delighted that he's on top of this and he knows the issues and the difficulty. I think what we're more interested in now, what the time he's got left, is him now just explaining what he's going to do about it and how he's going to resolve this. There's the CMA report, there's the Right Honourable Lady's report from the Select Committee. Will the government be looking at them constructively and bringing in legislation so that this is no longer a feature in live ticket sales?
He's a terribly impatient man. And I'm just coming on to that. No, we've got till 7:30. He's right that this is something where we have to take action, and we committed ourselves in the general election that we would take action on this secondary marketing, a secondary ticket market. We believe that these people are denying true fans the opportunity to buy tickets on the primary market, and they're pocketing any profit for themselves. Very little, as I said, of the additional revenue actually goes to artists, venues, or anyone working in the live venue sector more generally. So the government is committed to putting fans back at the heart of live events and to clamping down on unfair practices in the secondary ticketing market. Now, on the consultation, to be precise, that is why we have committed to introduce new protections for consumers on ticket resales, and we will be launching a consultation in the autumn to find the best ways to address ongoing problems on the resale market. The consultation will consider a range of options, including revisiting recommendations from the Competition and Market Authority's 2021 report, such as limitations on the price of tickets listed for resale over the face value, limiting the number of tickets individual resellers can list to the number of tickets they can legitimately buy via the original platform, making platforms accountable for the accuracy of information about tickets they list for sale, and ensuring that the Competition and Markets Authority has the powers it needs to take swift, decisive action against platforms and touts to protect consumers. We want live events ticketing to work for UK fans, and I would say that the market was made for humanity, not humanity for the market, and sometimes government needs to intervene to make sure that the market does indeed work for humanity. Of course.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. As an Oasis fan, I too was queuing endlessly, and it proved to me that badly regulated markets have no morality. And the conclusion of this kind of dynamic pricing policy was in that incident that people with more money or touts could get those tickets. And I speak as someone who played in rock bands when I was a younger man, although none so famous and successful as my colleague over there. But live music is universal in that it reaches out to the souls of people of all backgrounds, and therefore I'd be grateful for the Minister's view on what he can do to make sure that as many people as possible can get tickets for live music.
Well, persuade people to do more gigs, I guess. Obviously, you know, there is an issue about there are only so many tickets for certain events, but I think what people want to have guaranteed is that the market is not pricing them out, or is not excluding them solely on the basis of price. People understand, you know, sometimes you have a ballot for tickets, as they do for Wimbledon, for instance, and I gather Oasis have now introduced a partial ballot for some of the next round of concerts gigs that are being advertised. But we want to look at all of these issues in the round. I should just say something about the CMA announcement. Of course, like many others across the House, I know lots of people, including my honourable friends, the Leader of the House and others, who've told me stories about their process of trying to buy tickets 2 weekends ago for Oasis's reunion tour. I should point out that Oasis only reunites under a Labour government. In light of the concerns expressed by fans about the sales process, we welcome the CMA's announcement that it has launched a formal investigation into Ticketmaster. The CMA has said that it is concerned that fans trying to buy Oasis tickets through Ticketmaster may not have been given clear information about ticket prices, and has asked fans to share their experiences. The CMA's investigation will look at whether the sale of Oasis tickets by Ticketmaster may have breached consumer protection law. Now, this is important for me as a minister. Others have greater freedom in what they can say, but given this is a live investigation and the CMA's status as an independent law enforcement body, it is important to ensure that the independence and integrity of any investigation is protected. So, to avoid prejudicing that process, I'm not going to comment on that investigation. I look forward to reading the CMA's findings, and I merely note that lots of people have said that they'd like their money back. Following recent events, however, the government will look at issues around the transparency and use of dynamic pricing in the live event sector, and we are carefully considering how this is taken forward in light of the CMA's announcement. So I just want to talk specifically about dynamic pricing for a moment. In general terms, of course, dynamic pricing involves a business adjusting its prices according to changing market conditions, such as high and low demand. It is an established pricing strategy, and it has been a feature of our live events industry for some time, at least in certain forms. As an example, I'm sure that many members will have managed to snap up cut-price tickets to popular West End shows by purchasing their tickets on the day of the event. We're used to seeing organisers or venues slash their prices in this way in order to fill out those few remaining seats. And it's also common to see early bird tickets released at lower prices, where punters essentially receive a discount on full price tickets for an event by buying their tickets within a certain period of time after they go on sale or until a limited batch of tickets has been sold. Glastonbury does this, Wigmore Hall does this for people who are signed up to its programme, and for that matter, the Rhondda Arts Festival in Treorchy also does this. I urge people to look online and buy some tickets for next year. In both of these scenarios, there are fans who benefit from a better deal than they might have otherwise been able to secure had they bought their tickets at another time. Equally, there will be other fans who bought their tickets at another time and will have had to pay a different or indeed higher price. Honourable members will have their own views on all of this, but I would suggest that this is a trade-off that most people are accustomed to and that we can generally accept. We would not want half-empty venues.
Order. I beg to move that this House do now adjourn. The question is, this House do now adjourn. Continue, Sir Chris Bryant.
Thank you. We would not want half-empty venues, despite looking around the chamber, due to tickets being priced too high, nor venues and festivals that are not economically sustainable. What we should not accept, however, and I'm very clear about this, and the government is too, are practices that see fans of live events blindsided by price hikes, either because they were not provided with the right information up front, or because that information was not provided clearly enough. To do so might be in breach of existing consumer law, which requires businesses to be fair and transparent in their dealings with the consumers. It is the responsibility of the CMA to investigate potential breaches of consumer law arising from or involving the use of dynamic pricing methods and to take enforcement action where appropriate, and I've already referred to their investigation in this case. It is the responsibility of government, however, to confront the wider policy questions around the use of dynamic pricing for tickets to live events. We've already said that we will look at this further to establish whether consumers are adequately protected under existing law or if more needs to be done. And to answer the question that the member for Gosport directly asked, will this mean that we're going to take our eye off the ball on the secondary ticket market? No, it won't. We are very clear. We have a set of manifesto commitments, and we will be bringing out our consultation this autumn. And we expect to be, once we've completed that consultation, we expect to take the necessary action that we were committed to in our general election manifesto. And I hope, since most of that is in line with what the Select Committee was advocating before the general election, that we might still enjoy the support of the Select Committee in that. And yes, she's right, we will also be looking at websites that are pointed. That's all part of the whole panoply of it. And I would also, I think she effectively referred to vertical integration within the ticketing system. Of course, that is part of what has to be part of our consideration in this field, because that's another part of making sure that the market works for humanity, works for fans and for artists and for the creative industries, rather than all of us having to operate as slaves of the market. I'm not sure whether the Honourable Gentleman is trying to intervene. No, he's just sitting forward. Right. The Prime Minister has said that we are committed to putting fans at the heart of music and ending extortionate resales, and we will launch a consultation this autumn, as I've said, to work out how best we can do that. The consultation in this particular regard will look at tickets for live events, and a call for evidence will be sent out looking at price transparency, including dynamic pricing, helping us to understand the needs of fans and the live events industry. To be absolutely clear with the House and with the Honourable Lady, this is about tickets for live events, not about the whole of dynamic pricing across all industries in the UK. This is about live events tickets, to be very, very precise. I think there was one other question that the Honourable Lady asked, which was about the timetable? No, I think I've addressed that. Oh, no, when will we respond to the grassroots venue report from May? We've been getting our feet under the table as fast as we possibly can, and I'm very eager to do so in swift order. I take the responsibilities of the Select Committees very seriously. I sat on the Select Committee from 2001-2005. It was one of the most important things I think I've done as a Member of Parliament. So we will respond as soon as we can, and it will certainly be in the autumn. I'd like it to be as soon after the committee is fully formed as possible. In conclusion, Madam Deputy Speaker, I would like to thank the Honourable Member for securing this debate. I know she tried to get, well, I'm not allowed to refer to what she tried to get in terms of urgent questions, but I have now. We have a world-class live events sector in the UK, and I'm absolutely determined that fans have every opportunity to experience it firsthand. There is nothing better than standing in an audience in a crowd along with hundreds of other people, either experiencing an artist that you've never seen before in your life and suddenly going, my God, that is just, it's pierced right through to my heart, or going to somebody that you've seen 50 times and you've listened to the album 75 times in the last week, and you have that joyful, joyful moment. There'll be different artists for every single one of us, but I want far more people in this country to be able to enjoy that opportunity. I want every child to have a creative education. I want them to have the opportunities that so many others enjoy in my constituency and every other. And I acknowledge that dynamic pricing can help match supply with demand, resulting in both higher and lower prices. But when it is used as a business model, it needs to be transparent and fair, and that's what we want to ensure.
It was wonderful to hear from two musicians, and Sir Chris Bryant has given away his true old age. The question is, this House do now adjourn. As many of that opinion say aye. Aye. The ayes have it. Order, order.